around a bit more. Okay, we'll be starting in a few minutes. Just going to get a drink of water when we get back.
Do you think the staff are over it yet? 4 days of an annual plan? You're loving it, Sean. You're loving it.
I live for the stuff, Angela.
Actually, I think this might be one of the longest. Although when I first started on council, this was normal for a draft, and we used to get stacks of folders and books like this much.
Yeah.
Just for an annual.
I've
still got those, Angela. I've kept them all.
Oh, sentimental reasons.
No, it's good reference material.
I found them easy to use as a reference. It's even more efficiently than I can search electronically in the past.
I think because you wrote the notes and you put sticky things in, it was visual reminders and cues that you had questions, and yeah.
Great.
I agree.
All right, so there's going to be another staff proposal then to go back to the paper copies.
Oh God.
Cost of unknown cost as yet.
Yeah.
Councillor Sarah wouldn't support that.
Neither would Dave, would he?
No. No, Dave's always been ahead of the game.
Bring back the books.
What
Although
paper?
I remember when I first started, I was the first councillor to have a smartphone, and I've still got it. And it was a Palm Trio, and it had this little stylus pen, and I looked all thought I was really cool. Had my calendar on there, and all the councillors were like, "What's that?"
We were way ahead of you, Angela. We had Blackberries from 2000.
Oh yeah, I had a BlackBerry.
That
Never
company
had
has
one
gone
of
out
those.
of business now.
Yes.
I remember my first council BlackBerry. They were a great phone,
No, I
and
always
they
had
were
my own.
a smartphone. I don't know if the operator was.
No,
smart, but
they
the phone was.
weren't.
The
They were
BlackBerry.
the first kind of smartphone, eh? Yeah.
They were. You could email and text and surf the internet.
Oh.
Really?
Okay, time to start. Yeah, I did. I had that. It was, yeah. I just got the hang of it before they weren't a thing anymore. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. So I think, Julie, did we move into PX? So we are in PX, right? Did we do that?
No, we didn't move into PX. Mayor Paula, my understanding, Lance, you might want to jump in here, is the question that was raised by the elected member doesn't actually relate to the position of where we're talking about the Peacock Park from. So, Lance, do you want to clarify that?
Oh, it's in a different part. I think, Councillor Dave, it was wise what you brought up yesterday, but I think Maria clarified in her email that she sent around elected members just the location and the ownership of the land. So it's different to what was in the executive update that went out. So I think we can discuss it in open unless we traversed into what was in the executive update public excluded item the other day. But I don't think we need to do that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lance, now that I'm aware that it's actually over the Dixon Road side of Peacock.
Correct.
Great. So we can
Okay.
go straight to the Peacock one without having to go into PX.
Right, so we're just going to go there now.
Procedurally, Your Worship, is that the best course of action? We were nearly all the way through the other item. Should
Yeah,
we
no,
not
we're gonna-
complete that before we go back to the one that?
Yes, we should. You're right.
Mayor
getting
Paula, just staff have asked, so Everlease has asked if they could have just a little bit more time this morning to prepare the resolution in relation to the comment and meteor program. They're just trying to work on something that gives a bit more information to elected members. So she has asked if we could adjourn discussing that item till later in the morning, and then she can share that information with elected members and you can have a chance to read it before we get to that item.
Okay, well, if that is what it is, it was what it is, which means we then do go on to
So
the Peacock one that we deferred.
yes, so that's resolution F6. I'll just put it in the chat, the page numbers for everyone. So the resolutions on page 200 and the details on page 119.
Someone's not got their mute on.
Emily. That's better, Emily.
What page was that, Julie?
Two 219.
All right. Who's talking to this one? Of course, we've had quite a bit of time again on this in previous sessions. So who's going to lead us into this? And then
Got Maria, Mayor Paula.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So I briefly introduced this item yesterday. So just to recap, this is a neighbourhood park. There have been some price escalations in terms of the square metre rate and a slight increase in the size of the park that is now proposed. I can confirm that along with the original funding that was in the long-term plan, we do have consequential OPEX and funds to develop this park. We have not requested any addition to that OPEX. The size of the park is fairly nominal, or the size increase is fairly nominal, so we believe we can cover that with the existing consequential OPEX. I'll open for questions.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Maria, this is a 24% increase, approximately 25% increase in park size. How's that come about? Where, I mean, when we budgeted in the LTP for 5,000 square metres, I guess I'm thinking, why isn't that what we bought? Where did it grow? How did it grow? And that's the first question. I asked the second one, you can maybe answer them both. The price, I thought we'd negotiated with the existing owners a price back when we were talking. In fact, I'm pretty sure that was what was put before us. This is what we've, come to agree with that. Do you agree, and we'll sort of sign up, sort of discussion a year ago?
So the discussion that you've referenced a year ago, I believe Councillor McPherson, was in relation to the Northern Sports Park. This one has followed a slightly different negotiation. So Council has been working with this through the subdivision process. So the land was originally identified in the structure plan. We have an obligation to purchase it. We've been working with the developer. The money that we put in the long-term plan was based on the average size of a neighbourhood park. We've managed to negotiate a slightly bigger size, which would represent a better outcome for that community. And so this is just an update based on those negotiations.
I get, yeah, but that's not quite the point, with respect, Maria, because we budgeted for a 5,000 square metre park. Fair enough, I could understand the bit about the price because we hadn't actually settled it back a year ago, the price per square metre, but it might be a good outcome in some respects, but it's a worse outcome financially. I'm just channeling you in here.
Yes, I completely understand what you're saying, Councillor Dave. I guess we work through these things with the developer and try to come to a mutually agreeable point. At the time of budgeting, the size wasn't determined, and now this is what they have proposed, and it's now before you.
Yeah, but sorry, but you've said sort of how it happened, but not why we agreed to something, and I accept that it's a final decision of council. You've only agreed sort of in principle, but why did we agree to a 25% increase in park size?
Dan, are you able to shed some more light there?
Kia ora koutou. Just to give a bit of background, so this subdivision was actually approved before the LTP was put forward, and there was an accounting error, and that the size wasn't, the 6,200 square meters wasn't taken into account, and it was just budgeted based on the 5,000 square meters. And the second thing to cover off in terms of size is there's 4 scheduled trees on this neighbourhood park. So that leads to an increase in sizing requirement, basically because you can't develop the land underneath those scheduled trees, and they're quite big trees as well. So that's kind of, I guess, the reasoning why the size is slightly bigger than the 5,000 square meters.
See, normally when we in a situation like this where some changes occur, there's a report to a council committee, finance committee possibly, or community committee possibly, even probably the finance, saying, look, our LTP budget says this, but for these reasons, we recommend you change it to that. And there's reasons and there's maps, and we get a head round it. Here we get, to be honest, a paragraph, 2 paragraphs mixed in with a whole lot of other annual plan proposed changes. It's not a sort of, you can't have a decent discussion based on this sort of report. I'm wondering, if there was a mistake a year ago and what was proposed to us, why didn't we in the meantime get an update so that we could then, get our heads around it properly?
So yes, Councillor McPherson, you do raise a good point. And that hasn't happened, unfortunately, which has led us to here today.
You done with your questions, Dave?
Well, yeah, I guess the final question is what would happen if we said, no, you've only got 5,000 square meters, and whatever we'll accept the price escalation in the 12 months, but not the size escalation. What if we said that?
I'll jump in here, Maria. We would look at renegotiating that size. So although the subdivision consent says 6,200 square meters, we could look at working with that developer to reduce that size so that the cost covers, or the funding covers the size of that park.
Thank you, Paula.
Councillor Cash, good morning.
Morning. Morning, Maria and Dan as well. I just wanted to ask, following on from Dave's questions, if we actually kept the allocated budget the same and did not have an increase, so with my maths, that would be about 3,000 odd square meters of land that we could purchase. Is that an option for a neighborhood park, or is that too small? And then I have another question.
So that would be below the provision targets, Councillor Kesh.
Does that mean it won't meet the standards or outcomes?
Yeah, so the targets are set out in the parks the provision targets or the policy. So those are the things that council has, that staff have direction in terms of the size and shape and types of parks we look to purchase. And at 3,000 square metres, that would be below the recommended size.
Okay, and to follow on, is there other area neighbouring this particular land, you know, in terms of sports fields or gullies that we could look at to add those extra neighbourhood park amenities?
So there are gullies, but I guess the thing is that a neighbourhood park represents a flat piece of land where certain activities, informal sort of touch games and those sort of things can happen, whereas a gully is less conducive to that sort of activity.
Yeah, so really we have to have a minimum of 5,000 square metres, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we recommend, yes.
Cool, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Maria, when you say that's what we recommend, that doesn't mean we have to do it, does it? I mean, there's no standard there that forces us to do it.
No, elected member discretion. You would be going against the guidance that has been given to staff in the provision policy.
Yeah. So are there any, my first thought when I saw this was, it's always nice when there's a plan B. What we've got here is plan A, and then you're stuck with it, you're lumped with it. If we were to think laterally, is there, and Councillor McPherson has talked about the size, are there any other options? Are there any other ways of cutting this? Are there any other places? Is there any other option?
In terms of any other places, I believe we're too far down the subdivision process. So, the site has been earmarked for quite some time as a site for a neighbourhood park. And we've talked about, decreasing the size. You would be essentially possibly creating an equity between where the provision targets in the city are being met and where they wouldn't be.
Are there any ways where we could increase the amenity to make up for a smaller sized park?
That would require a different proposal entirely in terms of the associated development money. Again, limiting the size, limiting the amount of people that could use that space.
Right. Okay. And did we get a rough price of what it would cost if we did reduce the size? Do we have any idea? It may have been said, I may have missed it.
Yes, so we do have square metre rates, so that can be worked out.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thanks. Maria, I was asking a similar question of Blair the other day, and some of this goes off into commercial PDAs, but why don't we negotiate a fixed price at the start of the contract so that we always end up in this position where we're paying full market value and we're riding the retail cost escalation?
So potentially that's a briefing topic in terms of how parks land is required, because you're right, Councillor Ryan, there are various ways in which we acquire land. In this case, we haven't entered a formal contract and we haven't done a notice of requirement. Those two other methods have got different fish hooks along the way. We do typically use all the tools in the toolbox, but for this particular piece of land, it was done through the subdivision process.
Okay, within the existing PDA, is there any ability to leverage our original price limits?
So Chris Allen might be able to comment there on that, but I don't believe I'm not sure if there is a PDA for this particular area.
Yeah, look, I'm not aware of a PDA that would cover this. Like this one is, as Maria said, has just been going through a normal consenting subdivision process. Look, our opportunity for value capture, like Councillor Ryan, is sort of at the front end of a process when we're making decisions on structure plans and zoning. But by the time we get to subdivision of zoned land, there's sometimes circumstances where we would have a PDA, but a lot of the times it's just normal RMA process and subdivision, and the size of that park would have been decided through this subdivision. So I'm listening to Maria, and I think there is an opportunity to go back and talk to the developer and see whether they could shrink the park. But I think there'll be complications in terms of revising the consent process, but there could be opportunity, and I think it's worth doing.
I guess this all speaks.
You're raising a really broad and proper topic, actually, in terms of value capture and where we do that in the process.
Yeah, I guess this really speaks to the work we're doing with Hugs and all the greenfield stuff on our boundaries, so we don't have these iterations every annual plan or LTP. But
yep, absolutely.
If we go to Dave's put a potential motion on the side, which is basically just do the 5,000 square metres at the original LTP price, the risk that Maria's outlined.
Sorry, Ryan, I said plus the allocation, the applicable cost allocation at current rates, and that may not have been clear. Sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay, right. Okay, so if we just went with the existing LTP resolution, Maria, you're saying that the developer could put more housing around the fringes of the park, but that may not be a bad thing either. Would that be fair?
So Councillor Ryan, that was in my mind of how you would approach a developer, but it will depend on the shape and the layout of the land and how you get access to it. So there's whether you could develop it in housing, and I don't know at this point whether that's possible or not, but they're the sorts of things that if we pick up your resolution, would go back and talk to the developer about.
Okay, so just finally, the risk with status quo as per LTP, could you just spell that out for me, Maria?
The risk with the status quo is that part of the consent condition is that there is a neighbourhood park provided and we couldn't afford to purchase it.
No, but we could. It would just be as per the original 5,000, wouldn't it?
So under Councillor Dave's suggestion, then yes, we'd renegotiate the size. The status quo, which is the amount of funding, 887 odd thousand, would not be enough to purchase the 5,000 square metres in today's rates.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. I immediately hear this is open session.
Yes.
Right. So basically, one has to be somewhat careful about discussion around negotiations with the developer or other parties, I would assume. So I'm immediately hearing green space, urban environment, future proofing, vision. Maria, can you just come back, and I just want to give me, and presumably we've had all this discussion before today, of course, but so we're now sort of down to the budget aspect. Maria, just can you, from your professional view, and obviously Chris Allen chip in, of course, what is the ideal we're looking at here? I mean, what I'm trying to work out in terms of environment, 6,236 square metres versus a park of 5,000. What is the differential? What are we looking at in an ideal situation?
Dan, this might be, you might be able to cover this one for me.
I mean, the intent of my question is clear. I know we're in a budget session. I respect that. But I just want to have a assurance that we're in also a vision and an urban environment setting as well.
Yes, I'll answer that question. So the current consent conditions require the 6,200 square metre odd park to be vested. And a lot of the reasoning for that size is because of the trees on the site. So there's some really nice trees there. which is scheduled, and I guess they've got quite a big drip zone. So I guess it's capturing those trees within that park. I mean, in terms of overall usage, the difference between 5,000 square meters and 6,200 square meters is probably not hugely different. You still get the same benefits, I suppose, from those two sizes, but the more open space, the better in general terms.
So what is the density of housing? We're looking at that. What is the density of the neighbourhood in that area?
We're looking at medium density, so a lot of duplex type housing.
So basically people would be reliant on that common green space very much. There's no, the sections would be tiny. Well, basically that green space would provide a heap of amenity for that immediate neighbourhood, obviously, not just a sports park.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what it's looking like across a lot of the Peacock area. We're going to be seeing a lot of high density and medium density development. So open space is going to be a really key part of that area.
So if you're giving your professional advice, either yourself or Maria, and I have not a clue what your answer is going to be, obviously, what is your professional preference in terms of, if we're looking at the provision of green space, what is your professional preference?
My professional preference would be that keep it at the size that it is now, sort of 6,200 square meters.
And why?
Two reasons. One being the fact that that's what our consent conditions have got within them. So that's what we're working with. And the second reason being that we've got those scheduled trees in there. So it might actually be quite difficult to reshape that park. And it means that the developer has to go back and probably or get a new consent just to make those changes too.
So what are the trees?
I can't tell you off the top of my head what sort of trees they are.
But they're scheduled.
Yeah, so if you ever drive through that roundabout, that new roundabout on Harper Road, you'll see them sitting there.
Right. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Sarah.
Thank Mayor Paula. I'm just wondering if this is part of their consent and it requires the 6,000 plus area. Is there not more leverage that we, and room for negotiation here in terms of pricing? Because it seems, I guess, I share some of Councillor Ryan's frustrations around us kind of having to come at this at market price. But clearly, if there are these trees, notable trees in place, then some of this land's just not going to be usable for housing anyway. Is there any more room for pushing back?
So with those trees, there is we haven't had the valuations done, and we can't have that done until we've entered into a sale and purchase agreement. So both parties will have a valuation done, and then we'll see if we can meet in the middle, and from there, if we can't agree, we'll have a third valuation. And those valuations need to take into account the zoning and what's on the land as well. So it might be that those valuations actually come up a lot lower as well, but we can't rely on that. That might not be the case.
Okay.
A lot of scheduled trees around the city can get taken down if you get the resource consent. So that could be an argument that's used in those discussions.
Right. Okay.
Can I just add, Sarah? I think the paying at market price will take account of those matters you've just raised. So the market price won't be elevated if there's constrictions on the property, would be my guess. So I think those issues will be taken into account in the whole market price process.
Okay. And so we're not actually sure, obviously we're not sure where it's going to land. If it lands at the lower end, then we'd still need an increase in funding, but it would be, quite a bit less than what we're looking at here. So is there any way to get more clarity before we sign off the draft on the total amount?
So Dan, can you comment on the timing here?
But one thing I'm not sure on is how much time do we have before we lock in the annual plan funding?
So we will do what we can, Councillor Sarah, but I will have to go back with Julie and get that timeline of when the final opportunity to comment is.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, Marie.
That's it, Sarah?
Yeah, at this stage, sorry, I'm just getting my head around that's the whole thing. So if I have another question, please indulge me, but I'm listening. Thanks.
Just Carmen, are you doing resolutions today? Recommendation? Thank you. I see one has come in on the chat, which happened a bit yesterday from Councillor McPherson. Okay, cool, you've got it. We'll come back to that because there's still questions, but I just wanted to make sure you got it. Thank you so much. And staff have been able to look at that in the background so we can be prepared. That's basically it. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. And thanks to Councillor Martin for exploring the density question. Maria and Dan, I wonder, in terms of density, how many people might that be? And, you know, is that something that we would need to consider when thinking about the size of our parks and facilities?
So Dan might be able to comment specifically on the number of people, but I think, as mentioned before, with that higher density comes the smaller backyards, and therefore the space becomes the place to recreate.
And okay, thank you. Dan, did you want to comment?
I was just going to say, I can't comment specifically on numbers, but if you think about a duplex dwelling, it's it's one dwelling per 200 square meters. And you compare that to low density development, which is 400 square meters plus. So within the same amount of space, you're looking at twice as many houses in those kind of developments.
And to give us a bit of an idea of what future neighbourhood might look like, are there parts of Hamilton that you could point us to that would give us that kind of picture?
At the moment, you could probably look at what's that area between kind of on the way out to Dinsdale from the city. You've got all those duplex developments there, and that's probably a good example of there being an under provision of open space too. So you've got a lot of houses and
is that
very little
Massey
green
Road?
Space.
Massey Road, is it? Kalani Road?
Massey Road. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's a helpful picture for me. Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, couple of more questions, thanks, that have arisen as a result of the discussion. And by the way, Paula, I do think this is not a good process, because we're doing what we should be able to do in a committee meeting. We're disrupting the annual plan actually by having to look at this first cut ever in an annual plan meeting. That's just commentary on the, but it's not your fault. Look, you've talked, Maria, about the best size or recommended size for neighbourhood parks. Is there a standard, square metre standard, or a square metre per house or something like that, that, you know, what is that? Because I'm thinking that the 5,000 that was in the LTP must have been based on something other than being a lovely round figure.
Yeah, so that 5,000 is the neighbourhood park standard. Okay,
thanks. Why was the consent issued for 5,000 for a 6,300 or 200 square metre park and not a 5,000 one? And in saying that, I realised the developer got the consent, but we must have had input into it. And part of our input, I'm hoping, and you can clarify this, would have been that we had only allocated 5,000 square metres.
So Dan can comment if I've missed anything, but I believe Councillor McPherson, it was due to the scheduled trees being on site and the most desirable shape being landed. Also noting that it was an error through the LTP process that it was funded at a 5,000 square metre rate.
Yeah, but at any stage, did our council staff say during that consent process, hey, we've only allocated 5,000 square metres and the funding for that? Or was there just straight to 6,200 square metres without putting forward the official position of council?
Yes, I can comment on that. This was all approved before I started, so I don't know the exact comments that were provided by council staff, but that's definitely something I can dig out pretty easily.
Yeah, look, with all due respect to you, Dan and Maria, it does seem that the case we all voted on a year ago wasn't actually put forward in the resource consent process, and we've ended up with close to an agreement of a size and a resulting budget that we didn't actually, wasn't actually run by us at all. So I'm not sure who had authority to do that.
Yeah, so I think in terms of timing, Dave, Councillor Dave Dunn has explained that unfortunately the agreement and the consent was done prior to the LTP, but the LTP proposal didn't match that. So there was an error made, absolutely.
Okay, right. The notable trees, what are they? And maybe if you don't know the exact, are they natives? Because I think I know the ones you're talking about, having actually gone to the dead end of that road 50 metres away from the roundabout once just to see what the land looked like. There's trees on the left, if I remember rightly.
Yep, correct. Not native trees.
They're not natives. Do you know what they are off the top of your head, Dunn?
I think there's some. I think they might be plain oaks, but I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Now, Maria or Dan, I'm not sure. The green space in Peacock, the Councillor Gallagher has waxed lyrical about the need for that, and I always agreed with him that there absolutely is a need. But when you talk about usable green space, it's not just grassed flat areas, because gullies are usable both by in an environmental sense, but also in a potentially human/social sense. So what's the square meterage of green space planned for total green space, not just playing park type green space, planned for Peacock? And how does that compare with the rest of the city? And I'm saying that having visually a map in my mind of quite a large network of gullies that where there will be no building.
Yeah, so the overall green space in Peacock is big. There's a lot of it, and it would be massive compared to other parts of the city, and that's mainly because of your gully network in there, and the gullies haven't been filled in like they have in other growth areas in the past. So yeah, heaps of green space there, but I couldn't give you the exact figure.
No, thanks. I mean, that's helpful. Thanks, Dan. Last question is, there's in Hayes Paddock, near where Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Van Oosten live, there's a little neighbourhood park in the middle there somewhere. I'm wondering if, I can't remember its name. It starts with G, does? Oh, no, sorry, I can't remember its
Galway.
name. Sorry, Galway, thank you.
Galway.
Yep. What's the square meterage of that?
Off the top of my head, I would say that it's similar to what we were discussing in terms of the 5,000 square metres, but I would have to double check, Councillor
It wouldn't
Day.
be something much less, like about 2.5?
Look, I'm clutching at straws now. Sorry, I would have to have a measure up.
But I do know that Councillor Gallagher's often down there playing, so I think it must be reasonable size. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Marie and Dan, I'm just wondering if you were to look at Councillor Dave's motion, would that essentially be committing 1.5 million? So it would be the 300 per square metre times the 5,000 square metres. Because I'm just wondering if we, for example, approved 1.5 today rather than the full amount, would that allow us the opportunity to go back and potentially still secure the total area of land, but within that budget, depending on valuations. So we're not determining the size, but rather the budget.
Possibly, Councillor Sarah, if that was the budget allocation that was made today through the annual plan, we could, to Councillor Dave's point, bring forward any updates to a finance committee or similar.
And at that point, we could be presented with options of either this only is going to secure your 5,000, or it will actually secure more than that.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Maria.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, just repeat this. So basically, I think Sarah said there are some options there. I mean, I just have to say, I just find this so unideal. You know, given I'll reserve my comments for another time.
Well, we're going into debate shortly.
So just help me here and be patient with me. We've got a Councillor McPherson motion. If I put up as an amendment to test the waters of the original staff recommendation, and yet Sarah has actually outlined a further step process here. Maria, come back to me on that. I just want to get a clear sense, because
point of order. My motion, while it doesn't say an amount, talks about the current value for 5,000 metres, the maximum of which is 1.5 million. So I'm not sure that that's anything extra that's included in my motion.
We'll talk through the motions when we get to them.
Yeah.
Like that.
It just seems to be confusion, Paula, about what my motion means. That's
yeah. So any other questions, Martin?
Oh, well, no, that's Dave will explain that. I'm happy to move an amendment to the original, but again, I'm very open to Dave's explanation.
So when we get up, let's have a look and see if it suits your needs. If not, then you've got the amendment up your sleeve. Is that okay? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, and good morning. I've been in this meeting in the car on the way in. It's been really interesting, and I was interested in particular in Councillor Kesh's question regards adaptability of our own rules. So let me get this right, because I couldn't find a map in this 10-year plan or in the annual plan anywhere. This butts into gullies and the likes, doesn't it? Is that right?
So there is a map, Councillor Mark, in the email that I sent you yesterday, and it includes the structure plan, which shows all the gully networks. So
okay. Yeah,
those
good.
gully networks are significant, as Dan has suggested.
Because I totally endorse Councillor Gallagher's drive for a minimum green space, but I'm just wondering if we aren't just getting a little bit hung up on, people walking off a park into a gully thinking they're crossing a giant boundary. Essentially, it's all the same kind of thing. Is there a way that, and I think Deputy Mayor Jeff was talking about this as well, is there a way that we can merge, be creative with our creation of our limited space so that they naturally sway into the gully? That's question number one. And so that it essentially becomes a part of the park in people's minds.
So where possible, that certainly is what we achieve, and we will be looking along with the transport team to achieve good connections through the gully systems and the parks network in Peacock.
Yeah, because to a kid or to anyone wandering through there, wandering across a flat bit of ground is great, and then merging down into a gully, it actually adds something to it rather than detracts. So I'm just wondering if we're not getting ourselves a little bit hung up on the policy side of things. But in relation to Councillor Sarah's point, would you have enough time to do enough work and bring it back to the next community committee meeting with some more findings on that? We've got one in April, I believe.
Not in April, I don't believe, Councillor Mark.
Okay. All right.
And I presume that would have implications for whatever figure we put in the draft budget. We've got a Land A figure today.
Oh, yeah, no, regardless of what we put in, we could still bring back more information and discuss it some more, because it seems to be one of the common themes of today is that we're doing it here.
Very unsettling.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just suggesting that let's bring it back to a community meeting or a finance meeting as quick as we possibly can, so we can extrapolate it more. Because I think we've got an opportunity to do something really, really quite good, creative, and clever, based on the situation. Ironically,
So completely take your point there, Councillor Bunting, and in either way, either the suggestion of Councillor McPherson, it gives staff an envelope and direction to work to. It gives the draft annual plan a budget to factor in, and we can come back via, like I say, Finance Committee or other committee if there's new information to light.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, the doors are well and truly open in community, but we're just bearing in mind that we've only got April and the next one's in June. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say it will have to come back when we get the draft budget's the draft budget. We're going to have a final adoption of that, and so we would expect to have the latest information at hand at that point in time. That's reasonable, isn't it? And that's May. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the recommendation. You can see the recommendation, the staff's recommendation, and well, nobody's moved that yet, but Councillor McPherson has a motion.
Well, I've just, following a request from Sarah in the meeting that someone else supported as well, reworded that to have the same effect, but to be more flexible on size and negotiation. So just that council approves the purchase of the Peacock Stage 1 Neighbourhood Park to a maximum value of 1.5 million.
Okay, I can see that. Yep, and then there's an amendment by Councillor Gallagher at this moment, which is the council approves financial modelling, additional capital expenditure to it was nearly 1 million. It's under 1 million, 996 capital expenditure. So that's
additional to the 875 currently in there.
I'm just going to ask each of the mover to explain where they're coming from. So, Dave, do you want to go first?
I just wonder, Mayor Paula.
Well, yeah, I mean, with respect, I mean.
One moment, please, everyone. Hang on a minute. You've got a question.
I have a question of the mover, but that can come after he's had the opportunity to introduce.
Well,
apologies.
The bind I'm in is and please be patient with me. One, I find this utterly unideal. If I want to listen very closely to the mover to see exactly what we're getting for that envelope, and it may be that the amendment, and I'll be guided by others here, the amendment may not be necessary.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So, Dave, what are you trying to achieve with your
Paula,
motion?
Thanks, Paula. Look, what the motion, without speaking for it, is saying is that I'm taking the maximum value per square metre as per the report of $300 per square metre, multiplying that by 5,000 to say that's the maximum that should be given. So even if we had to pay the highest price per square metre that the market currently is showing, we could still get the original 5,000 square metres. If within that they can negotiate bigger size, which I think was Sarah's point, that's excellent and well and good and can be done. But I'm, for the purposes of financial modelling, putting a limit on that, which is the current figure is 875,000. So there's obviously 625,000 above the current one, but not as high as the staff proposed 1,870 something thousand. So it's a sort of in between what staff have asked for and what we approved in the LTP.
Okay, thank you. Question on that, Martin? No.
So I've got the clear, yeah. So basically, yeah, I think I see what Dave's put a financial cap, and that doesn't preclude going beyond the 5,000 square metres, but he's put a financial cap on that negotiation. That's the guts of it, isn't it, Dave?
Correct.
Thank you.
So a couple more questions, Maxine.
Look, thank you, and I can acknowledge the need to put a dollar value on it, but I wonder with the commercial sensitivities that by putting a maximum, it in fact becomes the actual purchase price by default by doing that. And
it could do, Maxine,
yeah.
but it doesn't put a cap on the square meterage that you could achieve within that. So there's two sides to the purchase arrangements that needed to be agreed. So you could get, yes, they may know we've only got 1.5 million and we won't go above, and we could go that far, but as to how many square meters we get for that, that would be open staff's best endeavours.
Thanks, Dave. That's helpful.
Sarah.
Thank you. Just seeking a little bit of clarification. If will this come back to council before like a final sign off? Is this giving the ability to go and negotiate, but then it comes back, or what scenario does it actually come back to us?
So, Councillor Sarah, this sets the envelope for the draft annual plan budget. As noted by Mayor Paula, before the final budget is set in May, staff would be able to carry out some conversations and come back either via Finance Committee if Council wished to have a more fulsome discussion, or to the annual plan to update.
Okay, so this will come back to us with a further update, and we'll have a better understanding at that point where valuations are sitting, because my understanding from Dan was that this will rely a lot on professional valuations of the land. And
can I just add to that, Sarah, Chris here, like my view, if council decides on some funding, it'll be a delegation issue. So if it's under $3 million, it'll be the CEO's delegation just to complete the transaction. It would only come back to council if the funding wasn't sufficient that you allocated for us. So if you allocate to Councillor Dave's dollars and we did the negotiation and it was higher than that, we would have to come back to council. But if it was under that, it would just be a CE delegation to execute. And I think I'm not sure that I think we're Maria Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're still trying to estimate the market price for the land. And one thing I do know is that land is just escalating every day. So way beyond the inflation rates we're looking at. So land is really, really difficult just to judge the market price at the moment. So there is a risk around this, I think, and a likelihood of coming back to council, but I think there would be a good outcome to come back. But if you set an envelope and we're fit within that, CEO delegation can prevail.
Okay, understood, Chris. I think just if we have an update before signing off on that would be a useful step. Thanks.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, so please be patient with me. I don't have the vast intellect around the table that's been displayed, but this process, I'm shaking my head massively, but okay, so just so we've got it, either finance or the community committee, the councillors will be able to sign off on what we're getting for the money we've allocated. And if in fact there was an extra bit of land that we felt was important, that we have an opportunity to make some financial adjustments. Is that correct? This is not the final path today. What Dave has said is this is the negotiating envelope, and it's bizarre this is all happening in public in terms of anyway, that's another story. So is that our understanding, that if suddenly we feel that for the sake of X extra hectares there's an X price, we get an opportunity to have a look at that again?
Yes, Councillor Gallagher.
Well, hang on, Chris has just said if it's within,
well, yeah, that's
1.5, it's no.
Yep, but if it turns out, Councillor Gallagher, that that we get the 6,000 for the price that Councillor Dave is resolving, it would be no need to come back to councillor. If there to council. If there is a problem with that, it would need to come back to council because the funding wouldn't be sufficient. So I think there's a strong likelihood that it would come back to council, but I don't want to prejudge that outcome.
And just to add to that, sorry, Chris, is that there's no reason why we couldn't provide an update if the favourable outcome was achieved through an executive update or other means to say that has been achieved.
Okay.
Yes. So basically, in essence, this council has an opportunity to know. Yeah, exactly. If it suddenly, on your professional advice, Maria, we need to do X to close a deal that gives us a total envelope, you'll come back to us and then council can say yes or no.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. So there will be visuality throughout the process.
Yes, like I say, we can provide updates if this is tracking favourable, that it's tracking favourable and we're proceeding under CE delegation. If it's not tracking favourably and there are some other options to consider, then we would bring those back.
So you're crystal clear that I think what the majority of elected members want to achieve, it's just what this motion is doing is it's giving you an envelope at this point to achieve that. If you don't think you can achieve certain outcome, then you'll obviously be relating back to us, right? Thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
No, that's correct. And as we say, there's a number of ways that can be achieved. So thank you for that, Martin. Let's get, we've seen do we need to have the recommendation up just so you're all clear of it? And then we'll go to debate. Okay, so we're taking the amendment off. Okay, so that's what it is. So now we'll go back to the main screen of faces, please. Thank you, Carmen. And so we'll now go into debate, and we have the move which Councillor McPherson. Oh, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, sorry. Right.
Thanks, Paula. Look, I think there's probably universal agreement that we want as much green space for our new neighbourhoods as possible. And the bigger the park we can get here, the better, within the confines of finances. Now, staff have come to us also seeking an envelope. It's not just the motion. The motion, however, the envelope within that is 1.5 million. The staff initial envelope proposed to us was 1.87 million, and the same process would apply if if either envelope was under threat. The reason I've proposed the 1.5 million, as I said before, it's based on the original 5,000 square metres envisaged for the neighbourhood park times the maximum current assessed market value per square metre of $300. So I'm taking staff advice on that figure there. Of course, we're hoping that we can get more than 5,000 square metres, but as Chris said, that's somewhat risky sort of hope, I suppose, given the current market prices. But look, we have to, in the annual plan, have some financial rigour here, and to have that open-ended would be an impossible situation for our budget, I'd suggest. The other thing, and Dan was very honest when he said, look, it's a huge green space area already in Peacock catchment, as well as the parks, these type of parks we're talking about, the formed parks. The gully system is very large, and it's larger, I might add, than was originally envisaged when we did our first structure plan because of better environmental considerations. So it's not like the residents of Peacock or Hamilton generally are going to suffer a lack of green space in that area. And when I talk about green space, I'm talking about all the non-built space, the riverbank, the gully areas, the playing parks, the school grounds, etc. There is a lot in Peacock, more, I suggest, than probably anywhere else in the city. So I don't think we're selling them short, but I do think we need to put some financial constraints on this. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this compromise seems to be the word of the day from this annual plan so far, but this isn't a criticism of staff, but this kind of feels like an old style method of acquiring land and parks. In the 3 years since we've done the HIF, the land value's gone up by double, and yet we don't have any protections in our, in our agreements that council holds the original rural land prices. And so I really hope this type of iteration is phasing out now as we start nailing our HUGs and identifying the bar that the developers need to contribute, at a fair price, e.g. the rural land that they have, not taking council for the full retail. It's nonsensical. So I'll really be looking forward to seeing a lot more of this come out in terms of value capture at the HUGs work we're doing, because we've got a lot of land going to be coming into the city in the next 20 or 30 years, but we can't keep iterating price agreements. So I look forward to seeing some fresh thinking in that space.
Councillor Wilson.
Can I get a go some stage? I've had my hand up for a while too, but I can wait just in case you haven't seen me. Hi, chopped liver over here.
I know.
Happy to go after the chopped liver.
Mark, it is a logistical where you are on the screen.
Understand.
So
it's all right. Can we go back to alphabetical, please? Thanks, you. And very, very briefly, I just want to speak. I want to thank my learned colleagues for their work around this and around value. I take on board Ryan and Dave's point, as well as Martin's yielding as well, as we sort of all came around to what was going on. I just want us to keep reimagining what green space means to us. One of the most pertinent points that I heard during this discussion was the fact that there is a lot of green space out there, and now it's just an idea, or it's just the drive for us now has got to be to maximize that green space for public use. No longer do we, we've got to get out of this big modular playground that is where the children shall play. This is where the people shall kick a ball, etc. It needs to be more integrated. So I'm really happy to see how this has gone, but I just want to challenge staff to keep thinking. Let's put small play areas in gullies all over the place, because people love this city. Ironically, I think I saw someone online say our best natural amenity in Hamilton is all subterranean, strangely enough. So I'm excited about this, but I just challenge staff to keep reimagining. We don't have to have large, flat fields as green space. It is all green space, and let's merge it up as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mayor Paula. If anybody was watching this last half an hour or 45 minutes, I think they would rightly so be a little unsettled by this whole issue. We've heard staff acknowledge they made a mistake in the LTP. We heard that there's been a delay in acknowledging that mistake. We've then discussed commercial elements in the public to try to land on a deal. We've shown total lack of the premise of value uplift in our strategic thinking, which is the Councillor Ryan's point. And here we are, we have no money left to pay for this, despite this being a core subject of what we in local government should be doing, because we spent money on other things that we probably shouldn't be doing. And so we're going to have to borrow money to be able to do this critical work. Unfortunately, I can't support it because the coffers are empty, and I will not continue to support this mantra of borrow, borrow, borrow.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm reluctantly going to support this. I share much of Councillor Ewan's concerns over this. And his comments about the last half hour of discussion. If we look at yesterday with the comet and meteor route, it seems like we dropped the ball there too and didn't get our applications in early enough. And I'm just have this real concern that we're not up to spec in terms of our game, and that is a combination of us and staff. I do support Councillor Ryan around making sure that we get some land values in place when we do either the PDAs or the resource consent. We talk often about value uplift, and I'm beginning to think that is either a dream or a joke. We need to know how to do this, and that's not only what we say as governors, but it's a matter of sitting down with staff and trying to find a way that we can capitalise. And when I call it value uplift, it really isn't a great win for us. It really is establishing what the value of that land is at the time that we give the developer the tick to go ahead and do the development. So it's not a win for us, but it is a significant saving which can be passed on to our onto our ratepayers in terms of capital costs. So look, I'm very close to joining Councillor Ewan, but only just will I do this on the basis that we have a compromise here of setting a limit rather than just firing ahead and putting almost another $1 million into this piece of land. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, yeah, I do want to support some earlier comments around value capture. It does feel like it's a conversation that we've been having for, this whole council term almost, and we haven't quite nailed it. So I really am keen through HUGs, through the Metro Spatial Plan, through other work, that we really do nail this quite soon, because it does feel crazy that we are paying, current market valuation for this land for a public park, and while we, have known that this kind of development is going to occur at some point. So very keen to see that happen. In terms of the motion, I'm supporting it at this stage because I do think that it allows us, it doesn't cap us at the 5,000 square metres. It allows us to at least see if we can go beyond that. I do think that, when you've got medium to high density living in a new area, we are going to need a mixture of green space. And I appreciate the wonderful enthusiasm for the gullies, and I agree that they're great spaces for people and great green spaces. And around 20% of Peacock is going to be protected natural areas. But I do also caution that some of these gullies are incredibly steep and deep in Peacock, and we heard about that when we're talking about bikes on pipes. And so there's issues around accessibility, but also the cost of actually creating access ways. That has its own cost. Creating access ways through gullies has its own cost as well. And depending on the terrain, that may potentially be expensive. So we have to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. I'll obviously, basically stating the obvious, Ewan and Rob and others, the process here is less than ideal. I really would ask that there be strong consideration, because some of this should frankly have been in confidential in terms of the negotiation phase. Two things keep me awake at night. One, Mike Minogue, bear with me, created a land bank. We didn't pursue that years ago, or a council didn't pursue that. I think Ryan's on the button and others in terms of what is our process moving forward. This is much more than just a financial discussion at a budget. This is about what you want future generations to enjoy. And I appreciate Mac talking about the Hayes Paddock area, which was created in the 1930s, as I understand it, with the visionary State House development by the first Labor government there. We're still enjoying that generations and generations later on. So I think all I'm saying is, please, can we just review the process by which we do it? Agree with Ewan's points in that sense, and just make sure that whatever we end up with is appropriately visionary for future generations. And this is a compromise which I will be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten, you're next.
Look, thank you. Look, I see this as being real core business for council, and our community's got a right to expect that there will be recreation and park spaces in their neighbourhoods. And I think that principle is particularly important as we have now moved into a higher density environment, and that neighbourhoods are much more intensified. In fact, our own standards point us to those principles as well, and they're there to help to guide these decisions today. And we've seen that in the past, that in other parts of our city, the consequences of when we don't get that right. And look, I can understand that in the real world, though, there are variations that we have to take into account. And, you know, Dan and Maria have helped to identify some of those in the size and best shape of the park, and those trees that are worth protecting. And you know, I don't know about you guys, but I hear from people in our community when they notice the trees are disappearing, and I think that that's something that we have to keep front of mind and value along with our community. The other thing, of course, that we don't have control over is the increase in the value of land. And that's unfortunate, but to retrospectively put across principles that are more relevant today is pretty unwise. And I can accept that there are future measures to address that value capture, but that in this instance it's impossible to go back. So I will be supporting Councillor McPherson's motion. I think it presents the best option. Kia ora.
Thank you. Cash, Councillor Cash.
Thank you. I feel like we don't have much of a choice with this one, which is quite frustrating. We all want the green space, the play areas. We want it to be secured, for those future residents. So it is a bit of a, I'm not happy to support this. I mean, we knew that this development was coming for decades. We had a valuation report that said, $150 to $175 per square meter, at which point we did not secure a contract. And now we're paying double the price per square meter at up to $300 per square meter. And I feel like, we failed at some point in the system. We failed our residents. And like most of you have said, there's got to be a better way to do this. We just shut ourselves in the foot, and the residents have to pick up the bill.
Thank you, Kesh. Councillor Van Oosten, you've already had your question answered. So, yeah, thank you. Just a few comments from myself. I don't see anybody else at this point in time. I agree with the comments of some of my previous colleagues around value capture, remembering that the developers and the development community get some benefit from every improvement that we do as well. I think there's a lot of power in making sure we have development agreements up front, right at the front of the project, sorted, because we all knew, and it's no surprise to anyone whatsoever, that land prices keep going up. I just want to make a more broad comment with the, this is where pressures come to bear, because with National Policy Statement Urban Development, we are going to see more density everywhere, not just in the new, shiny new subdivisions. We're going to see it popping up all over town. And, that is going to put pressure on parks and local neighbourhood parks and spaces, some of which, of course, are quite old and quite far away from some of the housing areas that are now being built. So that's something we really do need to keep in mind. Having said that, I reluctantly support this. I'm not going to go on about any of the areas that were previously made. The staff currently in the conversation aren't responsible for that. The challenge, of course, is to the CE to sort this out so that we have less of these nasty surprises going forward. Peacock was planned to be one of our high quality communities because we're starting from scratch, because we can build something fabulous from scratch and do it right. And we, in a high quality community, we do need green space. We do need playable space, taking on board the suggestion that Mark has made, which is not everything has to be a rectangle of green space in the middle of houses. It can be other kinds of area. So we do need to provide for that. We do need to think creatively. It's just an unfortunate thing because Ewan's absolutely right. We had enough on our plate already. We had enough additional requests, some of which were approved yesterday and some which might be approved today, in the face of extreme rising of costs and hardship on the community plus inflation. So all of this is just another little pick at the scab. So it's not ideal at all. Write a reply, Dave?
Yes, thanks. There are a couple of comments I'd like to make. Thank you, Paula. Look, I'm sort of coming from where Kesh has actually talked about. In reality, I'm not happy to propose this, let alone support it. But in the circumstances, I think it's the best outcome, even though I absolutely acknowledge it's a compromise. For me, it's not just about value capture early in the strategic planning process. Certainly we should be doing that, and we're not really. We're good at talking about it. I don't see much evidence we've actually done it yet, except when you look at Wairere Drive, which was actually captured value-wise back in the 1960s. That's about the only time this council that I can recall has really done that well, and now we haven't had to pay very much at all for that particular thing, and it was a road. Look, but I'm talking about our own internal management processes. What is happening when we gave a budget 9 months ago? The rate of we're probably in that 9 months added, my guess, $200,000 plus to the cost of this land just in market movements in that 9 months alone. Why wasn't, if we were just doing the traditional way, why didn't staff go out and purchase the land, negotiate that in July last year and save us $200,000 in this sort of agony that we've got going on at the moment? Someone mentioned during the debate, I can't remember who it was, it may have been Rob, talked about the same problem with the Comet. We had expected things to be done a long time ago and nothing happened, so it was too late to put in an application to NZTA. That really isn't good enough, so I'm asking the senior leadership team under Lance to actually address that sort of issue. And this is particularly pertinent to construction and land costs, which are escalating significantly. And if we don't act nimbly and quickly in that area, we're going to have a whole lot more little disasters like this, which will add up. Some people have commented on that we shouldn't be paying, Ewan for one, and he's been entirely consistent opposing everything. If we hadn't given any extra money in this area, which this motion proposed, we'd only be getting about 2,900 square metres worth of park here, which clearly is big enough for the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Let's go to the vote, please. Arrows or ticks, crosses or ticks.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson is dissenting.
Thank you, everyone. Where are we up to? We've done some of these. Are we at Comet and Meteor PT route?
What page? Thanks, Paula.
Julie's going to tell us, but I was just thinking it might be a 10-minute stretch because I suspect that one might possibly not be a short conversation either, although hopefully it will.
I was going to suggest, Mayor Paula, that we could actually maybe do resolutions 10 through to 13 and then come back and do the comment Meteor one. I understand staff are just about ready to send information out to elected members, so that will give elected members a chance to see that before we start discussing it.
Councillors, how do you feel? Do you want to go try to get through another one before we have a stand-up break, or just take a 5-10 minute stretch now, grab yourself a fresh tea, come back? Fresh cup of tea, I think.
Fresh cup of tea. It'd be lovely.
Right.
Lovely.
We can turn down a cup of tea.
So that's 11. We'll be back, okay?
Great.
Right. Who's eating something delicious? That's what I want to know. How are we going? Thanks, Julie.
PM's about to make her announcement.
Yes.
That'll be interesting.
It will be. It's a conversation we've known is coming and we've got to have. Certainly making the people wait for it. So let's see what's said. Which one are we on? Did you say, Julie? Road to the no. Which a page
Sorry,
behind.
the strategic water line. So resolution 10.
Yeah. Thanks, got it. I was on a page 2, a page behind. Oops. 222. Oh, sticky mouse. Oh gosh. 1 second.
Loving the timer, Amy. Looking good.
Hey, Paula, have we got tomorrow booked in for the meeting as well?
We've locked off up until June, Dave.
Oh, good. That's very wise. I can see with this crowd.
One assumes you include yourself in that, McPherson.
Of course.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, Dr. No.
You're not often associated with brevity.
Your speeches are very short, or need only be very short, and just say no every time.
I'm trying to provide some sort of educational opportunity for you, Dave. So I keep trying to explain the lay of the land.
I thought.
Right, you are, people. We are being taped and online. Apologies for that. I just realised I've still got my car on the charger, and I'll probably have a ticket. So I had to run someone down to do that. And if I've got a ticket, I deserve it. But anyway, right. Julie sent you details of what we are at. It's the
strategic water line, resolution F10.
Okay, Dave. Who's
Chris?
So, yep, councillors, I'll pick this one. If I may, there's a commonality between 10 and 11, so I'll sort of talk to both of them. So councillors will recall that we spoke about these in the briefing leading up to this meeting. So these are the 2 of about 5 infrastructure projects that were left unfunded in the LTP. So in the development of the LTP, these 2 projects were the 5 were actually an oversight by me, just in dealing with many individual infrastructure projects and looking to optimise our program. So I recognise this oversight about the time we finalised the LTP and decided that we'll just monitor the situation and see how important the 5 were. So these 2, just given the pace of development, are proving to be quite important infrastructure projects just to keep pace with growth and levels of service. And they both relate to our ability to supply an adequate level of service for water. Just noting that both of the projects are largely developer contribution funded or will be. So then if I just go to the individual ones, the Hamilton South project number 10, that speaks to all of our growth in the Melville area, the brownfield, some greenfield areas around the fringes of Peacocks, but also the industrial section all around Gallagher's Drive and growth in that area there. So the Phuketi pump station upgrade, that refers to the area around intensification around the Tarapa area and some of the Roke Kauri industrial areas. So with that explanation, I'm just happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Chris, I've known you for quite a while, and I find it hard to understand that that you have missed those when it came into the LTP. Could you explain that to me more?
Yeah, look, if you go back to the context of the LTP, we were charged with really optimising our program. So across the three borders we're dealing with, many small component projects that are important. So we're making judgments all of the time about growth and the pace of growth and which ones are important and which ones we should proceed with. So there's a lot of large projects like upgrading treatment plants, but there's lots of programs of smaller projects as well and upgrading our network just to deal with the dynamic process of growth. So we make judgments all of the time about pace and which ones to put in. So there were 5 projects that in hindsight should have been in the funded list, but they stayed in the unfunded list. So it's just in the context of the many projects we were looking at. I think these ones are proving to be problematic. My team's judgment that deals with the development is, that the levels of service and the pressures are starting to get quite low. There's quite a long lead time, or 2 years, for these projects. So if we don't start now and fix them, we will have level of service problems for existing development.
So Chris, it's nearly $3 million worth. So it wasn't simply part of a modus operandi to reduce spend in the LTP and bring this to us the subsequent year or the year after.
No, look, they're clearly not that's not the intent. Like an LTP or every 3 years is the opportunity to really look at our program and the growth and what's actually happening. Like we're trying to forecast growth and where it happens all of the time and making decisions on projects. So no, it wasn't. If that was the suggestion, a deliberate attempt to try and sneak them through in a different process, that is definitely not the case.
Okay, my final question. We've had significant inflationary pressures. Thankfully, over the last couple of weeks, we've woken up to that. How confident are you now, Chris, having discovered the importance of these, having decided they need to be reprioritized? How good are your figures?
The figures are as good as the rest of our figures. Like we are all of the time we're making estimates based on the information we've got. So there is a component in these prices of designing the solution. So there's always risks that we haven't captured the cost correctly, but that's no different than any budget that we put up in the 10-year plan. Like we've had this discussion before that most of our budgets that we put in are what we call 50% estimates, which are our best guess of the cost, but they could go up and they could go down. But so these two are no different than any other project that we put in the 10-year plan.
So these weren't funded, they were totally unfunded, they weren't funded over outer years. Is that what you're saying?
No, yes. So these were put in the unfunded list and stayed in the unfunded. So they're not in the 10-year plan. So I'm not putting a proposition to bring these ones forward. I'm introducing these again because they were left out.
Thank you. I think it's your turn, Rob.
Oh yeah, I'll start without waiting to be asked.
Apologies. Sorry, I did say it. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. I was being courteous.
Thank you.
Chris, because these amounts are not in the long-term plan, I assume that we're currently not able to include them in the DC calculation.
They will find their way into the DC schedule of assets, probably in the next variation of that. So that, in terms of the whole portfolio of projects that we have in DCs, it's not unusual in terms of reconciliation every time we do a schedule of assets update. So they will be in there and pick up contributions from a large number of developers. So it's just a timing issue.
But my question was, because they are unfunded and not in the LTP, they're not currently.
They're not collecting DCs.
They're not collecting DCs. Okay. So once they go
Correct,
into
correct.
Assuming these get passed today and they end up in the annual plan, do we start charging DCs from the 1st of July, do we, on these projects?
Yeah, I think my first answer, I was trying to address that issue, was I think there'll be a 1 year lag before they find their way in.
Okay. And given the growth that you said is happening out there, that presumably is sweating the assets that we've already got there, how quickly do you think we will recover that investment? Or is that a difficult question, given that it could be 20 years before all the sections are developed and it's all recouped?
I think that's a difficult question in the context of DC. So the DCs is recovering cost over a great period of time, and there's multiple projects that drive DCs. So I think it's for me, it's a really hard question to answer. Greg might be able to give a more precise answer, but I'm not sure he could.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry if I put that question on you. The last question is, have you got other areas around the city where, this kind of thing might pop up over the next 12 months or indeed into the next annual plan that perhaps we should be considering sooner rather than later?
So look, we are pushing our infrastructure capacities to the limit and have been for quite some time. So this is our judgment at the moment of where the hot spots are. So when we come to the next annual plan, maybe there's some more. I don't expect there will be more, but we are sweating or pushing our infrastructure to the limits at the moment all over the city.
So that you've got no immediate concern that there's another one of these that might that potentially is keeping you or your team awake at night with the worry that we might have an event that might arise because we haven't got the capacity there.
And intensification keeps me awake at night regardless. But I think we've got a good funded program for the next couple of years. There's some really good projects that council have funded to keep ahead of the growth curve in the 3-year period. Like, we got massive investments in our treatment plants and wastewater storage that we're pursuing with vigour. So we've got some really good projects that we are funded and doing at the moment to help keep ahead of the growth curve. This is a bit of nuancing, I think, around just some of the hot spots and where we've seen that we're starting to get real problems, and if we don't react now, in 2 years' time, they could be quite significant.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Can you tell me, I mean, we've heard a lot about the limits that contractors are facing in terms of supplies and capacity. So I get the urgency of this proposal, but how will that fit into the work program for the next year? Or can it fit?
Yeah, look, these definitely have to fit. So your question is probably starting to touch on the deferral topic and the discussion we've already had. So what we've articulated in the report to you is we've identified 19.6 million of deferrals at this point in time. But when we come back in May, we would have done some more work to identify the refinement of that capital program for 22-23. So we try very hard to put forward a program that is deliverable. There was some good discussion about some of the reasons why projects get deferred, and sometimes they're outside our control. There's a lot that's in our control in terms of resourcing in the market. So it is a difficult market conditions coming into the next year. But for these two particular projects, they are pretty significant and important. So the resourcing is sort of planning is underway now of how we implement these two.
And does that mean that these two would take, well, because of its urgency, I assume that's why it's in front of us. Does that mean that it would take priority over other capital projects that may have been scheduled to happen next year?
I don't think so. Definitely not outside the water business. So the resourcing required to drive these is different than the resourcing required for transport or community or central city. So this will be a juggle up within our water business or a resourcing up within the water business to do these ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Angela O'Leary is prepared to move this. Are there any more questions? Okay, can we put it's the one in the agenda. So Angela, you're the mover. Have we got a seconder, please? Okay, I'll second it.
Ryan had his hand up, but it doesn't matter.
Did he? Oh, Councillor Ryan seconds it. I can only see the top.
Am I chopped liver?
No, you were an inch of head and no more. You were just this big.
And my voice is deeper than that, Ryan.
Okay. It's nice now I can see your smiling face, Councillor Ryan.
Mayor Paula, I just wanted to clarify, did councillors want to move both resolutions F10 and F11, since Chris has answered questions to both of those and considered them at the same time?
No, sorry, Your Worship, no, procedurally. I really strongly am requesting each item by each item.
That we can take it by the vote, but we've had the discussion on on both of them together because that was agreed at the beginning. So is that okay? We'll move them separately if you wish. Councillor Wilson, is he frozen? Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm frozen.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. I'm just disagreeing with you.
That's all right. That screen seemed to. Thank you. The screen seemed to disappear. Okay. I'm still frozen. What's going on?
You're not frozen. Nothing. No one's frozen.
No,
you guys are all frozen to me. You're all frozen to me. It keeps coming up with the bane of my life on the 9th floor, unstable internet. Okay, Councillor O'Leary, you've moved. We'll go for the first one.
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any debate, please?
Look, this is critical infrastructure decision. No need to debate further than that.
Okay, thank you. No one to debate. Councillor Thunderton.
Yeah, just briefly, look, with all due respect to all the staff and everything, the fact that this jumped from an unfunded project to a suddenly urgent project does actually make a mockery of our planning process more than of staff processes, and it just shows how inappropriate a 10-year plan can be in such a fast growing city when something can leap from doesn't even need to be funded in those 10 years to suddenly is the most important thing in the world. And I do shudder when Kesh asked her question about what's going to drop off the bottom, and we're sure that nothing is going to drop off the bottom because we'll just make it happen. I mean, I don't know the answer to that yet, but it does make me wonder whether 10-year plans and annual plans are actually doing what they are meant to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson refers to me as Dr. No. On this occasion, I'm actually going to support it because it is core infrastructure. But please do not interpret my support of this as anything as support of the fact that I am incredibly frustrated and angry by this entire process, and that I think it is unbelievable to suggest that suddenly this series of projects have deemed to be so urgent that we've got to push it through now, and that they were not on the radar less than a year ago when we were putting our LTP. And not only were they not on the radar, they weren't on the 10-year radar, and now suddenly they are. And it's not skipped me that the fact that for the last year we haven't been able to do the projects we said that were important, that we have rated for, and we still can't deliver them. So I am not at all convinced that staff will be able to actually deliver this. But if it is so crucial, and I have to take it on face value, I will support it. But I'm left with the dilemma that we all have. How do we pay for it? Oh yeah, no, I've got the answer to that. We'll just borrow. We'll borrow, and we'll delay the balancing of our books, and we'll borrow more.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As has already been said, this is essential core infrastructure. I too see limitations around the way that we report our plans and the budgeting that we do, but just a little different to, I see these two projects a little differently than Councillor Wilson. They were in the long-term plan, but they were unfunded. So quite clearly, when compared with some of the other projects that we've been considering yesterday, and we will consider later today, we will be considering projects that weren't even there to start with. And that really concerns me. I think the 10-year plan is the place where we should be considering what needs to be done. And the annual plan, if it has got any significance, should only really be considering matters that are already in the 10-year plan, either funded or unfunded. And that's what an annual plan is all about, being able to tweak because of changes that have occurred during the 12-month period, changes that might be necessary because of unexpected growth in a particular area or whatever the specific reason is. So I'm quite comfortable that there's good reasons to support this. I know that we're going to borrow, and I know that that borrowing will bring interest in sooner than what it would have been had this come into the new long-term plan that the council will do in a couple of years' time. But it is essential, and I will go with supporting both these motions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure why it's happening, but everyone else but the speaker is frozen for me, Carmen. So I didn't see your timer or anything. So you know, we'll try and sort that IT glitch out because you're all frozen with various facial expressions. Okay, so we've had a mover, we've had a seconder, it's been debated. We'll go to the tick, please.
Is this each, Mayor Paula, is this each separate one, is it? Each separate motion?
Yeah, just the first one.
Yeah.
So to confirm, this is the strategic water line vote.
Yes. Yes.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, and now we're on to the Phuketi Reservoir pump station. Does anybody want to debate this? No, actually your screens are still frozen, so I don't know. Carmen, is there any debate?
No debate.
Paula,
no.
I'll move this one.
Yeah, I took it as you having moved both.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this one? Being none, let's go to the vote. Can someone, Carmen, is there anyone available to help me with IT? Why you guys are all frozen? Literally, it's really
Yeah.
hard talking to a screen that's
Well, I
not
think if you rub the sides of your screen rapidly for about a minute, that'll work. Give it a try.
You'd
Just
like to
really
see me
quick.
try that, wouldn't you? Yeah.
The Phuketi Reservoir item has been carried unanimously.
I wish I could take some photos or screenshots of you guys right now. So everyone is frozen. Dave's laughing heartily. Ewan's still frozen in the position he was for ages ago. Crazy. So Carmen, need some IT help, please.
I hope you got my best side, Mayor Paula.
No, I'm sorry. Wouldn't describe this one as your best side right now, but hopefully it'll be moving on shortly.
Mayor Paula,
And
I
Dave,
think if you can hear me, I think it's because everyone's streaming the stuff announcement today about the COVID scenario from the Prime Minister. So all that streaming will be impacting the network.
so they're doing it from home, you mean?
No. I'm saying even in the building. Everyone's.
Was it about 6 more people?
My plea is to people on this call to not do that, so we can focus on this one thing, and then we'll catch up with the announcement in due course. I haven't been able to listen to it, but okay.
I can share some key points if you like.
I think we'll do that before our break, but Maxine's been texting a few things like that. But now we just need to plow on, or we'll never get through this day either. Bikes on pipes.
Mayor Paula, just before we introduce this, and I'm sure Andrew will be the person I think speaking to this, or Chris, just so that elected members are aware, the resolution that is in front of you does not affect our annual plan year. However, it is for 23-24, and as we've been discussing, we want to make sure that you're aware of those so you understand the impact on your financial strategy. Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you, Julie. Look, and if it's any consolation, I too am suffering from the same internet freezing issues. So I think my screen looks very similar to the mayor's. I can see a few people moving, but most are frozen. So I hope you can hear me. This item, bikes on pipes, this is really about an opportunity. So it's an opportunity to upgrade 2 funded wastewater pipe bridges in the Peacock area and construct them as walking, cycling bridges. And we've put a map into the agenda pack on page 238, which is worth having a quick look at. If I just pause to allow people to catch up to that. I'm assuming people can hear me because my screen is mostly frozen.
Yeah, I know, it's weird, isn't it, Andrew? You kind of feel like you're talking to no one, or they may not be listening, but they're all there, I understand.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, Andrew.
Okay, well, Mayor Paul is the only frame that's moving in the building for me. So if I look at the map on the left-hand side of the image, the dotted red line is the alignment opportunity for the bikes on pipes. The 2 slightly longer red dashes in the middle are the 2 bridge structures that would be widened from a small wastewater pipe bridge to 2 walking cycling bridges. And then the dotted red lines that extend from that would connect to the existing networks. I've tried to reflect the existing networks that are in place as it today in solid heavy blue lines. And then the networks that are either funded or contracted for construction are the dotted blue lines. So it just gives you a sense of how the opportunity would sit within the broader network that's been created in Peacock already and how it connects to the balance of the city. The image on the right is an extract straight out of the micromobility business case.
Andrew, whereabouts, what page are we looking at?
Oh, sorry, 238.
Thank you.
So the image on the right is just reflecting the opportunity, but on the micromobility business case, strategic networks, just so you can see it in the context of the whole network. So this proposal would simply leverage existing HIF-funded wastewater infrastructure monies that we already have to spend, and the idea would be to create a higher amenity walking and cycling connection in and around Peacock and out into the existing city. It's simply an opportunity for council. It's been discussed in various formats through 2020 and up until present day. But I guess from my perspective, there's a couple of key points I really want to draw to councillors' attention. So the first is timing's everything. If councillors want to take this opportunity, we really need a decision now as part of the annual plan process, even though the money's in the year after the annual plan, because we need to tie it into the contractual commitments on the wastewater bridges. The other point to note is Nzta subsidy. So we've tested Nzta, and their advice to us is that the walking and cycling activity class is fully subscribed. So we'll continue to explore subsidy opportunities if council wish to proceed with this item, but my advice is subsidy is unlikely and there's just no guarantees around subsidy. So look, I've also got Martin Parks available for questions around the broader micromobility business case if needed, but I'm just happy to pause there and take questions.
Okay, thank you everyone. There is some questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Andrew, thank you for your report. I must confess I'm a little confused. I had always understood and been told that the bridge and the associated construction was going to be pedestrian and cycle friendly. Clearly I've got that wrong.
No, I think might be talking different bridges here. So the main transport access into Peacock, the bridge that's currently under construction, which is not part of this report, is absolutely walking and cycling friendly and very flexible. What we're talking about is an opportunity through the centre of Peacock across the major gully networks to upgrade planned wastewater pipe bridges. So these are relatively small pipes, to upgrade those planned pipe bridges to make them walking, cycling bridges. So it's a new opportunity beyond the decisions council's already made and beyond the main transport bridge that comes into Peacock.
Okay, thank you for that. How long have we been planning for these pipes to exist? And why wouldn't have we, in the initial iteration of our planning, put forward the idea of what you're now putting forward?
Yeah, it has been considered and developed for some time. So council, it's come about simply because of the HIF funding opportunity, which was signed off in the LTP in 2018. Through 2019-20 and the Access Hamilton Task Force that existed at the time, there was quite a lot of exploration of opportunities to get a better outcome. And so one of the directives was to bring back opportunities that might leverage better walking and cycling outcomes. So as we started to investigate the wastewater alignment in very late 2020 and 2021, this opportunity absolutely came to the fore, and we brought it through to several discussions with councillors. And in fact, there was a report on it to the Strategic Growth Committee in September 2021 with a suite of resolutions. And one of the resolutions was to simply progress the development of the opportunity, but to come back for consideration once we have a better understanding of the costs. So we're reaching this point now where we need a decision on whether we're going to proceed, but noting that the funding is not really an annual plan funding decision. The funding would be required for cash flow reasons in the year after the annual plan. Right. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So we're doing it on the basis of an opportunity to leverage HIF, but you're acknowledging that we won't get Waka Kotahi funding at all.
I think that's the most likely scenario, but we would always continue to explore subsidy. I think no subsidies at this point is the most likely scenario, unless local government as a whole, doesn't deliver its full cycling program in the National Land Transport Program, and there could be an opportunity to tap into that outcome. But at the moment, I don't think there is a subsidy opportunity for the project, unfortunately.
Yes, Andrew, that scenario has been raised by staff on multiple projects so far. So on the basis of your experience, would you put your money on Waka Kotahi providing any funding?
Sorry, to be very clear, the answer is no. I would not recommend that you assume subsidy on this project, despite the fact we would continue to seek subsidy.
And my final dumb question, so the HIF, how are we leveraging off the HIF? Is it the fact that the borrowing envelope, we can use that, or is the reality is we still have to borrow and manage the interest payments as OPEX, and it just increases our level of debt?
You still have to borrow. The opportunity for HIF is that we have to build the HIF funded works, which includes a wastewater line. And because of the size and scale of these gullies, we need two, what I would call wastewater pipe bridges. So we have to build those, and they're funded in HIF, and there's no question about that. This opportunity is to upgrade those structures to make them suitable for walking and cycling. So that's the oh, that's lost the number. It's roughly $7.5 million. That's the cost that would fall to council. I guess your question is, what's the lost opportunity if you don't take the walking and cycling opportunity now?
Yes.
And we would have to proceed and build the wastewater pipe bridges. So the lost opportunity is the cost of those structures, and that's sitting in the range of $3.5 to $4 million a piece, simply because of the scale of the gullies we're crossing. They're 90 to 100 metre span bridges. So a no decision today doesn't rule out walking and cycling opportunities in the future, but you'd have to fund them entirely as a standalone thing on their own terms in the future. To make the decision, a positive decision today, would mean we could leverage the money we're already spending on the wastewater component. So that's simply the opportunity. We can flex whichever way council wishes to go on this one.
So are you telling me technically we couldn't go back and put this on retrospectively?
No.
Why?
The scale. So the scale of a bridge to hold a small wastewater pipe up is entirely different to the scale of a bridge needed to support people, just from a risk profile and just physical weight. All the foundation design changes, all the levels change. So we would look to deliver a bridge that's best for walking and cycling, and put some extra twists and turns in the wastewater pipe. So it's quite a radical departure if we wanted to include bikes on these pipes. If we were just stuck with the original proposal, which these are just wastewater bridges, it actually makes our life a lot easier, and it makes these structures a lot simpler. But a retrofit would be impossible in my view.
Thank you.
Oh, well,
Sorry, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Hey, can I just pause here for a second and say, Andrew, I always feel incredibly well informed by your straight answers. So thank you. Your delivery is brilliant as a governor. I don't know about the others, but I'm a big fan of what you're presenting here. It's completely on us, and you've made it. There's nothing hidden. So thank you. So just to be really clear, neither of these bridges, I'm just looking at the map, neither of these bridges would go over the Waikato River. They're just over gullies in the middle of Peacocks, yeah?
Correct, absolutely correct, yes.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at is they both seem to be quite near each other, almost adjoining each other. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. There's quite a comprehensive gully network in Peacock, which unfortunately this graphic doesn't do a very good job of identifying. But there are multiple fingers of gullies, and the minimum is 2 bridges just for wastewater reasons, and that is the opportunity we've got today.
Right, and I see they both seem to be pointing into a roundabout. So can you please sort of paint a picture into my head as how that would kind of look and work?
Yeah, there's on the structure plan. There's an opportunity. It's a transport opportunity. So bear in mind that north-south road is not funded and it's part of Southern Links, but the designation of that road and the structure plan always protected for a connection opportunity. For community reasons, and there's a sports park and the school nearby. So, we're simply, if this proposal proceeds, we would simply look to tie into those structure plan connections and those future road connections, so that it was all aligned, even though we're just going to deliver the walking and cycling component now, and the rest could come in future decades.
Yeah. So that's my next question. So timing wise, it could be quite some time where we have cycle access through that area and no car access or no vehicle access. Is that right?
Absolutely. This opportunity would give you walking and cycling access essentially from the centre of Peacock on an off-road route, following the dotted red line. Either to the new bridge that the council's building to the east, or under the existing bridge, Cobham Drive, and into the CBD or the hospital area. So that would be an off-road through the gully system type cycling network.
Yeah, no, that's exciting. Okay, thanks, Andrew. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you, it's me. Actually, just me, a quick question in here. Andrew, you were talking about not having any subsidies from Nzta. And as you're aware, I've had a few conversations with Wellington looking at, because I'm not very happy about how we have to scrape the barrel of Nzta all of the time when there is, there's just so little in there for a big, fast-growing city like ours. But there are some other opportunities coming up in, I was going to say in the pipeline, bikes on pipes, but no pun intended, in the pipeline around mode shift projects, and a climate adaptation fund is one of the funds that's going to have quite a decent pot of money in it, so I understand. And is there any possibility, because I know that Angela and Sarah have been doing some great work behind the scenes on this, is there any possibility of knowing when we'll have access to the climate adaptation plan fund, and when whether this project would be a good fit?
So there's a bit in that. So yes, I'm aware of the fund. I guess the first comment I would make is this project could potentially be a great ribbon cutting opportunity in the context of a fund like that, I think, for ministers and council potentially. I suspect the fund is a little behind us in terms of the program. But any opportunity for external financial assistance, I think we should absolutely explore. But of course, it's uncertain. And my challenge is we need to know relatively quickly around what we're doing in terms of bikes or pipes. So I think if council was of a view to proceed with this opportunity, I think we would absolutely explore the things you've identified. But they would be bonuses because they're not certain as a financial source right at this moment, unfortunately.
So timing, Andrew, in terms of what I haven't got the recommendation right in front of me at the moment because I'm looking at the attachment. But timing, when in real, you can have certainty, but you're trying to put it in which year?
So
in your plan.
So the screen's jumped around.
Oh,
so we're putting the funding in the year after the annual plan, so in the 23-24 year, but we need to start now as part of these annual plan decisions. So we need to get the resource consents needed for these structures. There's the detailed design and construction drawings to sort out, and we need to be going to tender to make use of the current summer construction season as part of the wastewater project. So we don't need the money right now from a cash flow perspective. What we really need is the decision now, but the money at the end of the job, if that makes sense.
Yes, and the end of the job you're saying is 24, 25?
23, 24, 23, 24.
Okay, so is that when all these pipes are going to be built?
they'll be finished in the 23-24 financial year, and then the operating budget starts in the 24-25 financial year to just simply to operate and maintain the structures like any normal asset around the city.
Thanks. Carmen, can we go back to faces, please? Thank you. Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Pascoe next.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. A couple of questions. A couple of questions on this, Andrew. First one is, you mentioned a number of times HIF funding. Is this 7.5 or 7.4 million? Will that come from the HIF fund rather than from, okay. So,
no, it's not. It was, unfortunately, it was not part of the approved business case or the resulting facility agreement with the Crown. It sits outside that, unfortunately.
Okay. Just in terms of Mayor Paula's comments about this new central government fund, would there be, I mean, obviously you guys know a lot more about it than I do, but would it be sensible to be sending a message now that this is what we want to do, and that we're looking for some funding from this new facility, which hasn't really started yet, but we don't need it for a couple of years, and register that interest so that we have that funding option if it becomes available to us?
It's a very wise suggestion. I would support that approach.
Okay. And if the project if we don't agree today to funding it, when I look at the map on, I've forgotten the page number now, but I've got it on my iPad here. What it effectively is it presents a shortcut, doesn't it, to a micro mobility plan that is already a kind of a master plan that's already been set up for Peacock. So it's not a total loss in terms of the ability for pedestrians and bikes to get themselves around the whole of the subdivision. Is that correct?
In part, yes. I think the shortcut's potentially quite significant, because if you look at the picture on the left, as a walker or a cyclist, you've got to go all the way to the east.
Yeah, no, I realise.
To Amberfield and up and around. And then if I jump to the map, the main map in the middle, you can see a green star where it says Peacock Sports Centre. Yeah. So the walking, cycling, and that's also where the Ministry of Education is looking at schools and things as well. So it would go right past those facilities also.
Okay.
So it's more than just a shortcut. It's going to pass by the main, one of the main community focal points.
Okay. And apart from this fund that Mayor Paula has alluded to, and Waka Kotahi, what other opportunities exist with, we've got a government that's, taking lots and lots of credit at the moment for their micro mobility changes that they're interested in and funding. Are there any other areas where we can get some level of fund, where we can get some options for funding this project?
Potentially, but I've not personally seen anything concrete around these other funding opportunities other than discussion. So I think the trick would be to keep an iron in the fire on every opportunity, no matter what it was.
Yeah. So our commitment today, if we approve this, is that this work will go ahead. The liability will be on council in 23-24, and if there are no funding options, external funding options available, it will add $7.5 million to our debt. Is that the short answer?
Unfortunately, yes, it is, because we would have to commit to designing the walking and cycling bridges now, and then we'd go to market, and if we didn't like the price, we couldn't then pivot to something else because we wouldn't have the consents and the design. And so unfortunately, despite best efforts, it's coming down to a decision now as part of the annual plan.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Andrew, it sounds like most of the cost sits around those two bridges and the opportunity and timing. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So in terms of the immediate and the opportunity for that, could we worst case look at a reduced spend, getting the bridges out of the way, all the stuff that you're saying is impossible to retrofit?
You could definitely do that as in a hybrid. So you could. The risk, of course, is having two bridges to nowhere in the middle of nowhere, but you could subsequently, once you've seen prices in the contract, because the contract will come back to council for award decisions, you could choose to not proceed with connecting those bridges to the existing networks, and that could potentially take $1 to $2 million off the table. But you would still end up with your walking and cycling bridges, but you wouldn't have a network that connected to them, and you could retrofit that network at some point in the future.
So of the 7.5 million, it's about 5 million, which is the bridge component, which is the big stuff.
Yeah, correct.
Also, is there an opportunity with the contracts, the tendering contracts, to actually say up front, to be in our procurement, to be successful in this contract, we're expecting a 10% or 15% contribution, community contribution aspect in the tender, and be up front at the procurement end to leverage some cost savings? Or
well, you would. My view is you would pay for that, because that would be built into the tender price. So if you made that requirement of the contract, then all contractors would then price that in, and then council would pay regardless of what you got for that requirement.
Okay, but then you would drive a much more competitive package, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we always look to try and leverage better community outcomes as part of our projects. If I just gave you, this is a wastewater contract, so I give you a wastewater example. So CB Civil have been building the wastewater line up the eastern side of the city. They've done some pretty fantastic stuff. You might recall in the last year or two, completely rebuilding the Knighton Primary School's playground for them at no cost, with a full fit out. There's been some little bike pump tracks that are planned. So there's a whole lot of things, but I think the trick is not to specify it as a requirement in the contract, because then everyone's going to price it for it, and then council just simply pays for it.
So what would you recommend, sorry, if you don't specify?
I think it would be better to incentivize community outcomes and not require, not be specific on what they are, and not put a price on them, and let's see what people come back with.
Mayor Paula, I wonder, with your indulgence, I'd quite like to just craft something as an amendment that has a focus on getting the bridge infrastructure component done, and with a view to capture some of the creative external partnerships that Andrew talked about. He might be able to craft with me, but we might just need a 5-minute adjournment to work that up. Could I just table that with you?
Yeah, table with me. Angela's asking for something similar on comment. It's a little bit more time to get a few things lined, but we'll carry on with the questions, because I think they're pretty useful advisors to staff as well. Is that all right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Just for clarity, the red dotted line and the two hard red lines are what is being captured in this motion. Is that correct, Andrew?
Correct, yes.
And without this funding, none of that red, which is on the page, would be able to be delivered.
You could always deliver it in the future, but there's an opportunity cost that you lose by not doing it now as part of the wastewater project.
Okay, thank you. And when you talked a little bit earlier about an answer to Councillor Rob's question about the opportunities for funding. There's also the possibility that some of that HIF be moved into a different financing opportunity. Could this work be captured up into that, or is that simply not possible?
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's unfortunate. I don't think Greg's on the call, and he's the expert on IFF. But I'll offer my view, which is any discussion around HIF to IF should ideally be a HIF plus to IF, and the plus meaning the other things in Peacock that are in the LTP that help create that community. So the plus might be this matter we're discussing now. It might be the Northern Sports Park. I think there's a range of things to discuss and consider in the context of a HIF plus moving into an IFF framework. But I'd have to pick that up offline with Greg, and certainly that's been something I've been reflecting on now for some time. I would require government to be open to that discussion, though. So it's not a, it's a two-party discussion.
Acknowledge that, but that it could be part of the funding solution in the longer term after this decision is agreed upon, or however it goes today.
Yes.
Thanks, Andrew. Kia ora, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I'm not quite sure, excuse me, that we're quite in the space for decision making here, because Ryan, you need a bit of time on this one. Angela, as Chair of Infrastructure, where's this sitting with you? So we can.
Without debating, yeah, this is quite a strategically important project, so I'm 100% ready to move, and we'll be able to debate that. But if we are going to break, then yeah, I need time with the General Manager on Comet and Meteor. I just haven't been able to find time to connect with her.
Yes, yeah. So I wasn't going to break because I think we just but so let us, we've got the Comet and Meteor and we've got the Pikes on Bikes. If we set them aside to be the first things after lunch and we get through some of the other stuff, although I did want to get through all the ones that we had been warmed to and then the ones that we weren't separately. Yes,
Mayor
Mark.
Paula, can you give us a rough time you're considering lunch? It's just I emailed you and stuff earlier on. I've got a couple of removable appointments at 1. But
well, originally lunch was set down for 1, so we are at 12.
Maybe this is worth one of our breakout rooms, and Angela and I could talk with Ryan and staff, and just so I can get a head around it, we may be able to work something out.
I think we'll leave it to the side, and we'll come back to it when we've done some other discussions. Then maybe we'll take lunch. It's now 12. Maybe we'll take lunch a tiny bit earlier if necessary. It doesn't matter, does it? And do that work over the lunchtime and then come back. It's the way it is. Is that all right with you, Angela? I know you're ready to move it as it is. And
I am. Yeah, I am. But you know, in the spirit of collegiality, if Ryan needs the time,
you do need the time to put something together, you think?
If I could, and I think, well, my hope is that we might even get a more supportive outcome, and I'd hate to see people just vote against it as it is, Angela. So it might just give you a fallback position, if nothing else.
You haven't heard my debate yet.
Oh, debate's good, I know. Okay, look, let's set it aside. Let's just do Julie. We don't want to defer these forever because councillors, we have to make decisions. But let's go on to the burial lawn one, and then potentially, because that might take a good half hour, maybe, I'm not sure or not. Then we'll regroup and decide whether we go into the not included ones or we take a lunch break at that point. So I'm trying to be as flexible as possible here. Shall we go on to the burial lawn one?
That is on page, the resolution's on page 200. So it's resolution F13 and the detail is on page 225.
And just I have alerted staff to the fact that I would like to move that one, please.
Okay, good morning.
Your worship. Oh my God, I called you your worship. First time in the whole term. You don't
good
like
morning.
that, eh, Mayor Paula?
Yeah, I hate you. I hate worship, to be honest, except for the most very, very formal things.
I'm not doing away with tradition, Paula.
Well, and we can save it for the very formal things, Martin, but yeah.
Your worship, this is a very formal meeting.
Right, so where were we?
I've moved it, and I think Angela was saying she seconded it. Yes? Come on. All right, a little bit of background, please, staff.
Good morning again, everyone. So this proposal responds to some community dissatisfaction over the levels of service that we provide at Hamilton Park Cemetery, in particular around the maple lawn and the 4 other lawns of the same design lawn plots that are currently only edged on request. Murray, you might remember Murray and Ellen, who spoke to this item in public forum a few days ago. The proposal before you provides for a full-time staff member, some materials and an additional mower, which would result in the lawn areas getting regular edging, so 12,500 individual plots being edged at least twice a year. I'll leave it there and open for questions.
Questions, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Thanks, Maria, for this. Yeah, I remember when they spoke at the beginning of this meeting about 4 years ago, and they talked about the idea of potentially raising them up on concrete plinths as well. I'm presuming that's not a part of this proposal.
So staff haven't put this to the annual plan for 2 reasons. One, because in order for us to change the style, we would need those lawn areas to be closed for burial. And the cost, we believe, would run into the millions, which is beyond an annual plan discussion.
Okay. And the other question I had is this recoverable by fees and charges, or is this just just a straight outlay?
We haven't recommended an increase to fees and charges, because our crematorium operation is the thing that offsets most of our maintenance. We now have a competitor in the city, and we believe our fees should be in line with that new competitive market. So increasing them would put us out of whack.
But the fee of being buried in the lawn cemetery, could we?
The fees, again, we have benchmarked across other unrate subsidised cemeteries, and we are in about the mid to high range of burial fees. So an increase to them would have another impact.
So you obviously looked at it. What would it, if you were to increase the fees of being buried in the lawn cemetery, what would it mean in dollar terms? Gone mute, I think.
So mute.
You've self-muted.
Sorry, yes, I have done that calculation. I just need to look it up for you.
Okay.
So,
just enjoying watching Lance's meeting here. So.
Based on our burial numbers, we would have to put up each burial fee by about $330
As a
to recover.
one-off.
No, every burial, every year. So based on our current burial numbers, we would have to increase the current fee by 326.
Okay, and at the moment, what are they? At the moment, people pay what?
At the moment, people pay around 4,000 for a burial. I'll just confirm that.
Okay.
And this is adult burials I'm talking about, not child.
Yeah. No, you're right. The other question is I'm going to ask you is about capacity. How much capacity is there on that lawn at the moment? Anyway.
So that lawn is closed for sales. We're still
okay.
burying, so there's 12,500 plots in there, and we're still burying probably 2 to 3 burials a month. And to confirm that the current adult burial fee plot purchase is $3,705.
Right, so this is push it over the $4,000 mark.
Yep.
Okay.
Remembering that you also pay a digging fee. So once you've purchased your plot, the total cost of burial was about $4,400 for our fees, and then funeral directors on top of that.
Thanks, Maria. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. No further questions. I'm happy to go into the debate. Thank you. This has been an important issue to me for some time. When the public first alerted me to the issue that there was out at the cemetery. I'm familiar with the cemetery. I have relatives out there as well. And one thing I do want to say is that I do think it's the core responsibility of council to look after their cemetery. I do also think it's an ethical matter that we should take care and respect of the dead. And the new part of the cemetery, where it is all on raised concrete berms, looks fantastic. People's gifts, flowers and toys and things that they put upon there stay there, and they can honour and remember their relative in whichever way. The grass plots, however, frequently just, if you've just put freshly flowers, they may well just be mown over depending on the mowing cycle. And many of them are almost indistinguishable between the grass now. I myself go out and trim the stones of my relatives and sometimes paint up the numbers. And so when it came to my attention, other people who don't necessarily have that ability to do that felt that their relatives' graves were being disrespected. It really made me sit up and pay attention. I asked a question at that time of our team, and got the answer, which is when years and years and years ago, when people got those plots, most of them were not informed that the grass was, the intention was to let the grass grow over them. And I just make the point that even, and if that had been a concern to them at the time, they said, no, I don't want a plot where the grass can grow over, I want a different sort of plot. They couldn't have had one because there wasn't any choice. So I think this is the right thing to do. And I would be open to the idea of a service group doing it for fundraising, but I asked that question, it didn't seem possible. But either way, I think it's time to do this and do right by people. Angela, seconding? Oh, she's, no. Not, anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, just very
Angela,
briefly.
you're muted. You're talking, but you're muted.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll wait for Angela.
No, do you want to speak to this one, Angela, or no?
Yeah. No, I have nothing to debate. Support what you just said, Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'd very much support what you said. I also thank the people who have asked us for some action, and I hope they realise that the wheels of council turn very slowly. I remember coming to our committee meeting, and we decided it was more of an annual plan discussion than a discussion we could make right there and then. So I'm hoping for a favourable outcome, and I thank them for their patience. Yeah,
thank you. Okay, no other debate. We will go to the vote. Just in right of reply, let me just say that the people that I want to also thank, those people, Mark's right. They were heart-driven and they came feeling very, very strongly, and I just couldn't disagree with anything that they said. So I would welcome your support on this one, councillors. Angela.
And you need to vote, Ange.
Excellent.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Julie, can we go to another part of the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Paula, we can now move So just to clarify, there are no motions relating to the projects that elected members had indicated there was not support for. These are actually covered, listed in the report on page, sorry, I'm just trying to find the right page here.
230, is it?
Yes, yes. So unless an elected member wants to put up a motion at this point, they will not be included in this discussion.
So we'll do that by exception.
Which ones are they?
Where are they?
They are listed on the agenda. Urban Tree
Strategy.
Page.
230.
Down the bottom, Martin, point 41.
When we're jumping around, Paula, can we please announce the pages each time?
Agree more.
I thought I did,
did.
but yeah, I did. But I agree with you. It's hard to go between the pages and your screen. So is everybody comfortable now that they have them in front of them?
Well, I'm trying to ask questions, but it's cool.
Okay, so we're only going to talk about by exception. Ask a few questions, but we're not going to go one by one through these because we had this discussion in our annual plan workshops. But if there's something you feel strongly about, either ask a question or let us know. Councillor Gallagher.
Well, I think I will state to colleagues that the problem with these so-called workshops where we're told no decisions are made, and then you do an informal round robin and the loudest voices are heard, and then staff take from that there's no support. So I think that's actually a flaw in the process. Otherwise, they should be informal.
With all due respect, we did agree on that, but you are now entitled to raise something if you would like to bring it to consideration.
Well, I mean, sadly, are you allowing me to ask some clarification questions which will determine whether or not I decide to pursue the issues concerned?
Yeah, that's right. So you can ask your questions and signal anything that you have a concern about.
So the War Memorial Museum, that's basically, I've seen your letter to the group. That's basically been put over to the LTP. Is that correct? You know, it's not for this year, but still going to be under active consideration.
Yes, that's right.
Right, fine. The former pit lane part and urban tree strategy, we've recognised some realities there, some further work to be done. I get that. The former pit lane passing red commuter parking, Maria, that in no way will impact on keeping the cars, you know, with the Kote Pacific. And once that's finished, you know how there's a whole lot of that concrete strip there where there are cars currently parked there. That won't necessarily compromise what we're envisaging there in terms of the Greentown Belt and the Kote Pacifica Centre. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, so basically cars can go from there in terms of our green space strategy, but the cars will stay across the road. And okay. Thank you. Just on the pit lane, when are you looking about bringing that back? I realise there was a series of legitimate questions around the money, because in terms of our commuter parking strategy, when would this particular item be coming back to us? I mean, the funding for this year, I get that, but again, I mean, I just want to see that in the context of the commuter parking strategy. Dave may have some follow-up questions.
So I'm happy to attempt to answer that question, Councillor Mountain. So Robin here. I guess at this stage, we will continue working through the parking strategy. The reality is that the COVID situation has reduced the parking demand on street for a while, and it's hard to predict exactly how that's going to bounce back. But my suggestion at this stage is that we will bring it back up through the parking discussions, ongoing parking discussions, and potentially will float up as a discussion item at next year's annual plan process. Okay, thank you. So basically, this will just stay as is, freebie parking without any sort of markings or anything like that. It's a sort of would it be fair to say it's a fairly informal arrangement in terms of the spots are not marked and that kind of thing? Very informal, yes.
Yeah. So, and then we'll review that in a year's time. Okay. But in terms of the West Town Belt strategy around Katoa Pacifica, then that's another question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
Thank you. I have sent through a motion to governance regarding the Collingwood Street branding proposal. I'm not sure when you want to look at that.
Around the street, Collingwood Street one? Okay. All right. Councillors, you can have a quick glance at it, see what Kesh is proposing. And
Page.
It's on the screen. It's screen sheet.
Yeah, no, but the page for the, sorry, the.
Julie, the page for Collingwood Street, please.
We don't have the detail on here because it was one of the ones that was not be considered.
232.
Sorry, 232.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll get to that. Is your question relating to that, Councillor McPherson?
No.
Can I take that
relating
first,
to
Cash?
Martin's points.
Okay, Cash, I'll come back to you on that one if that's okay. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, I didn't get a clear answer on the commuter parking thing. This has been on the agenda for about 4 years now, theoretically, as to what areas, if any, we might choose for parking, for starting to charge and manage commuter parking, and therefore earn some revenue for other modes of transport potentially. And we still haven't got a definitive proposal in front of us. So, you know.
So I can answer that, Councillor Dave.
Well, hang on, I haven't finished yet. So,
yeah, sorry.
I actually believe that not only should the was it western end of that parking pit lane area, passing red area should be there, but the whole lot should be considered, maybe not used. But there's, you know, we've been waiting for this parking strategy sort of thing for yonks, and it seems to me we should just adopt the Nike option for some obvious parts like this. So how to, you know, I'm a bit hacked off that a workshop has claimed, like Martin, to drive this not being included for consideration. I don't mind losing a vote. I don't like not having a vote.
Well, you're entitled to put up a vote. I guess we go by majority. It wasn't a formal vote, but it is listed here. So it hasn't disappeared. It's here. If you would like to put something up, you're welcome. But we had really quite long discussions on this stuff, and it was agreed by show of hands which ones would be included and not. So, but
with respect,
hang on, Martin. But as I've said, quite fairly and squarely, if you have an issue you'd like to bring to the table, please do so now, and we'll provide for the opportunity.
Well, yeah, show of hands votes at they're not even called workshops nowadays. They're called information sessions. I see is not the way we should make any decisions.
Well, that's right, but that's the way we indicatively included them in either
Well,
hang on. We indicatively included them in either the funded or unfunded list. The list is here.
Yeah, well, hang on.
Rights have not been extinguished.
There's a lot of people wanting to jump in before I've even finished and got to my question. I want to know if the 120 capex here is all that's needed to progress commuter parking on the western end of Passing Red, or is there any? Because you know, is there operational costs? What's the consequent revenue? So is there an offset, for instance?
So I can answer a couple of the questions that you had, Councillor Dave. So with regard to commuter parking rollout, the Infrastructure Ops Committee in the August meeting confirmed the locations that we were going to start that work. We had delays with consultation, but we did at the last, traffic and speed limits and road closures panel meeting. We have approved the first of those two commuter parking sites, and they will be coming into effect in May. And we are continuing with trying to roll out the rest of those sites, taking on board the feedback that we've got. For this site, the 120K will enable us to get that up and running. There will be some revenue expected from it, naturally enough. It's in the order of 70 car parks. The exact amount is hard to know at this stage based on all the COVID issues. And I think also the rollout of the other commuter parking, because I think initially there will be probably a push of people from this area to other locations. I don't have the exact income, sorry.
So Robin, you've made, not you personally necessarily, has made an estimation of the revenue from those other car parks, have you not? So you could make an estimation of this, bearing in mind the factors that you've mentioned. So what I mean, you know, yes, it's 120,000 one-off capex. Is there an OPEX consideration, and is there a revenue consideration that is reasonable to make based on staff advice?
I can track that down. I don't have it exactly to hand, but yes.
So, well, thanks, Paula. Thanks, Paula. Look, what I'm keen to do is to actually just have just ballpark figures there, so we know, is the capex able to be offset at all by revenue? Is there an OPEX that can be offset? So to have that, to be able to debate and put up this issue, I need to know that.
Okay, we'll try and see what we can be done over lunchtime.
Thank
Robin?
you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
To the very best of my recall at these informal meetings, there was not a show of hands. I don't recall participating in a vote or it being recorded. I do recall there was general discussion, and obviously I do recall that staff had to interpret, if you like, a flavour of discussion. I will point out to all colleagues, those kind of things get a danger that you have one or two people with the loudest voices. I don't mind.
Have you got an issue that you want to bring up, please? Because we've been over that ground.
Well, my issue is your assumption that these workshops have some greater status when they didn't even involve a show of hands, I think is to a degree flawed. I don't want to pursue this. I've been around a long time, but I do think that's a bit flaky in terms of decision-making processes. That's all.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity. I would do a point of order, but it's pointless with that. There were times when we went around the room, everyone had their say, and we put our hands up to indicate. Not everybody was in the room all the time, because some of it was in Zoom, some people were in Zoom, and it's difficult to manage. But you're right, we did take a flavour. And now is the chance to reinsert something if you feel strongly about it, which Councillor McPherson has just done. So is there anything you would like to do?
No, I have nothing more peppery to add in the broth, Your Worship.
Oh, thank you, that's good. Okay, so Councillor McPherson has initiated some inquiry into pit lane, passing red commuter parking. Everything else has not been raised for further consideration. So we're going to assume that when we come back from a lunch break, which I'm going to take now,
sorry, Mayor Paula, Kish did put the proposal up for Collingwood.
Yes,
Collingwood.
apologies.
Right.
We do also have one for Kent Street car parking and the adjacent green space. So we do have those currently from elected members.
Okay. Is
I'm
that all
happy
in
to
the
show those both.
It's in the chat, is it? I know. So sorry, Kesh, I missed your one there. So do we want to do those then, have a break? Put up Kesh's motion.
Should be fairly quick. Mine will be.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's great. So as you can see there, I will ask, not in debate, Kesh, but if you could just explain the intent of your Collingwood street branding, what you're trying to achieve here. And then if staff need to add anything, we'll ask them as well.
Thank you. We've talked about this very briefly before, and the proposal has been refined And so it's not the 250K that was initially proposed, but it's actually 30K, just to continue the work and carry on with the next step of scoping, detailing, and feasibility.
Okay, thank you. Staff, anything you want to add to that? Any related staff? No, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, so we're in debate. Councillor Matt Van Oosten. Was that a question or debate?
It's a question.
Okay.
Yesterday we had a discussion about Worley Place, and staff acknowledged that there was the opportunity to integrate that planning and consideration along with the funding already approved for Alexandra Street. Might this also be an opportunity to bring in Collingwood and this proposal through that already approved funding into a much more integrated process?
I can try to help with that one.
Yep, absolutely.
So the proposal we talked about yesterday in terms of safety improvements, it does tie into this, but this is specifically for the project being led by HCBA in terms of the branding of Collingwood and the detail behind that. So yeah, it will tie into that work, but it is a totally separate project in itself.
Okay, does that answer your question, Maxine? All right, let's go to the vote, unless there's further debate. Oh, can we go back to the faces, please, Carmen? Can we go into the vote, please?
You got
hang
7
on.
seconds.
Oh, sorry, now I've seen some hands up.
We only had 4 seconds.
Well, can we get those?
Could we have
can we
6?
get them up?
Yes.
Can we leave them up?
No, because it's hopeless trying to run debate when you're and questions when you've got those.
Just people are saying in chat they want more than 3 seconds though. So
I have added the
They
motion
were.
into the chat as well.
They are
Okay,
there, and
great.
we've had them up 3 times now,
Yeah.
but I'll
Thanks,
give you a
Cam.
chance to read it. We'll come out, and before we go to the vote, we'll come back into them. So you will get to see them, thanks, a number of times. Sorry, I missed that there was debate. So debate, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, we're in debate.
Right. Sorry, I've just seen that Kesh is speaking, so presumably she'll want to speak to this. So I'll back off.
I thought you just did, Kesh, or was that by way of
I was answering Maxine's question. Just,
Right, so
I'll keep it short. Yeah.
First time, go.
Thank you. So the Collingwood Street rebranding project, we had a touch point through the Central City River Plan Advisory Group with Vanessa from HCBA and our staff, Tilly Murcott, leading this project. It's a very exciting proposal called East by West. So they've done some basic concept planning, and it ties in quite well with the welcoming plan. So Jovi has been involved in the project to date. They've managed to talk to landlords and business owners who are on board as well. So I'm not sure who knows enough about this and who doesn't, but the idea is that this 30K, I've talked to both Vanessa and Tilly, and this 30K would contribute towards the feasibility, the scoping, and the detailing of the East by West concept and the actual plan, the actual project. More importantly, we've had conversations with external funders. We've talked to developers, community stakeholders, Ministry of Ethnic Communities, who are very keen to contribute to this project. So this funding would allow for some concrete work to actually be done to form the basis to go out to funders to seek their support. Before that happens though, if councillors wish, it can actually come back for further discussion to involve the wider group, not just the Central City group, which I think would be quite beneficial to involve everyone in the planning going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I have to say the cheese has fallen off the financial cracker. When I thought it couldn't get any worse, here we go again. How many times do I have to tell you that we keep borrowing? We've been only able to balance our books 2 years in the last 15, which basically means we're spending more than we're earning and we're borrowing to pay the difference, including paying for the electricity. How many times have we had these ideas come up? Oh, well, look, there's lots of interested parties who want to get behind this incredible initiative. All they need is for us to spend 30, 50, 100,000 on a plan, and they're all going to come circling, and they're going to fund it. And how many times do we look retrospectively? It's like incremental creep. Oh, it's only going to be 30,000 when we originally think 50, but we can now do it for 30. And once we do that, everybody's out. It's going to be self-funding. I can't tell you enough. You keep writing checks that we can't cash. Some of you come from a commercial background, and if you were running this council as a business and you had to keep borrowing to pay the electricity 2 years out of 15, you would be out of business. Why do you think it makes sense for us to continue to behave the way we are? Is it just because the ratepayer picks it up every time? My answer is no, and I am voting no against this one and the next crazy idea.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Look, as I understand that this is $30,000 for a study to come up with a brand for a street. This is not the business of council. And with all due respect, I saw one mock-up of the brand, and I thought if I was a business in the street, I wouldn't be happy about that. But this is the business of HCBA, and we shouldn't be funding something like this. So my answer is no.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I actually do think that this ultimately could be a really exciting proposal to create our kind of a Chinatown, or whatever you may call it, a cultural precinct. There is certainly the recipe to do that at some point. So I commend Kesh for this, and keep pushing it, Kesh, because I think it's something that we bring back probably to the LTP or something like that. I see it as a slightly more long-term game, but I think it is a terrific idea, and Collingwood Street is not a classy place at the moment, and it could do something special there. I actually think Maxine has got a finger on the pulse, because there is opportunity with some of this work we're doing. That Wordy Place, Garden Place study was not just about safety at all. It was about the whole flow of the place, and it led into Alexandra Street, which leads into Collingwood Street. So there is potential to do these, just not now. So I won't be supporting this today, Kesh, but it is a good concept, and we will continue to take it further. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just wanted to firstly say thank you to Kesh for her work on this, because obviously a lot of work and time has gone into this already. And I think that there is, a great vision there for something quite special. So it is a case of just looking for how we can progress this in the future. I think that probably this time round, it's I would like to see a little bit more in terms of how the Business Association can contribute to a the initial study, and probably have an opportunity to have this come to a workshop or something. But I do think, so I won't support it today, but I do want to, I guess, encourage you to keep working on this and bring it back. And I think that with some more support,
Whoops. You're buffering,
from
Sarah.
actually being this age.
Thanks, Sarah.
I don't know why I'm.
You just buffered a little bit at the end there, doesn't? And we got most of it. Thanks very much, Councillor Bunting. Oh, Councillor Pascoe first, then Councillor Bunting.
I'm happy to wait until after Councillor Mark.
I'm easy, Rob.
Go, Rob.
Okay, all right. Look, thanks, Kesh, for bringing this to us today. I'm sorry if I sound a little bit cynical, but it just seems to me that the 30,000 spend is a bit of a placeholder. Like Worley Street, we're spending money to do an initial design or scope or plan. I think it's best left until we, along with the external funders, are ready to move. And look, as Councillor Ewan has already alluded to on a number of occasions, the spend and the timing of the spend is not right for us. I'd not like to see it disappear, but I would certainly like us to reconsider it at a time when we've got the financial resources to do this. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'm going to support my loyal deputy in this one, and thank you for her work. And again, despite the wailing and gnashing and grandstanding and poncing around, it adds to my theory that the smaller the amount, the more we wail and gnash and ponce around. So look, Kesh, we're not going to win this one, and that's fine. I think you've actually you've taken a great step today in getting this started. And it's certainly got the attention of people. I agree with many people around the table. In fact, I agree with the sentiment of pretty much everybody. So while I don't think this one's going to win by a landslide, I think you've done great work on this one, and I'm glad to support you in your endeavour.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Paula. Look, I agonised over this a bit, and I would rather have a whole area-wide look at this thing, but I'm pretty sure that an initiative like this is consistent with the direction of travel we're looking at for the CBD. Like Jeff, I think we need to look at the whole area. But unlike Jeff, I think it is possible to start looking at the individual components of this now. So I'm going to support the proposal. I'm pretty sure from what I've seen and heard that it's also going to attract complementary financial support as well for this. And it's an initiative from the Central City business community, which is something we don't often see or often enough see. So I think it's a good initiative, and I'll support it. If it doesn't pass today, like Bunty said, at least it's on the agenda for near future further discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll say a few points before we write a reply. Kesh, yes, I also add my vote of thanks to what you're doing. It comes from a place of great heart and great positivity, and actually I think it is one of the lovely ideas within our Central City mix, where we can positively showcase not just Chinese culture and Chinese food, but all ethnicities in a part of our town. And I think that will add value, as it does in many places around the world. So keep up your good work. I'm not going to support it for this particular financial year, but I would like to say to you, continue to reframe it, look at your partnerships with other people, and bring something to the next annual plan, because I'm still keen. And thank you, as I say, just thanks for the work that you've been doing on it. Keep your spirits up. Thanks. Councillor Jonathan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I pretty much echo the same sentiments as what's been said. I'd love to support it, but
I think you've got to look at it, very closely and say, look, it's a nice to have, but it's not a need to have. I'm going to pick up the proverbial cheese that that Ewan talked about. Put that on my crackers. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
I quickly have
of course you can, and go for it.
Thank you everyone for your contribution to this one. I completely understand in terms of the financials. And also, like Bunty said, the smaller the amount, the longer we seem to dwell on these things. This is not plucked out of thin air. It's been on the cards for a couple of years now. It's actually based on a project completed in Melbourne, which is where the basis for this comes from. And they've completed that project, and the results show huge benefits to business owners in the district. This is an unloved, sad part of our city. It sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of all the work we're doing around the street, but not on Collingwood Street itself. It's got some amazing eateries, but it just looks like they're all closed for business. So this was an opportunity to actually put them out there, get it on the cards. It is a very small amount considering the other stuff we're looking at, and considering how much of benefit it would bring to our city and to those business owners, especially in the climate that we're in. And I would have expected, business-minded people to actually support this. I'm looking at the long-term benefits, not the ones just for the year ahead, but the economic benefits for the businesses, and also as a future tourist attraction, once the borders open. So yeah, we might not win this one, but I'm glad that it's on the table and up for discussion for the future. And I think it's important that we back our business association, and we back those businesses when they ask for it. And this is one of those opportunities.
Thank you, Kesh. Councillors will go to the vote. This is the second time in these discussions where a passionate writer reply has poked me in a spot that's made me change my mind.
The motion is lost, 5 for, 8 against, noting that Councillor McPherson, Mayor Paula Southgate, Councillor Bunting, Nadi Rofe, Gallagher are for the motion. Okie doke.
We're not ready to do the, as I understand it, we're not ready to do the passing red one, are we? Because there's some information coming.
That's right. I was wondering, Mayor Paula, if you'd like to do Councillor O'Leary's motion that was just
Yes, I would.
shown.
Thank you. Thank you. I definitely would. Can we go back to it to have a look at it for refresh our mind?
Carmen, can you pop that up and also put it in the
And
chat?
then I think we
everyone?
desperately all need a lunch break because we're refractory. Oh, I am.
Apologies for that. The motion should be on the screen as well as in the chat.
Motion that staff.
Would you mind if I ask a question of the mover?
Yes, so if we can take that down now and ask questions of the mover, things.
Okay.
Before we do, I'll just give Angela the chance to explain her motion, and that might help.
Yeah.
With some of the questions.
Yeah, look, there may be no, I sent everyone an email. This has come from a request from Frankton Businesses and the Frankton Market Organiser, just to see what we could do to help enhance and make the space in Kent Street, which is our car park, safer for the markets to operate under the COVID restrictions. I'm being transparent in adding that there may, for staff to come back to your committee, Councillor Bunting, in June with costs. There may or may not be costs. It may be some tweaking of a car park policy or something like that. I just don't know any of that yet. So I just, for transparency's sake, wanted to add includes costs, but at this time there's no impact on the annual plan.
Okay, cool.
And it can
Thank you.
sit outside the annual plan. I just thought this
Yep.
meeting to get it going. Yeah.
Sweet. So would it help if it came to the April one, or do I see rolling of eyes from staff?
No, I think when you and I talked, you thought June would be better.
June, yeah. I'm just thinking if you want to. He says
No,
putting
I
staff
don't.
under enormous
Because
pressure. So,
as
no,
I said,
okay.
yeah.
So your anticipation is though that you're expecting it will come out of existing budgets at this point.
Well, I don't know whether there'll be costs at all. There may not be.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Supportive. Thank you. With an open mind.
Councillor Wilson?
I think Councillor Angela has answered my question, as in there may be no cost, but if there is cost, we'll have an opportunity to either accept them or decline them at a later stage.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you. And so just from an annual plan point of view, it's not actually in the balance, in the financials, because there's no quantum.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councillor Van Hoesten?
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary, for bringing this. My understanding from your earlier email was that there was a potential from the markets that they wanted to be able to fence the area, and that was in response to the requirement around government to do with Omicron and the restrictions, etc., around numbers, etc. Given that there's some changes to that for implementation in April, how might this motion of yours change?
It may, the market organisers and the friendly businesses may not want that. That was just the kickstarter for the conversation in terms of where they were there. Yeah, but more importantly, it's making that space work as best as it can for those Frankton community events, particularly the market. Yeah, so yeah, it may not be something that they want.
And also, can I just shout out to Go Eco this week regarding the activities that they have for Frankton and beautification of Frankton. Has there been the chance to consult with them at all around any of that beautification that might happen in Kent Street?
I have been in contact with Go Eco around that. They are aware that I am bringing this particular item to council, so I think discussions are ongoing. The community there is quite keen to do a lot of the work themselves.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, Mayor Paula, I'm just questioning what the relevance is of this motion to the annual plan. I don't see the matter anywhere in the agenda or in the notes, and I'm just wondering is this signalling that at this stage in the discussion, sort of 4 days in, that we can introduce new topics, new plan to the annual plan?
Yeah, I'll ask staff to comment on that because it crossed my mind.
Thank you. I don't want to be disrespectful, but you know, we are. The meetings seem to be going on very, very slowly, and
yeah, they do. And so, can I ask a question of staff? Because I think there's a warmness to this. Does it have to be part of this annual plan today, or can the suggestion that Angela's put in her recommendation, can it be picked up in normal business?
Yes, Mayor Paula, I'd suggest there is no implication at this point on the annual plan budget, so it does not need to be considered as part of this. And I think Councillor O'Leary is just trying to ensure it does come back before one of the committees, and maybe we could just take that as a committee minute note to make sure that that does happen as she has suggested.
Well, I think I'm a bit more warmly inclined to do that than to have a formal resolution because of the precedent that Rob talks about. But Angela,
look, that did come to my mind as well. As I said, I just saw the council meeting as an opportunity to get that work started for it to be reported to Councillor Bunty's meeting. But I will say, Councillor Pascoe, that I indicated this as a proposal 1 or 2 weeks ago, and also let staff know last week that I was going to raise this, and as an elected member am entitled to raise it without it being on the agenda as a proposal. So I just wanted to make that comment as well. But that being said, as long as Councillor McPherson, the seconder, is happy, I can pick it up with Councillor Bunting and see if he'll pop that on the next meeting agenda.
Yeah, well, I can give him a word now that'll easily turn up there. So no problem there if you're happy with
Much
that.
as I love a good debate, Angela, I'll go
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Yay, thank you very
But you do owe us all 7 minutes.
thank you very much, Angela, for that. We aren't going to get through the other ones because we're going to have a break now for lunch. So it's 10 to 1, and I suggest we come back at 2 o'clock because it enables staff to do stuff.
Yeah, I'm likely to
Okay.
be a bit later back. Mayor Paula,
What have we
apologies in
booked in
advance.
for tomorrow, Paula?
Pardon?
What have we booked in for tomorrow for this?
Nothing.
Please
We're
no.
going to get it done today
Please no.
because we're going to have strict timing after lunch. That
Good
time
luck
is
with that.
going.
Initial LTP discussions, Dave, for the next one.
All right.
This is
Sorry,
longer
Paula,
than
just-
that, longer than the
Councillors,
LTP.
we're adjourned, Council.
How's those wallabies going down in Waimati?
I'm not too sure. So there's good news breaking out all over Aotearoa Koro.
Where did you dig up that arcane fact from the Waimati District Council, which is the most tin pot of tin pot councils, had given up their vax passes? Ryan?
Oh, like you, I've got lots of dubious sources. I've got lots of dubious sources like yourself.
Yeah, you're in trouble if you have to rely on Waimati Council.
Just sort of add it to the conversation. Yeah. I tried to talk to Angela in the break, but I've got an additional. Well, she might add it to her bikes and pipes motion, or we'll do it as an amendment. But I think it actually enhances the motion. So,
Hi, Ryan.
Angela.
I thought my phone was on noise, but it was on not noise. So I've missed your call.
No worries. I flicked you an email to it. I don't know if you've had a chance to have a peruse.
Okay, I'll have a look.
There's a picture of Ewan looking like he's one of those Ukrainian sharpshooters waiting for the Russians in the snow.
GoldenEye.
Don't make the mistake of coming within my zone of fire, Dave.
Is that a threat or a promise?
For a rather large group of people, a point of celebration, one would imagine.
Love it when you talk dirty, Ewan.
Things I enjoy about our relationship, Dave.
So Ryan, is it so it's the same volume of funding, you're just split it, asking staff to split it when it comes to contract? Okay.
Just
okay.
more for the connections piece, but also Andrew said it gives them a bit more latitude to explore some of those external funding opportunities that got raised, including your climate change one.
Yeah, that's news to me. That I was a bit confused in chatting with staff about that. But oh, was that Jeff without a shirt? Jeff, your camera's on. Don't.
Oh well, I must have.
I just saw it and I was like, what?
Has he got pants on? Has he got his pants on?
We don't know. It just caught my eye.
He just opened his laptop and walked.
I just saw him walk away with it, and I thought, my goodness, I don't think he had a shirt on. Bless him.
You're going to have to catch it on the live stream later.
Oh no. Let's not talk about it anymore. Yeah.
So Paula's not back yet, is she? But opportunity to get quite a few things done. I mean, does anyone know where she is?
Hi, Dave. Yeah, she's just having some IT issues. She's got some people in there with her. You shouldn't be too long.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, Ryan, happy to change it to that if you're going to second it.
Well, no, I think Bundy's already seconded yours,
Oh,
but
that's right. Okay.
If he's not here, I will.
Okay. Yeah, my concern with it was doing anything that would inhibit our possibilities for external funding, because I think this project's got a lot of merit for that. So,
yeah.
But I see where you're going with it.
Thanks.
Oh, has anyone else got a headache from today? A splitting headache.
Just more like a body ache.
Yeah.
I thought it was called a brain ache after 3.5 days.
Mine's that real frontal throb.
You don't have a sore throat, do you, as well?
No, I don't. I've been keeping an eye on that. I might take some Panadol actually.
Should we get through the meeting while Paul is not here? Might be a bit quicker.
Terrible thing to say.
Where's our shirtless deputy mayor gone?
You realise all of this is on live streaming.
Makes it more exciting, living on the edge. We should do some karaoke.
Great idea, Ryan. You sing the first song for us.
Hey, Waipa's meetings went viral for being boring enough to be background. We might be.
Can you hear me? Can you
No,
hear me?
no, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't. Do you want me to sing?
No, we
Paula,
can hear you. It's all right,
hear you.
Paula.
We can see you.
I'm just finding camera. It must be this one. Is it this one? No. Oh, there I am. Okay. All right. So councillors, we're just about to, hang on, give me 1/2 second. I've had IT help. Hello everybody. Apparently there was no reason why it should have been freezing, but we're trying to get to the bottom of that. IT issues are a gift that keeps giving. So we are now back at the strategic waterline. Is that the one we hadn't finished?
No, we had finished that one. So the three that we're going to come back to was bikes and pipes.
Bikes and pipes and Comet and
Meteor. And then also there was a request for more information about the pit lane passing red, and Amy has just sent information from Robin Denton to let the members on that.
We will start with Comet and Meteor. If you direct us to the right page, please.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Comet and Meteor, the resolution is on page 200, and the detail on this one is on page 221.
Thank you. Okay, so do we need to speak through the detail? Who's doing that?
Sorry.
I am still here, just trying to get the light right and things.
Sorry, I thought someone else was. So in terms of following on from yesterday, I have worked with the team to pull together the questions that were raised yesterday, and these were emailed through to elected members this morning, which included Te Rapa traffic volumes, bus patronage from 2019 to 21, and the Waikato Regional Council approved LTP funding increases and funding information. I also included locations in Diligent where this information can be found for elected members. So in relation, this information gives a lot of detail, noting that Regional Council is responsible for the service. So, and Hamilton City Council is responsible for the infrastructure provision. So in terms of patronage and service questions, our team will struggle to respond to those, but we can give it a try if you do have any.
One of the questions, sorry if I could just ask, since I asked for those ones, relates to, there's nothing for 21-22 year, the year we're sitting in at the moment, and I know there's budgetary, that's year one of their LTP.
Oh, I will just.
it's only got, I'm just looking at the bar graph, and it just goes up to 2021. I think, but I might, if I'm I could be looking at the wrong place, but I was after the expenditure on the Comet and the proposed expenditure on the Meteor, which I know they had, well, I don't know whether it's separated out by name, but they'd separated it, they'd called something like key or priority bus routes.
Priority bus routes with an additional 500,000 or something like that. They had.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was trying to find out, how much have they allocated for those services in the current year, in the coming year, so that.
Okay, so I split out between the Comet and the Meteor services and funding. Okay, so
yeah, I think I might be. Is this? It says additional investment, but it doesn't specify it's for the priority routes. But that might be what it's for. I don't know.
Yeah, yes. So so there's report detail within one of the regional council reports that does stipulate that. So it would just be a matter of being able to pull that out. So the initial is will cost a. So it's talking about there's sentences below that talks about the Comet improvements to a 10-minute will add an additional 675,000 gross cost to the route. And the Meteor would add a cost circa $2 million per annum to their routes.
I guess, yeah. I mean, the request is for funding for infrastructure going forward from year 2 onwards.
Yeah.
Sorry, correct me if I'm just sort of paraphrasing as I go, looking at this email that Amy sent and the chart, the little table, and it's saying to me that in year 2, the regional council itself is spending 686 and the 1,000 and the NZTA 714,000, and each of them from year 3 onwards over $1 million.
Yes.
On those 2 services, am I right? Or Comet and Meteor?
I would need to clarify that information in particular, whether it's for those 2 routes only. But my guess, my assumption is that majority of that funding is for those 2 routes.
Yeah, let's not dig around anymore. That, I mean, if you're
sorry,
that seems logical because they're
it does.
Only new big routes anyway.
Yes, it does. And hence our focus on the Comet and the Meteor routes in terms of delivery of infrastructure and prioritisation.
Yeah, okay. So between NZTA and the regional council and the fare revenue, 2 million extra this year and 3 million extra next year. And presumably going forward, I'm not sure what it does after that, but certainly at least 3 million, I think.
Yeah, ongoing.
Yeah.
With the growth, which will be adjusted through the NLTP process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that was the expenditure side of my questioning. So thanks, Eva-Lisa, for clarifying that. I'll just on the patronage one. Sorry, Jeff, I know you're trying to ask a question too. I'm just trying to get my head around the answers. There were what we were given, and after the first year of the Comet, we could see how that route, which had replaced 2 or 3 zigzaggy little suburban routes, what the patronage had grown there. And then I remember seeing a dip for COVID, the first year of lockdown, and then it climbing again. And that's where the last I saw of it, probably.
Yeah, so the dip happened in the Q2 of 2020, where you saw a patronage dip from 85,000 in the Q1 of 2020 down to 32,000. And then it rose again outside of those alert levels back up to 86,000. So it bounced back up and has been steady around the 78, 80,000 until again in Q4 with Omicron, where it's dropped down to 53,000. So the COVID has definitely had an impact on patronage on those routes, but the trend is indicating a bounce back as our country moves to that new normal.
So just checking, after the first lockdown,
Yes.
some of which was a complete shutdown,
Yes.
It bounced back up to fractionally above the level before the lockdown.
Yes. So so the Q1 peak, which was January to March, was 85,000 on the Comet route. During the lockdown in Q2, that dropped to 32,000 a quarter, and then in Q3 it bounced back up to 86,000.
And
so,
how did the 85 the start compare with the year prior when the Comet wasn't running on the collected routes that it replaced?
So in terms of the rest of the routes, so because Comet started in that 2019 Q2, if you take away, if you utilise and look at the rest of Unit 1, which was at 212,000 at the same time, whereas Comet then registered 85,000. So it was
it was about 40%.
40% of the standard route. So the Comet is definitely a very high patronage bus service for Hamilton City.
Yeah, we'd actually seen a year, they actually didn't have all the other routes lumped in together in one of the comparisons. I guess the picture is still relatively clear that it's much more than an ordinary bus route.
Yes, so that and the Orbiter are very much high patronage use routes for our city.
Okay, thanks, Evelista. That's my questions. Paula, I think, clarified for now.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Oh, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't sure if I was next or not. No, thanks, Dave. Those questions are actually really helpful. In fact, I think I might have missed one of them. Just on the expenditure issue, I'm looking at that bar graph there, which goes up to 2021, and it's got a cost across the region of 21 million, 367. Dave, did you ask if there was 21, 22 figures there?
Yeah, but there was a different table just below that by a few lines or page or something, Jeff, that went year 1, year 2, year 3, just the figures, not of a bar graph, which did have those the next 2 years coming.
Okay, oh, that's cool. And this is after, as it says here, after the fair, and also after the, it doesn't take into account Nzta subsidy and all that sort of stuff.
The one below does show that, Jeff, about who's paying what.
All right, but the 21 mil is rates across the region, is it?
I don't.
That's net fare revenue for PT services expenditure, and that includes the Te Huia rail service. So public transport services is now reported in full, and there's a financial report that does split out, that was presented in February to the Regional Connections Committee, which does split out the bus service expenditure long-term to Huia, total mobility and community transport intersections. So the detail for them is there.
Right, you must have a pretty good idea of the numbers for Hamilton, though, for buses each year.
Evelisa doesn't, no.
But
so in terms of bus services,
that table down the
down the bottom
is just for Hamilton, Jeff, for the
right.
It's the last bit of that email. I don't know whether you've got that there, but it does say for Hamilton bus services.
Yeah, so Regional Council during the long-term plan process for their council provided an additional budgets per year on Hamilton bus services, and the table in the email indicates the value of that additional dollar service provided.
But not the total.
For Hamilton alone?
Yeah.
No, the graph doesn't, the table doesn't show that, it just shows the additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it, Jeff? Yep, done. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, just following on, thank you. And I think we've already had the answer. Dave said it would be nice to have had the first 3 months of this current year, but that's impossible to get.
Not impossible. It's unfortunate. We don't. Hamilton City Council doesn't have those figures. That's regional council, so we can actually ask the regional council to provide those figures. Our infrastructure operations committee generally gets a report on the public transport services for Hamilton. So that's coming up in April this year.
Right. I'm sorry, I thought Dave had asked for that specifically, 21 and 22.
Part of what I asked for, you and though, is actually there in that last small table.
Yes, but not the most recent 3 months.
Not by quarter though, but it's got the budget for the year that for each of the first 3 years of their LTP in that area.
Yeah, yep. I get the budget, but not the patronage numbers.
No.
I could interject there. We did ask for the last 3 years of figures, but it was done at quite short notice. So that's what they were able to provide us first thing this morning. So we weren't able to get anything more up to date. They hadn't had a chance to do any more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Slightly different question on this, and it's around the subsidy or lack of subsidy on external subsidy on this. Have we got instances in recent years where we have spent this level of capital funding on infrastructure where we would ordinarily get a subsidy that we haven't? And I ask the question because often in my experience, we tend to wait to give the green light for spending like this until we have the subsidy, some sort of nod that the subsidy will be forthcoming.
So I guess all of our most of our projects are subject to Waka Kotahi subsidy. In this instance, it was a proposal to determine whether council wished to fund additional funding, understanding that Waka Kotahi subsidy may not be received. And I guess Robin's been explaining that there may be opportunities generally in the final years of an NLTP where there are subsidy opportunities. Council has invested greater, and particularly in footpath renewals where subsidy isn't received, and HCC local share is invested. So it is definitely an opportunity to obtain subsidy. So it's definitely up to council whether they wish to proceed with this proposal based on its current form of no subsidy.
Sorry, Martin.
I could just add to that, Councillor Rob. I came off a meeting with Waka Kotahi at lunchtime talking about this particular matter, and they just reiterated that they hear what we're saying, with regards to subsidy for this PT infrastructure stuff. They can't make any guarantees within this NLT period, but they said, that it happens in year 3 of the funding window, that funding will potentially become available, and they acknowledge that, we are doing our best to deliver what we can. And they said, keep talking, basically.
In your meeting with them, Martin, did they indicate any optimism that given the high cost of petrol and particularly the increases over the last couple of months, which will have led to significant increase in government taxes that get collected as the price goes up. Have they indicated that there's likely to be a windfall of revenue from the government for projects that might not have been available in the middle of last year when they finished off their NLTP?
No, they didn't talk about that at all. No.
Okay. We haven't questioned them about that?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you have another question?
Yes, Mayor Paula. Really, Martin, just yesterday it seemed we were chatting on this subject and we'd gone quite a wee way along. And at that stage you were saying that it would be unlikely to receive funding from Waka Kotahi on the basis that the NLTP is oversubscribed. Now, I think I've just heard Evelisa say, oh, well, it could all happen. For certainty, wouldn't we be better off putting this back 1 year and going through the proper process?
I'll let Evelisa answer that one.
So apologies, Councillor Wilson, I wasn't meant to confuse with that. Martin is absolutely right that this proposal has assumed with no subsidy. But as we've also always indicated, there may be opportunities, but we do not bank on those being when we approve these projects to set that expectation. So if we do, then that's an opportunity win, but it's highly unlikely we will.
Yeah, I wonder, Evelisa, on that basis, could you give me an example in the last 2 years where we've been able to get something that suddenly has come available out of an NLTP that was oversubscribed?
Robin will have an example of one of those.
So the standard safety interventions that we did at Anglesea Bryce, for example, we got 75% subsidy for that intersection, which was over and above what we had originally anticipated. So there is a real opportunity. We just cannot guarantee it.
Right. But if we wanted the guarantee, we just need to delay 12 months and apply in the normal process. Do we not?
You probably won't get a final decision from Waka Kotahi until about halfway through year 3. So that then means that if you haven't done at least some detailed design work, then your ability to actually deliver anything in year 3 is going to be severely limited.
Sure, but I feel the passion from the staff. Clearly, you're very keen for this to happen, but I think you're not answering my direct question. Are we not more likely to get a subsidy from Waka Kotahi if we apply in the next NLTP period than waiting for this phantom possibility?
Point of order. That's not a question. That's a speech wrapped up with a question mark at the end when he uses the
It is a
word
bit of a
phantom.
naughty leading question. You'll have your chance in debate, Councillor Wilson. It's another question, please.
I still haven't got my answer. It's like pinning down mercury in a bowl. It keeps sliding in every direction.
Have one go. One will go at a clear.
All right. How about a series, Robin? When is the next opening for the NLTP?
That process will start late next year. So it's the 2024. It lines up with our LTP processes, Councillor.
Okay. And so with all of your professional experience, would we not have a better chance of getting a significant subsidy by applying in that appropriate, timely manner than if we now just commit to the project and hope over the next 18 months we might get some funds from an oversubscribed plan?
I believe that we'll be in a better position to get funding in the next NLTP if we've actually got some designs in the drawer, and we have some clear indications of what we're going to do with that funding that we apply for.
All right, Robin, and what would the design component be?
Martin can answer that.
The design component would be, we'd gone through an assessment of the sites, we'd worked out concepts, we'd engaged with the community, we'd obviously got council support, we'd taken it through to detailed design, got construction drawings done, and then we put them in the drawer and wait. That would be the process.
Right. And what's the cost of that?
It varies from project to project, depending on the complexities. Yeah, we talk of anywhere between 15 and 20% of the overall project costs are for design and engagement.
Well, Martin, can you help me? I guess it shouldn't be that complex. We're only talking about the comet and the meteor. To do the plans that Robin have outlined, to enable us to get the best possible outcome from the NLTP process, what funds do you need?
Well, 20% is 800,000, Ewan.
That's a staff question, thank you.
Yeah, 20% is 800,000, quite rightly, as Councillor Dave says. Yeah, $800,000.
And so that's what you believe you would need for the comment and the meteor route.
The projects that we've highlighted, yeah, that are a priority, yes.
So 800,000.
800,000 would put us in a strong position when it comes to the next NLTP period, yes.
Okay, and that would be for year 22-23.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just want to talk about the motion that I want to move. I want to move as per page 221, because I'm looking at the details there up the top. It's got CapEx 400,000 and consequential OpEx 4 million, sorry, and consequential OpEx 200,000. And it says 2022-23 only for the CapEx. And I want to move that motion except to put it out 1 year, and I'll explain that. So 23-24, otherwise the same as sits at the top of the page there. Does that make sense?
Could you repeat that one more time?
I'm not saying whether you agree, Ewan. So at the top of page 221, there's a F9, Comet and Meteor Route PT infrastructure. I want to move that except shift the year out by 23-24. So whatever the wording of the motion to give effect to that.
Mayor Paula, can I just clarify for a moment? Carmen, I think that's the wrong motion. Can we go back to the original motion that was proposed?
That's what we've been sitting on looking at for the last 2 days.
We do need some clarity around this. It's getting quite messy. Can we have the correct resolution that we're talking to at this point in time?
So just to clarify,
that's all I'm talking to. If someone's talking to something else, I'm talking to that, because that's the proposed new money.
Hang on, let's just get some clarity there. Can staff help me out?
Well, I'm sorry, it's my motion, not staff's motion.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up, Dave. I'm trying to be helpful here. Please be patient. Can we get the one up so we can see if it is the one that Dave is talking to, please? Oh, that can only see part of that.
That's not the motion I'm talking about.
No, so if we can,
can we go to the bit I'm talking about?
Yep, so Councillor Dave, just to help, in the staff
This is not the motion I'm talking about.
I know that.
We know that, Dave, we're coming. Just hang on.
Well, staff are trying to bring up a completely different matter that's already been dealt to.
No, sorry, Councillor Dave. Can we please take what's on the screen down? What we want up is the motion that was outlined on page 200 of your report.
No, it's not what we want up. I'm moving it.
Can you put up the motion that Dave is moving?
I'll write the whole darn thing if you give us 5 minutes, Paula, offline, because that is not the motion I want to put up. That's got other extraneous matters.
I think we will just take a pause for a few minutes, councillors, while that is done.
Yeah, well,
because I don't want to go out of the item and come into the item the third time.
Paula, I've referenced the bit that I'm relying on, which is the staff.
Can you solve that? You solve that with staff, and right, so we understand. Maybe you just take a moment to call them, step through what we are putting on the table. Thank you, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes with it all sorted and clear.
Well, sorry, who are you asking?
Dave, you're the
yeah. Well, I'm very clear. I've got my motion now.
I just want, yeah, but I want that one to be the one that goes up, and you need to work with staff.
Well, I want my motion to be the one that goes up too, not the staff.
Yeah, we all hear your frustration. We're trying to solve the problem. So can someone help?
How are we going to do this?
Well, you're going to supply what you want up to staff.
Well, you'll have to give me 5.
I just said I'll give you 5 minutes to do that, and we'll just be offline.
I've got governance on the phone. I've got you saying one thing. I've got staff saying another.
Just listen to what I'm saying, which is I want you to take 5 minutes to get the resolution that you want to put up so we can talk to the same thing. 5 minutes, everyone. We're adjourned for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't know whether you can hear me there, but
I can hear everyone.
I am getting a bit annoyed at my own figures, my own words being reinvented by staff.
So you have given them.
I wrote what I meant to write.
So has it? So have you got what you meant to write? Is that what you?
Well, yeah, but then I see staff interpretations immediately afterwards, changing the year, for instance.
Okay, so let's put. Julie, can we make sure that what Dave has moved, which is his political right to do, is up, please? Because it's a bit of a debacle right now.
Yes, Mayor Paula, we certainly can do that. The only thing we'd like to add is, as we've added to all the other motions, is that it's included for the purposes of financial modelling for the.
I'm happy with that sort of wording.
Happy with that?
Consequential.
Right. So I will just get Amy or Carmen to copy exactly what you've got in the chat, and then just add our other words at the front.
Dave, can I ask a question of you? Is that right?
You can in a minute. Can we just wait until we get the clarity of the motion? Because sorry, Bunty, I just want to see.
No problem.
All right, Dave, is this it with the additional for the purposes of modelling? Where has it gone? Are we screen sharing it?
Carmen, can you put that back up for us, please?
It's actually in the chat, Paula, with that sentence that Julie talked about, added at the end about the purpose of financial modelling.
Yeah, I just want to see, I have it up in front of everyone. Everyone is just for a minute. So if councillors, you can all read that, and then the sentence about the financial modelling is added. Carmen, just as it is with the other recommendations.
Yes, Carmen has got that there now.
OPEX is the last word, sorry.
Consequential OPEX is, yeah.
Yeah, not open.
Okay, so everybody can see that. We'll go back now to the faces, and we will take questions about it. Before that, without debating, Dave, just tell me what you're trying to achieve here with the motion so there can be no confusion.
What I'm trying to achieve is that we allow the council to get started on the construction, but not in the coming financial year and the following one, based on some of the information that staff have given us about improved chances of getting Nzta subsidy in the year 3 of the LTP.
Thank you.
I'm happy to speak to that more details, but that's what's
right.
behind.
Thank you, Carmen. Back to the faces, please. Oh, thank you. I'll go through the questions. Councillor Mark Bunting.
Thanks. Hello. Yeah, hey, my question, I suppose, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask across the table, but through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Dave, now, you know, my bugbear is with the in-lane bus stops. Does this disregard those? Like, are they in or are they out with your motion?
Look, they're neither in nor out, because part of the work is the design, which I'm more than happy that comes back to us. But you know, I sent you a beautiful article about in-lane bus stops last night, and you were thrilled to get it, I know. But in actual fact, this motion doesn't second guess the outcome there.
Yeah, okay. I think with my
doesn't rule it in, doesn't rule it out.
Okay, so would you rule it out?
Personally, I wouldn't, but if the council said that's a condition of getting it through, then I could live with that too. You know, sort of, I don't have the same personal fixation on that.
Oh, yeah, look, it is, and sorry, Mayor Paul, I know I'm indulging a little bit, but I'm just trying to get to the nub of it, really. Yeah, because...
What about if we said the design, once done, because that's been identified as the first part, has to come back to council?
If you said the design without in-lane bus stops, yep.
No, well,
and it's only for Te Rapa Strait, Dave. It's only for Te Rapa Strait that I'm thinking of. So sorry, Mayor Paul, I'm trying to get this across clearly.
Any design, Bunty, should come back to council, and then that's will be up to majority. And I don't know whether people would agree with me or with you, honestly.
Okay. Okay, well, that's yeah. I'm trying to be as supportive as I possibly can, but I'm trying to get across my bottom line with this part of it for Te Rapa Strait, and I'm trying to work out how to do that best, Mayor Paula, without, you know.
I hear where you're coming. I guess what we're hearing from Dave is this is his recommendation.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
we-
not trying to recommend the opposite from Bunty. I'm just trying to leave that question up to a future council decision.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get you. I get you.
All right, thank you. The other question of staff. Thank you for the updated figures, or the figures, the 27,000, 28,000 movements a day. How does that compare with other parts of town? I guess is Martin, Evelisa, Robin, is Te Rapa Strait, as I suspect, one of the busiest streets in town?
Yes, Councillor Bunting.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you. That'll do. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Appreciate your indulgence.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, just a question perhaps to Dave, and to be confirmed by staff. Is your motion, Dave, best interpreted as being that there is no commitment to the spending in future until council approves it? So this is not just moving it into the following year, where it then becomes an approved annual plan or long-term plan item for spending, that it needs to come back to get approval?
Probably slightly more accurately, Rob, I would put it as council gets a final bite at it in a year's time.
So they could take it off the table at that stage.
Yeah, because it's only annual plan, it's not LTP.
Yeah. Okay. And the staff would confirm that. That would be your interpretation, Evelisa.
There, I've just seen Sean Hickey jump online to confirm the annual plan, 10-year plan conversation or question.
We can't hear you, Sean.
Sean's frozen, so maybe if I just
Sorry.
jump in and help.
Oh, there he is. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, councillors. So that's what it would have the effect of going into the next annual plan, and it would be represented as a discussion that council had previously had, but you still need to approve it as part of the next annual plan.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, so we'll go into debate. If there's no other amendments, and
Sorry,
Sarah. Yep, Sarah.
Wait, was there a seconder? I was looking at.
Oh no, there wasn't. Sorry.
A possible amendment, unless the mover is.
Dave, have you got a second to your proposal? Is there a second?
Martin's seconding mine, I see. Thanks.
Okay, Martin is seconding. So Sarah, talk to us through your proposed.
Sorry, give me one moment. Mark, were you going to second the wording that you already have?
Yep.
Sorry, give me one moment and I'll send it through.
Yeah, Paula, could I squeeze a question in or not? Is it too late?
Yes. To whom?
To
staff.
To staff?
Yes, yes. If we could see your camera on, that would be good. And to staff while Sarah's drafting, it seems reasonable.
Can you
to
not
me.
see me? Can you not see me?
I can see
No.
you. I can see
We
him.
can see you, Jeff.
We'd rather not, but we can.
We'd love to see you.
You've got your shirt on this time, which is better than last time.
I can't see you.
Look, just very quickly, I understand that there's a better chance in the next year of getting subsidy than approving it. Sorry, in the 23-24 financial year of getting NZTA subsidy than the 22-23 year.
Trying to.
But wouldn't we have staff? Wouldn't the best chance of subsidy to actually be to push this to the LTP?
So Councillor Jeff, that was, I guess, in part what I was trying to answer to Councillor Ewan's question, and that if we do have at least detailed designs and some good indications of the work that we're wanting to do, that is your best options, best ability to go and get subsidy in the next NLTP. just going up to Waka Kotahi with a generic idea of what you want to achieve is not as good, as we've got lots of experience with the business case type approach. So the more detail we can have and at least get some good designs in the drawer in the 23-24 will set us up better for getting subsidy in the next NLTP, and does open up a possibility of getting subsidy in this current NLTP year 3.
So in that case, all we'd actually need would be money for design, not the whole 4 million.
That is an option, yes.
So perhaps $800,000 for design or something like that in that year.
That was, I was going to foreshadow that. Well, I was going to put it as an amendment to Dave, and then Sarah has jumped in with one as well. So I guess I would foreshadow that. Basically, Dave's verbatim, but with 800,000 for the design work to then enable the LTP the year after.
Okay, but let's, we are waiting on Sarah. I can't see anybody but Ryan and Eva-Lisa on Cash. Has everybody else got their camera on?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh dear, you get one thing fixed and
I can see you, Paula. That's what counts.
You may need to move through your screens, Paula, because there's 3 screens open. There's an arrow if you sort of hover your arrow.
I've actually got exactly the same issue as Paula. I'm also in the office.
Oh.
Yeah, golly gee. Can we get someone up from IT again? Just please, pretty please, because I'm talking to myself.
Yeah,
it's really unnerving. Sarah, I can't see you, but go ahead. Where are we at?
She's just finalising the motion, almost there.
Almost there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't you love technology? What's going on, James? What's going on in this building?
It's a Russian hack.
Ah, I see an angel in the chat room. Murray Hickey's.
Mark, can you just have a quick look at that? I don't know if it probably makes sense, but I've tried to do that very quickly.
Yep, looking at that.
You seconding it, Mark?
Potentially. Hang on 2 seconds.
Therefore, I have a question of Councillor Bunting.
Sure, mate.
Okay, I can see your little yellow hand up, so that's a bit of progress.
I'll do my best. Yep.
Can we have the before we ask any other questions, can we get the recommendations up? Do you mind waiting just a moment, please, Ewan?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. So, because Ryan's got his little yellow hand up too.
Yep.
Okie doke. Can we see that, everyone? My internet is unstable. Go figure. Okay. Right. So, Councillor Thompson, could you please just give a bit of background to what you're trying to achieve here,
yes.
please?
So I'll avoid debate as much as possible. So it's just my understanding is that the best chances of getting co-funding this NLTP round is in the 3rd year of the NLTP. So the design work by doing, the idea is to do that this coming financial year to be ready for any shovel ready for anything that next year. And then any capital, the remaining funding is predicated on external revenue the next year. And I've noted the removal of in-lane bus stops from the priority list as per Councillor Mark's request. Hopefully that's clear.
Okay, questions? Just councillors, I'm going to carry on, but if you'll see IT in the background who are just coming to peak, so just know that they're doing a good job for me. Where are we at now? I can't see anybody at all.
I think Ryan's ahead of me.
Ryan Hamilton, question please.
Question for Sarah, if I may, just through you, Chair, of her motion. Sarah, on your point B, capital expenditure of 3.2 million for construction of priority projects with 51% external revenue, is that 3.2 like 1.6?
1.6 maybe, so it could also be worded as 1.6 plus. Is that wording clear, Evelisa? It was include, so the overall amount includes 51% waka kotahi.
Yeah. I think the spirit of it is to assume that there will be a 51% subsidy.
Yeah, so it's 1.6 local share for that next year.
So you've assumed, so it's subject to 51% waka kotahi subsidy in terms of approving that, or yeah?
I've just said, well,
with, yeah, okay.
With, so I guess you know, there's going to be another opportunity, annual plan to, and as we get closer to evaluate, but right now it's putting in 1.6 local share, assuming the subsidy would make up the rest. But I mean,
would you have with just putting in instead of with assuming 51% included or something, or just that clarification? I think
something
it is
clearer.
Yeah, that would make sense, I think, Sarah, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Paula, do you want me just to ask, can you see at the moment or not?
I can hear but not see. But, Councillor
okay.
Wilson, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. If I get into trouble anymore, I'll call to you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. So, question to you, Mark. Obviously, the design aspect, the 800,000, that's OPEX.
You probably have to ask the mover of that, I think. I'm the seconder of the motion.
I think it's asking staff, but my intention was that it was CapEx.
Correct.
Staff. So great. So we can do design and planning work, and it's now CapEx.
For these particular projects, yes, because they are identified projects through a study. So they are assigned to an asset already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, Paula, just to clarify, Sarah, the potential downside of your motion is that we may lose $400,000 in co-funding because we will foot the full 800,000 in part A of your motion, as opposed to, I suppose, what Councillor Dave's motion is intending to do, and that is seek the subsidy on the full 4 million.
So are you asking me, Rob? I'll just
yes, yeah, just clarification on that is the intent in your motion. I think it.
Yes, so the capex of 800 would be very unlikely to be subsidised retrospectively, but the issue, so with any potential funding coming up from waka kotahi unused by the councils, that's unlikely to come up until the last 6 months, I've heard from staff or so. So we'd have to be ready for that. So essentially, if we waited for co-funding to come up, we may only get co-funding for doing design work. We wouldn't have time for any delivery. So it's so it is correct, and that was the rationale behind it, to actually be ready for the larger chunk of co-funding.
And that's potentially a risk that we will take in order to be ready for the funding if it becomes available.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so is everybody quite clear? I haven't missed anything in chat. Okay, so everybody in the building, just so you know, all the staff in the building, me, James, Andrew, and so on, have basically a lot of black screens. So just bear with us, because it's like trying to organise a meeting in a box. It's really a bit strange, but I'll try and do my best to navigate everyone, given that I can't rely on anybody else's body language but my own. So there you go. Okay, so we've got an amendment and we've got a motion. They're both moved and seconded. We've talked through them and we've had our questions answered. So what we will now do is debate them together contemporaneously, starting with the motion, of course, and then the amendment, and then we'll go to the vote in the other way, which is the amendment, and then the motion if it's lost. So usual process. So Councillor Dave, wherever you are in the blackness, please come forward and begin your debate on your motion.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm here in the blackness. Look, everyone, I think, would agree that a project like this ought to be subsidised by Waka Kotahi. It's a key part of the government's transport strategy to support the offering of decent public transport services. And when I say decent, as opposed to some of the old style bus services that have been operating in Hamilton for 30 or 40 years, the new, fast, direct, frequent routes like the Orbiter, the Comet, and to come the Meteor and the Rosatuna Rocket are services that actually are advantageous for users as opposed to other forms of transport in several ways. It's not to say that everyone should be forced to get on them, but they're certainly, people are responding with their feet by getting on these services when they're offered under normal conditions. The history of the Comet, and we didn't get all the figures for that, but I have seen them, show that the three small zigzaggy suburban routes the Comet replaced immediately, so the Comet immediately saw a lift in patronage up to quite a decent figure for a new service. Dropped back under COVID, but within months of the first COVID lockdown being over, lifted to a figure slightly above the previous one. So I think it shows that under normal circumstances, these services are valuable for Hamiltonians. Now, one of the problems with them is that the services all drive on normal roads through normal traffic conditions, so they get no advantage at intersections and sometimes disadvantages when they're trying to get back into the traffic after stops. Now, leaving aside Councillor Bunty's plan to design the service by committee resolution, that's something that I believe can be decided in future, the best way of handling that issue. But there's no doubt that investment in this area is important, more important than investment in other PT areas. And there's no doubt that our potential partners, the regional council, are already investing in that, and that we need to be able to match that. It's all very well having flash buses with good fares if they get stuck in the same traffic as everyone else. So we're trying to give them some sort of priority measure through some of the key routes and intersections. As to the best year to do this in, it's clear from staff answers that we have a much lower chance of getting a subsidy in the coming financial year. So that's the reason I've suggested in year 3 we go for this, and staff have clearly said, all of their staff that have spoken, that we've got a much better chance in year 3. Of course, there's a better chance still years after that, but I point out that we already have problems with the Comet getting stuck in traffic. We've got the Meteor about to start, and we plan for the Rosatuna Rocket to start about the time the library and pool are finished out there in a couple of years' time. And we want those flagship services to have a good chance of success from day one, not try and sort of retrofit patronage after the event. So I think we need to get cracking on the investment here, and we need to push Waka Kotahi NZTA very hard in this area. I guess it's a moot point whether you put the 800,000 up front or whether you put it at the start of year 3. Either way, I think if we're showing that we're actually going to invest in the current LTP period, then we've got a better still chance of screwing some subsidy out of WK. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So firstly, a key difference between the motion amendment is putting the 800,000 design and engagement work up front in this coming annual plan. And the reason for that is that we are likely to run out of time to do design and engagement work and be ready for any potential co-funding in the third year of the NLTP. So if we have it already done up front in that year, then we're ready to actually take opportunities to maximise our co-funding with the construction of that infrastructure. And something I've heard very clearly from other elected members was the importance around getting co-funding. So I think that this puts us in the best place possible to do that. And that co-funding in the third year of the NLTP, as we heard from Robin, that at least puts us to then apply when the next round comes around. So in terms of, and the other thing is I have heard concerns in regard to inlane bus lanes, and I agree it's not great to design by committee, but I'm a pragmatist, and I think that I really wanted to take those concerns on board in this amendment. I will just note that for me this is actually much more about safety and accessibility than anything else. I've heard from many people, including people with vision impairments, with mobility impairments. Te Rapa Road, Ulster Street are impossible for them to cross. It means that they're completely disconnected, not only from the bus service, they literally can't take the bus in one direction, but they also can't get to shops, to the park, all of those other amenities. So this is about actually many of these projects, almost all of them are actually crossings across busy, unsafe roads. And I see this more than anything as an investment in safety and connectivity, which will benefit pedestrians, cyclists, and people taking the bus.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into further debate. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And I thank Sarah for her pragmatism when it comes down to it. Look, for me, the bottom line is I cannot support any plan that may even think about putting an in-lane bus stop into Rapa Strait. Now, for those of you who actually don't know what an in-lane bus stop is, this is where the bus just stops, doesn't pull over, stops right there. Now, Te Rapa Strait is one of our busiest roads in town. And I get the intention that giving bus travel priority, I get that, and I don't entirely disagree with that. But the problem is, down that route is mostly industrial, it's trucks, it's utes, etc. And to the best of my ability, you still can't deliver long sheets of 4x2 and jib by bus. You need those trucks, you need those buses, and our businesses and our industry needs a reasonably unobstructed way to get through. I just cannot believe we're thinking about putting in-lane bus stops there, stopping people right there, bam, in one lane. It's going to cause congestion as people go over into the right lane. You can have more drama than you can shake a stick at. You can put as many pedestrian crossings across as you like, but people are still going to try and get through there in a hurry. That's where accidents happen. And yet, right beside it is a traffic island that goes in between a slip lane. There's plenty of room to put off-road bus stops in there. It's really easy, and you can manage that by traffic light. But again, I wouldn't want to be designing this by committee, but I will not support something that is probably going to be the most unpopular thing we could ever do, and that is get buses stopping in the middle of traffic in the front of our busiest road in town. It's just, to me, I'm terribly sorry, but that just it makes no sense at all. I won't have a part of it. So that's why I'm supporting the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rob Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm pleased that Sarah raised the safety aspects of the need for these various changes around the city. And it's a pity that we have to wait until some serious accident occurs before Waka Kotahi's green flag will go up, and they will sense that there is perhaps a little more urgency around getting this work done. I think the detail around what the work is going to look like and how it will end up, these are the bus lanes and so forth, is really a discussion for another day. I think today's decision is really around the fiscal cost of the work that staff are seeking to do. And it just seems to me to be a pity that in these somewhat more difficult financial times, we are torn between doing the work now or sooner, or waiting until Waka Kotahi, i.e. the government, comes to the party with some of the funding to fund areas that they promote very highly on a national level. So my feeling, while I think there are merits in both the amendment and the motion, I will be supporting the motion today because it's somewhat more neutral around the costs to the ratepayer, and hopefully we won't have to have an accident for it to a serious accident for it to speed up, that indeed Waka Kotahi will see, or government will see some sense in coming to the table with the appropriate funds so we can get this work underway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Thank you everyone for the debate. I don't think there is any other debate on this. I'll just say a couple of statements, however. Without doubt, the next real set of improvements to passenger transport are through dedicated bus lanes that are going to provide efficiency and safety. Doesn't mean we can do everything today, however, unfortunately, as we are seeing with many other matters. We'll go to the vote. Oh,
Right of reply.
sorry. Right of reply. Oh, you didn't move it, Martin, so you can't write a reply. But Sarah,
I'm actually advising you as chair that the mover may wish to exercise his right of reply.
Yes, absolutely. You're right to do so. Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Right of reply.
My only right of reply, and it won't be long, is that every proposal that Bunty puts up, I'm going to insert some detailed design in from now on, since he loves that so much.
Point of order. Might have been a joke, but play the ball and not the man, please.
Carry on. Yeah, talk to the issues, Council. Off we go. Is that it?
No, that was all I had to say.
Okay, so we're going to the amendment first, and should the amendment be lost, we'll go to the motion. Let's vote on the amendment, which is the one proposed by Sarah and Mark, so that you...
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate your support.
Who else is on here? We're missing Angela.
Where's the... okay.
Just the chair. You.
Yeah, no. Just trying to read my page.
The amendment is carried. Noting those dissenting are Councillor Wilson, Mayor Southgate, Councillor Naidoo, Councillor Pascoe, and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you. And so we make that the substantive motion and we vote on that now, please.
We have just seen a masterclass in
hang on.
McPherson manipulation.
No speaking.
Well done, Sarah and Dave. You guys are getting clever.
Excuse me, councillors. We want to get through, and everyone talking at once is absolutely unhelpful. We'll go to the vote on the substantive motion now, please.
20 minutes. Well, I need to put them upstairs. I need to do Fallon's vaccination.
Okay, so somebody's got their mute button off because we can hear conversation in the background.
Yeah, Dave, that's you.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, my grandkid is being left with me all of a sudden. Sorry.
The amendment as a
Same.
substantive motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidu-Ralph and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us now on to, gosh, I've almost lost myself in that.
Pikes on pikes.
Pikes on pikes.
Pikes, Mayor Paula.
Pikes
So
on
we-
pikes. Okay, so where are we at?
Andrew.
Johnny.
Andrew.
Sorry,
Andrew.
Julie.
Pikes on pikes.
Johnny.
Sorry, it's very difficult to see. I've just got a sea of black screens here. I understand there's an amendment to the resolution. Has someone?
The amendment's going to be, Councillor Ryan's amendment, addition is going to be added to the motion that myself and Councillor Bunting are moving and seconding.
Yes, I'll just be guided by the democracy team on process on this.
Can we see it? And then we know where we're going. And then we can ask a question.
Bring it up.
Bring it up, please. Then we can ask the questions. Okay, Angela, do you want to explain how that's different to?
Ryan, do you want to explain?
I actually think Andrew's probably got it excited about
Yeah.
this.
I was going to the movers, but carry on, Andrew.
I'll do my best. So this has been the red text has been developed in discussion over the break with Councillor Hamilton. So I think it actually strengthens the original resolution. So what it effectively says is the connections, the funding of the connections on these bridges will be considered separately once we've got the price knowledge from the contract, but also, and I think this is the key part, once we've got some better information around these external funding opportunities, because there seem to be quite a lot of different opportunities. And so then we can use that information to try and leverage a better deal on the whole package, the $7.426 million package. So the resolution still has us committing to the bridge upgrades, but at the same time, it allows us to come back later on and try and leverage funding opportunity for the whole. So, Councillor Hamilton, is there anything you wish to add to that?
The only thing that might also be of interest to other members that was kind of interesting for me was that this will also be levied as a DC asset. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So, sorry, I probably didn't make that point clear at all. This project, if it were funded, would then fall into the next update on the schedule of assets and become part of the developer contributions charges. Not 100% of it though. The actual figures in the high sort of 80 percentage points, closer to 90 percentage points, but the substantive share would form part of the developer contributions charge regime.
Okay. Everybody understand that? Questions, Councillor Pascoe?
Thank you. Just one question. Does the motion mean that the work that today we will be approving the CapEx work and that the work will go ahead despite, irrespective of any success with external funding? Or is there an opportunity for councillors to agree not to continue or do the work if the external funding to an acceptable level does not arise?
The challenge is the need. So normally, yes, but in this particular case, the challenge is the need to hit the wastewater program and the HIF loan and the deadlines associated with that. So I think it's not a great halfway house, but the commitments to the bridge structures, to getting those right. But to your point, deferring the connections of those structures to the broader network, to defer that decision making until we understand where the funding opportunities lie. And the reason I like that arrangement is because as a cycling network and improvement, you don't actually get any benefit to the whole networks in place. So I think it actually positions us well in terms of those external funding opportunities and those discussions. But unfortunately, in terms of hitting the overall HIF program, we need to make the decision around the bridge structures at the very least as part of the annual plan process.
So Andrew, is there a potential halfway house that we might, during the construction of the wastewater pipes, we might undertake some of the work which future-proofs the ability to build the bridge, but a decision might be made partway along by a future council that that stops the work continuing, and we might have spent $2 or $3 million, and we don't build the walkways, the cycleways, but we save ourselves maybe the spend of $5 or $4 million that we might have spent had it all gone ahead without external funding. Am I making sense there?
Yes, yes, you are. So yeah, we're down into the smaller dollars now, but we could always preserve an opportunity to not proceed with the deck and the handrails. The problem I see, if I'm just from personal and professional experience, is whenever we go out to future-proof things like structures for future investment opportunities, is all of the design standards change, whether they be seismic standards or geotech standards. So even with the best intent, it might be fully compliant with today's needs, but when you come to put the deck on, you might actually find that the superstructure itself or components doesn't meet the requirements of the day. And that's always the challenge and the risk that you need to consider when you go into these things.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Kish, you're next.
I'm just going to go. I haven't heard anything. Andrew, sorry, I read that motion, I think 4 times, but maybe it's just getting late for my brain. Does it mean that this will be part of a funding application, or does it mean it's part of CapEx for the next year and then applied for? What? Sorry, I didn't quite get the HIF part of that.
No, so what this means is that we will structure the contract so that the connections, the contract structured so council can make a decision in the future in the next 6, 9, 12 months around the connections once we understand the pricings of those. But more importantly, it allows council to defer that decision around the connections until we understand some or all of these other external opportunities. So for example, today we talked about the Housing Infrastructure Fund, potentially some of that transferring to IEFF provisions. There are a couple of other schemes that were mentioned by elected members as being opportunities. So it gives us the next 6 to 12 months to understand the detail around those other opportunities and then make the final investment decision and have a contract that's structured to allow that delay in the final decision. But the way, if I re-explain from the start again, what it does mean is we need to make a decision around the bridge structures now, though, as part of the annual plan, unfortunately.
So we're making a decision on this, on what you just said, but the way it's funded will still be determined in the next 6 to 12 months.
That's the intent, solely based on it. You're still committing. So if those other opportunities fall over, you're still committing to pay for the bridge structures.
Okay.
The connections will come later. That's what the amendment is trying to do.
All right. Thank you for explaining.
Okay, so everyone, are you on board with the differences? So we will now move to the vote. There's an amendment.
No, sorry, Mayor Paula. There's no amendment, just a motion.
Motion.
Two parts. There's 2 parts to the motion. Are they? Could we see the motion again?
please.
Yeah, see it, man. I think there's a big IT issue here at work at the moment, so please bear with me. But you can see me and I can see you, or at least I can see most of you.
Progress.
And Andrew, Andrew Parsons, that's because I've gone onto my iPad.
All right.
If that helps you in any way, if you have one.
Thank you.
So it's a server issue, not a thing. Right, here we go. Right, everyone's seen this, we've understood. We'll go into, we've had all our questions answered, so we're into debate. So Councillor O'Leary, you're debating.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, really keen on getting support on this one. This is a shovel-ready project that is ready to go. And what this does is take advantage of putting in connected shared pathways over gully crossings, or will be a gully crossing on top of wastewater pipes. So it's a really smart and innovative application of how we use critical infrastructure. It's also a project, because of its location, that I believe has a really high chance of attracting government funding. We have the upcoming climate change fund, and this is a project that we might want to put forward. So what Councillor Hamilton's addition to the motion does is give more weight to that and make that more likely, because we're partly funding a project at this point. And given the government's drive and commitment to reducing emissions and shifting people to make different mode choices, I think this is a really, really high opportunity for government to partner with us and get involved. It also connects really strongly into Peacock, and when you expand the map further, and we can only see on the visual just a blue arrow that says to Glenview, but actually when you follow that through, we can make connections through the biking and micromobility program right through to across the west into Glenview and actually into the Western Rail Trail. So in terms of delivering significant connections from our older parts of the city into a new part in a really integrated way, this is that opportunity to do that. So I hope that councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Wright. Who's the seconder?
Tis me. If you're
Yes.
on, okay. Look, I very much obviously support the idea. I think it's innovative. No, it's never ideal spending money, obviously. But I remember chairing Access Hamilton last term when this idea actually formed its head, and Councillor Dave and I had just been with a big map, and we'd unrolled it and we designed the entire cycle network by our own little committee. And it was magnificent. This is exactly the kind of thing we were talking about. This, at least for the first 5 to 10 years before that road goes in, will be off-road, which ticks that box for me. But it's also an example, not to the same scale of, and I've heard it wax lyrical about today too, where it's forward thinking, in that we talk about that road between Fairview Downs and Fairfield being designed 60 years ago. This is that kind of innovative thinking, but it's creative, and I'm going to stop talking because I'll probably talk people out of it. It's a shocking debate. My apologies.
Your last debate was much better, Mark. But yeah, that's one for the day. Hey, look, when I first saw this on the agenda, I was a bit wincing a little bit with the cost in terms of expenditure and stuff. But the more I dug into it, I think in terms of our annual plan, this is probably one of the really special opportunities for us as a council. This is a little bit, I dare say, a legacy type of a spend. We've only got the one shot, really, as has been made out by Andrew from an engineering perspective to invest in it. And I think the motion in the revised motion is strong because it gives us flexibility to look at external funding opportunities, which many of you already alluded to, some great pots that are opening up. And in the break, Andrew talked about, the work we're doing with the HIF Plus, and obviously we had a conversation yesterday with, there was in PX around HIF and all that sort of stuff. And the opportunity for us to leverage some of that further is also something that is on the table at the moment. So I think that's really exciting. This is one of those things I don't think we're going to look back and go, oh, stink, we built an intergenerational, awesome mode shift gully riding bridge network 20 years ago. What a bad investment. I think this is one of those projects that the suburbs of the future are going to just treasure. And we've only got that one opportunity to dig in and do it. The fact that it can also be attributed to DCs, I think, there's a growth cost recall that, the local catchment will contribute towards it in time. So for me, it ticks a lot of boxes, and I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, on the face of it, it is a spectacular idea that we should be funding, but I don't intend to support it today. And I don't intend to support it because we have failed miserably in some of our early decision making, and we can't afford it. And I fully support and embrace some of what Councillor Ryan has just said about the importance of it. But here's the financial reality. When you make bad financial decisions and you selectively ignore warnings, and you choose to spend in a unmanaged way, when great opportunities to make good financial decisions present, you are then restricted. And to be honest, the hubris that I'm finding from some of my colleagues here is absolutely astounding, and I believe it will trip you up. And I think that would be highly unfortunate. What would have been clever, what would have been amazing, is if we had a couple of years ago, as Councillor Bunting was rewriting our cycle plan and providing these solutions, that we had signalled this in the long-term plan. What would have been really smart is that we would have then gone out at the appropriate time and got Waka Kotahi funding, but we didn't. And now we're convincing ourselves, now we're reflecting on ourselves and saying, oh, but we've created a wonderful amendment that is going to enable all these other parties to come to the party and fund us. Aren't we clever? Well, no, not really, because there's a high likelihood they don't. And our ratepayers are going to be landed with the millions of dollars. So again, let's borrow more. Let's ignore some of our bad decisions and yet make another bad decision. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm really, really disappointed about this one because I do get the bikes on pipes concept. I do see, how it's great. Potentially, it's great planning, for the future. If you can do these things, it's a great outcome. But I'm a little tired of projects being wheeled up today without guaranteed subsidy. Seems to be happening an awful lot, and that's what happens when you roll things out in an annual plan year. All of a sudden, it's a free for all today, and this is such a cool idea. But actually, Ewan's absolutely right. We made a whole series of bad decisions, and we're going to all sorts of lengths to try and squeeze it in, and innovating and creative, and if we do this, we may get this subsidy here, we may get this support. And I'm just feeling really tired of it, to be honest. And it's a lot of money, and it's for what we've got, for the situation we're in, the situation we've dug ourselves into. It's gold plated. So it guts me, but I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher.
Totally respect the sincerity of the previous speakers. I'm going to say to the previous speakers, do respect my sincerity. This is one of the projects that I've been around for 30 plus years, and I have a number of regrets that previous councils that I went on didn't have sufficient vision in various areas. This one is intergenerational. How we got here today, probably not ideal. I get that. This is an opportunity that must be seized, because your grandchildren, if you're fortunate to have them, and great-grandchildren, they'll forget you. They'll forget you, but they won't forget, because every day they will witness these opportunities. And the great example, of course, is in Harrowfield, where why would you not actually maximise your opportunities? And this is where Peacocks becomes the future-proof showpiece. This is about vision, not ideal the way we've got here, perhaps. That is my sincere view. I respect the opposite point of view, but I'm here today for the grandkids.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor's already spoken, hasn't he? Okay. Thank you, councillors. I'll just make a few comments. This is a very good project. Actually, it didn't just spring up overnight, as has been suggested. We've had some good discussion about this, and in our preparation for today, as we have with a lot of these projects, and councillors have had ample opportunity through lots of different ways to hook into the what this project's about. I know there have been drop-in sessions and workshops and other invitations, and Sarah and Angela have made it quite open to people to get ahead of this project well before today. So the idea that it just sprung up is a bit erroneous, really. However, we are financially constrained. I wish there was a way to do this more cost effectively. I really do, because I believe in it. But I asked Andrew that question, and he said that, not really. So what we've done here is landed on some way of kind of smoothing the impact of this project, and so that makes it more achievable. And I have every hope and aspiration that the Climate Adaptation Fund will be one way in which we can get this over the line, and I'll certainly be going hammer and tongs after that, our fair share of that fund when it's announced, which I don't think is too far away. In the meantime, I'm going to vote for this, but I am aware that when we get to the finances shortly, some of the decisions we've made will come, well, our chickens will come home to roost, and we'll have to really consider the value of everything that we've done and where we land in a financial sense. But that will come shortly. As we know, we've got a number of mechanisms to meet costs, and we'll discuss those shortly as well. But in respect to this project, I go ouch also at the cost of it. I really do. But I think we've always said that we'll make Peacocks one a exemplary new area of the city, do the best we can out of Peacocks, so I will support it. We'll go to the vote.
Mayor Paula,
sorry, we won't go to the vote because Councillor Pascoe would like to speak.
and then Councillor Sarah after me.
Councillor Sarah, right of reply. Yeah, cool.
You are so right, Mayor Paula. We have got to look at it, where our chickens might be laying eggs at the moment, or not laying eggs when we get to the end of all of these projects. But and I'm torn between on this one, that a vote against it will be something that many of us will regret in terms of a means of future-proofing the city and providing some attractions and activities that generations will enjoy. But look, this is a very, very expensive project. It's a nice to have, it's ill-timed. And, reflecting back on Councillor Wilson's comments, some of the projects we've looked at today appear to have been missed out only in recent times. Go back to last term, colleagues, there was a 600-page business case on Peacock. And I'm really, really surprised that this was not one of the major infrastructure opportunities that should have been somewhere in that 600 pages. And look, I know if you were on the last council, you would know that we had 3 working days to read that and the long-term plan notes, some 1,500 pages that we had 3 working days to read in. So I can understand why we missed it, but I'm really disappointed that there may well be, when we come to do next year's annual plan, some more areas that we should have put into the long-term plan, or we should have had on the table a lot earlier. And, I think we've got some really skilled and difficult decisions that we will need to make after we've finished the various projects, if we finish them today. And we will have to go back and look at ways that we can trim or what the options might be for our ratepayers when we present this annual plan to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Like Councillor Ryan said, I think he put it well. I've also winced a little seeing this, and I have felt a little frustrated that things like this weren't included in the whole Peacock package from the very beginning. But I also want to emphasize how difficult it is to retrofit stuff and how much more expensive and slow it is, and how much more difficult it is in terms of going back and doing things rather than having it put in place from the very beginning when people move into a suburb. And so I think if we leave this now and then leave it for a future council to consider, they're going to be looking at a much higher cost, not only because they're having to put in fully new, single purpose bridges, but they're also going to be potentially contending with having to retrofit or reallocate road space when we haven't actually put in and planned for those shared or off-road paths. So I think that we've bettered, and this should be, I guess, our approach going forward is to make sure that things are put in right the first time when we're building new communities and new suburbs.
Thank you. Rita for reply, unless there's anybody else.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of comments. Listening to the debate and appreciate both sides, and also appreciate the frustration when it feels like things come to us late. But I'm actually just going to respond to those comments and not talk about the project, because I feel that some of the comments around proposals coming to us late and not being included in the LTP are targeted to staff, and I don't accept that, and I think that that's unfair. During the last several rounds of committees, majority of these decisions and this one have made their way through our committee cycles, and we know how laborious sometimes that is, but we were the ones that put this proposal forward to be discussed today at the annual plan. So I just want members to be aware of that. I think we've been pretty tough on staff, and I think unfairly so in my opinion. Yes, I know this is a big project, but wanted to applaud Councillor Gallagher for taking us on the journey of a legacy for the city. I think he's absolutely right, and since he sits around here with Councillor McPherson having the most experience, they know what it's like to miss these opportunities for our city. So I want to thank them both actually for their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to the vote now, please, councillors.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidu-Ralph, Councillor Pascoe and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us up to...
we're now moving into resolutions G, which are the staff proposals that are being put forward. Okay. Do you want to have a break, Paula?
Yes, let's what time is it? I can't see. Yes, let's have a 10-minute break, cup of tea, not a cup of tea and a lie down, but certainly a cup of tea and a back, if you wouldn't mind. See you soon.
Cup of tea and a Panadol, Angela.
Actually, I did, and I was feeling quite ill there for about 20 minutes. I was listening, but I had my head on the table. I thought, oh, I'm going to pass out. Don't know why. I think it was my dodgy lunch, perhaps.
Oh,
Anyway.
well.
Get a test.
Don't forget, everyone, we're still being filmed, so just you know, just be careful there.
Yeah, Paula, I'm going to shoot away to a 4 o'clock meeting. We're back as quick as I can. I have a feeling it probably will be still going when I come back.
Yeah, we'll see you at midnight.
Yeah.
Right. Hello, everyone. Are we back?
Well, hello.
Oh, thank you to the person who bothered to reply. Right. As far as I know, we are into the staff recommended proposals for consideration in the annual plan. So staff will talk about these. I imagine that would be David or Sean, and Lance will also give some context around them as required. Now, the first one is the staff benefit proposal.
I think we've got Dan talking there, Paula.
Thank you. Right, Dan, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Paula and elected members. So, hey, look, I appreciate it has been a long day for you all. And just wanted to acknowledge the previous work and conversations that you had around the remuneration and your recognition of the inflation and the impact that that had. So just wanted to acknowledge that first up. Look, what we have done is put forward a proposal for your consideration around a medical insurance benefit for employees. Look, the reason we've put that forward separately to the remuneration is that having a benefit strategy is very much an important part of our retention as well as our recruitment and attraction piece. Not only to promote our employment brand, and council is a great place to work, but also to enhance our employee value proposition that allows us to attract great people and great talent. Look, what we are seeing in the market is that talent is extremely scarce, that turnover is relatively high, that there is a war for talent, and really we're facing a recruitment crisis. So look, we need to be able to differentiate ourselves from others, and having a clear benefit strategy which looks to put people at the heart of what we do in terms of their well-being, their willingness to continue to work for council, our ability to grow a culture of care, as well as fostering that sense of loyalty, are extremely important pieces for us as we look forward to the year ahead and further years. So we would open ourselves up for questions around the proposal, and look forward to being able to respond to those. Look, I've also got Amy Lang, who is the remuneration and benefits lead as part of my team here as well, and we're happy to answer any questions.
So in that regard, Julie, can you tell us what page the proposition is set out on?
Yes, this is resolution G1, page 200, and the detail is on page 226.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so, gosh, any questions on that? I think I can see Rob's hand.
Maxine was ahead of me.
Oh, well, does it matter? Come to you in a minute, Max. I've started with Rob now, so thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just a question in terms of the timing of this staff benefit proposal and our budget for this year. Is it possible, or have staff considered whether this proposal could be funded from the existing personnel budget for, say, the next year, for you to then review, consider its success, and come back to the next annual plan with a proposal for this to be permanently included going forward?
The cost for the health insurance equates to around 1.4% of our labour cost. So that 1.4% could be absorbed within the remuneration budget, if I understand that correctly, of it being 5%. So it would just offset some of that in our ability to be able to, meet the market, the inflationary pressures that we're seeing, as well as compete in terms of retaining our people, as well as attracting people going forward.
Yeah, I understand that, Dan. I'm kind of, the way that it sits at the moment is that this is an extra 1.3 million going on top of the existing personnel budget line, which now includes a further 5% with the inflation adjustment. I guess I was trying to aim at is whether or not this would over a period of a year give management an opportunity to assess how effective it is, whether it does do what you're hoping it will do, and that's attract and retain staff on a long-term basis. And that's an alternative to what you've suggested here.
Yep.
Well, Rob, I think we've been taken over by circumstances where the other day council wanted to take a lower risk approach to our personnel costs, and by increasing to inflation, which was around 5%, which Strategic Pay had recommended. Obviously, this was a recommendation on top of that, obviously, on top of the 2.5% which staff recommended sticking with. And notwithstanding the fact that I said if we went with a 2.5 and tried to use the vacancy factor around salaries outside of these staff benefit proposal, that potentially we would be kicking down the road until the annual plan next year, the potential increases in staff costs. So you're sort of turning it around the other way, including it as part of the 5%, review it, and then come back to the next annual plan, see how it went. And also we would be able to come back and say, how did we manage with our salary budget in that tight market as well? So the answer to your question is yes, it's an option.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Van Easton.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Rob. That was absolutely my question. That we've increased the salaries, and Dan, you've said that that can be absorbed by increasing not salaries, I beg your pardon, but the personnel budget. We do that this year. My understanding is that we don't withdraw it again, and that there's potential for those salaries to be increased following year, the year after. Have we ever seen a time where we have withdrawn a percentage?
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
Well, what I'm saying is, once we've approved that 5%, it's built in, it's there forever.
Yeah, it's built into the base, Maxine. I've been here 11 years. I can't recall a time where through market advice that we've actually reduced the inflationary increase in the 10-year plan or the annual plan the next year. There may have been increases that may have been resolutions from council with overall budget adjustments. I'm just thinking back to 2012 when we had a reasonably challenging situation and had some severe budget cuts.
I think also on top of that, Lance, we don't calculate our own wages without thinking about what Strategic Pay are saying the market is doing, and what we do each and every year is compare our current salaries of our existing staff and the vacant positions against what the market is paying for those positions. So I guess in a cyclical nature, if the market wasn't moving very much, that would mean that we wouldn't have to move very much to maintain or keep our staff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but when things do move, like the 5% with Strategic Pay, that's when we risk losing staff to higher offers from.
Yeah, and what I would also just say is that we do look to respond to the market, and we did back in 2020 where a number of tiers we had a wage pause, so there were no increases for a number of staff back in 2020. So again, we are responsive to the market and what we're seeing, and if wage growth is low, then we would follow accordingly. Yep.
Thank you for that. I guess the point that I would make is that a 2.5% could absorb that 1.4, not just for 2022-23, but for every year thereafter. There would also then, would there not be the opportunity to review the offer of medical insurance for all staff through that policy? Or the success of it, I mean, as Councillor Pesco discusses.
Yeah, we would certainly be able to assess the the success of introducing the health medical insurance over time, I would guess. Yep.
Would this be an opportunity, Lance, to withdraw that proposal?
Sorry, the health insurance proposal now,
Yes.
or are you talking in the future? Once we review
no,
it?
now, and put it into absorb it into the increased personnel costs that that we've already approved.
Oh, the 5% instead of the 2.5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to Councillor Rob. I said, yes, that's an option.
Have you finished, Councillor Maxine? Can I
thank you. I think
add a further question in there that's arisen with the discussion you've had with Councillor Maxine. The 5% inflation motion, I thought that 5% would be across the organisation and not necessarily on a line-by-line basis for each particular area. Have I interpreted that right, or in terms of the management accounting, David, that the organisation adopts? Is that the way it would be interpreted, that you would have 5% more available in the personnel line, and not necessarily, not necessarily direct that 5% overall to where it might actually be needed in terms of certain costs that might go up by more than that amount?
So we currently have prior to entering into our discussion, staff recommended the 2.9%, which was an average inflation adjustment across all operating costs outside of the ones we've discussed previously. With the amendment coming through to lift that to 5%, again, that would be the average cost across all cost categories. We certainly have interpreted that as being 5% across personnel costs and 5% across all the other costs that we are seeing. But we would, as an exec team, obviously manage within the pressures that we have around inflation, and so and we would work towards making sure we stayed within budget.
Yeah. Okay. So if this, and my thinking is that 1.38 million would become then a management decision, so it wouldn't require council in this year to necessarily have oversight on management going ahead and entering into those health insurance contracts. It would only become a council decision if at the end of the year you come back to council and ask for this to be considered as an additional line item on personnel.
Yeah, I think the key point is that we manage within our existing budgets, and then the inflation of 5% was a provision of the costs that we actually don't know exactly where they're going to come from. in terms of this cost of being $1.3 million on a health benefit, we see that as being a specific cost that we would want elected members to support, to either have as an additional or at least support us to go down that route should we choose to, if we were to use that portion of the 5% for that purpose.
I think, Rob, you could argue that it's a CE decision, but I think just with the nature of it, I'd be more comfortable that there was some endorsement of the approach from elected members, just from the reputational point of view. So that's where I'd be heading, just make sure that the elected wing are comfortable with that. Because, you could talk about other benefits like giving, there's a range of things which, may or may not be acceptable, in the current climate.
Okay, I'm happy to redraft an amendment or draft an amendment or amend the motion while there's further questions I see. So I'll pull out and do that now. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, possibly my question of confusion that might have been answered. So just so I'm clear, we put in 5% inflation for staff costs. We don't really know what that's going to be. So are you, and yeah, one of my questions, Lance, was going to be, can't you simply do this under your delegation anyway? But I've heard your response saying you'd be more comfortable. So are we saying then that how would this work in reality, that there would be a bit of a period of time to see what happens in the next 3-6 months under the current climate, and if we're feeling that we're not going to need the whole 5% that we've built in, then we would start up a health insurance scheme? I'm just trying to figure out when you would actually decide that.
I think you'd probably have to do it around the couple of months before the next financial year starts. So I'd say, bake in the 5% as you talked about, and then if a decision's made to go down the health insurance route for staff benefits within that 5%, if that's the parameters that you set us, then we'll do some further analysis on that, make that decision, and then we'd manage with the other, I think it's 3.7% or whatever it is that's left, the salaries for next year, because we do salary reviews for next year. We start those in April, May, so that they take effect on the 1st of July. So I think what Councillor Rob was saying is then we'd look at it through next financial year, and if we ended up with an issue around not being competitive around salaries and even outside of the benefit, then we would report that through the Finance Committee as we do, and then we would probably look at it in the next annual plan. And that's what I talked about the other day, that we could potentially be kicking a problem down the road.
Yeah, that was my
remembering
concern.
we are in a volatile situation.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. Councillor Pascoe, I'll support I'll second your motion when you're ready.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Oh, look, I think Angela's question actually answered mine. I think I was concerned that absorbing the health scheme out of that 5% negated the whole point of having that 5%. But it sounds like we're going to work around that through the timeframes. Is that a correct understanding of it?
I think so. I think we'll just get it. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to delay it until we're sure, until we have a better idea. Is that right? Or the 5%? If the 5% covers everything?
Can we can we ask those questions when we get the recommendation up, so we can be really clear about that?
It's not intending to delay it. It's simply that this year it would, the year 22-23, as I see it, would be funded from within existing budgets. So the extra 1.3 million, which is the amount sitting in GI, would not be required as another amount over and above what motions are currently already on the table.
Okay.
Is that making sense, Jeff?
I think so, Rob.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's been another long day.
Thank you.
I'm just wording something up now. Staff benefit.
Okay, how are we progressing with that? Is there something else? Are you far away, Rob?
No, I'm just a slow typer. That's all. As a means of attracting and.
Mayor Paula, if Councillor Pascoe wants a few moments, staff are actually asking to withdraw the proposal for G2, and maybe Murray or Lance or David could talk to why we're wanting that withdrawn at this point.
Thank you.
Julie, can I just jump in before Murray talks about it? Rob, I've actually sent you some words to consider.
I have you. Okay, I'm just.
Yep. I've emailed them to you.
Okay, thank you. With the financial one.
Okay, so withdrawal of the authority over Porritt solution. Is that Porritt?
Port.
Port. Got two T.
That's correct.
Thank you.
It's good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, Mayor. Look, procurement's got a critical role within council as the supply of goods, works and services. So transforming this capability provides significant improvement in efficiency and effectiveness for process as well as compliance to policy, and an opportunity for direct savings. However, since we presented this proposal, there's been some new developments which would materially change our approach. So we'd like to withdraw this proposal. Since the submission, we need to review our procurement approach due to the change of ownership of Port and the potential impacts on commercial arrangements between Civica and Port. So this has meant that it's prudent that we re-examine our options for improving this capability.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? No, there are none. So we're happy that you've withdrawn that. Thank you so much. We've got the external realignment, but then I don't know if I really want to get onto that right now. Rob, are you happy? Have you got it?
Yes, I'm happy with Lance's wording. I've just sent the draft motion to Amy and to Sean and to you. And to Maxine, Angela, Maxine had indicated that
yes,
she
yeah, all
Thank
good.
you.
We were talking at the same time through chat.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Can we see it, please? Okay, there it is, councillors. So it's changed now to be implemented within approved personnel costs, so that will be something for the chief executive, chief executive to do. So I don't think we need to labour on it. Can we go back to the multiple faces screen, please? Any questions, councillors? I can't see the top row. No questions on there. Okay. So we'll go to the debate if you need it, Rob, but it's probable that because of the explanation you don't.
Yes, very quickly. Look, I support this. I've had experience of this type of incentive to recruit and retain staff, and I know from personal experience that it does work. I think the market is such now that this will be, I think, as Lance alluded to before, a potential point of difference that we could offer that maybe our competitor employers can't offer, particularly in the short term anyway. And look, I endorse the idea of it and appreciate management agreeing to absorb that within their existing budgets rather than seeking another $1.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or debate? If they're not, You've got a seconder, haven't you? Yeah. All right. Does the seconder want to say anything? If not, we'll go to the vote. Oh.
No, I don't need to add anything.
Okay, then let's go to the vote. Thanks. All right.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, so we're now on to the external revenue realignment on page 228.
We've also got the power resistance at Phuketi, which is actually the next resolution, if you want to do that one first. So that's
yeah.
G3.
Yeah, all right, I will. You're right.
Thank you.
227.
Good afternoon, councillors. This proposal was to utilise some funding that was in years 5 and 6. Oh, sorry, years 4 and 5. There was 500,000 in years 4 and 5 million in year 5 to look at how we can reduce our carbon emissions at the treatment plant. After the 10th of incident on the 10th of January, where we lost power for just over 7 hours, staff thought that'd be quite good to be able to combine the two projects because the carbon emissions project would actually enable a generator to be made available to use for power resilience. Since our workshop and the excellent questions I got from councillors, we've gone away and done a lot more work on this project, and we've also received some consultants' reports that we've been engaged in December. We've now found that the project is actually a lot more expensive than the allowed budget. So we're looking at a total budget of estimated cost of 10.8 million to do both pieces of work, which is twice the current budget. What we could do with the current budget is just look at the generators only, the cost of the generators, which will then mitigate the risk of interruption of power supply at the plant, is 4.3 million. And we could actually utilise the remaining funding of the 5 million to do a lot more work on the carbon, how to reduce carbon emissions in a way. Or we could withdraw the proposal that you see today. It's just really unfortunate. I apologise. We've been trying to pull this information together at the same time as the annual plan process, and we just didn't quite get the timing right on this one, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. There'd be a significant risk in not going ahead with something here, though, wouldn't there?
I believe so. When I did some looking back, we've had 15 incidences over the last 15 years where we've lost power to the plant, which has resulted in a secondary bypass and discharge to the Waikato River. So I believe that, yes, it would be a good thing to actually reduce that risk with the funding that's available.
So that was that first option you mentioned.
So that would mean then what we would do is we would just go ahead and purchase the generators only at a price of approximately 4.3 million. We would then have to go through the reform or the next LTP, whatever process we're looking at for years 4, 5 and 6, and then restate the funding for the carbon emissions project.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Emily, so thank you for that further information. With the, you mentioned potentially doing extra work on how to reduce emissions from the plant. What extra work do you think is necessary at this stage to work out what would be needed and, in the most cost-effective way?
So we've got a concept proposal at the moment. The concept proposal looks at the project in two parts. The first part is the management of the biogas. So our digesters create gas, and at the moment that gas is flared what we would do is we would actually collect that gas and then store it and then flare it in the interim. And then the second part of the project is to actually replace the co-generator that we've currently got at the treatment plant with a generator that is fit for purpose. That would then enable us to use the majority of the biogas that's being produced at the plant for heating and power. The co-generator then could then be repurposed as a diesel generator and used for the power of this project. So if we combine the two together, we could actually have a savings of about $1 million. But if we do them separately, the two projects will cost $1 million more.
Okay, all right, and that makes sense. So in the end, would you end up with like an extra generator if you were to do them separately, or what's the end outcome there?
Yes, we would, and we'd look to sell that generator.
Right. Okay. And in terms of, you did mention, you know, the generator, if we were to only go with that for now, would cost less than the $5 million budgeted, and then you could use the remainder for doing further investigative work. What would that work potentially achieve? Like, I'm just wondering how much would be needed and what that would achieve, and whether that's a worthwhile investment to be, say, prepared for long-term plan, or that would get, yeah.
So it would be the business case. So at the moment, what we haven't done is we haven't looked at the cost benefit of, we know in terms of carbon emissions, it's a really, really good idea to manage the biogas. What we haven't looked at is what our cost savings would be. So $500,000 is quite a lot of money. So we'd probably only maybe use like maybe 100,000 to go forth and actually do the business case part of that work, which will then give us more confidence when we go into the next funding rounds to actually put a proposal that we're confident in the pricing to actually complete that project. Okay.
That makes sense. Do you think that would cost in the realm of 100,000?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think that's a reasonable budget to have.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so where can we see the staff's recommendation at this point in time?
Emily, have you sent your new numbers to Amy, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Is that what we're waiting on, Julie? Okay. Do we have a or seconder, please?
Happy to move or second. Yeah,
Councillor Hamilton and?
Yep, sorry, couldn't get to my computer fast enough.
Councillor O'Leary. Okay, thank you.
Emily, can I just confirm that the numbers that we currently are showing aren't correct?
So to do the generators is 4.3, it's estimated to be 4.3 million in capex and 50,000 in consequential. And then $100,000 set aside for the purpose of a business case for the Climate Action Plan initiative.
So Amy, if you just add on to that motion, $100,000 for a climate change business case. No, not that one. Nothing to do with that. Sorry. And I'm just confirming if it should be OPEX or CAPEX.
Oops, can't get out.
And so, sorry, Amy, that needs to say 100,000 operating expenditure for the climate change business case.
Okay. Everyone had
Yes. Sorry, Mayor Paula, I was approving the original staff recommendation. I don't know what that $100,000 business case was for, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Julie, why have we added that in at this moment?
Emily, can you explain what that is for, please?
So the original funding for this 5 million was to provide a way of reducing our carbon emissions at the treatment plant, so our methane carbon emissions, in order to deliver the climate action plan. If we utilise this funding that's currently sitting in year 5 to provide power resilience, I would like to be able to still work on that project. So I still think it's a really, really important project to do in terms of our carbon action plan. So the funding would be made available to actually progress that through a business case. That would enable us to be able to come back to council or through the reform, Three Waters reform, to provide more information on what budget's required in the future to deliver upon that.
Okay, Chair, I'm happy to move the original staff recommendation. That could be a separate motion perhaps, or someone else can move it. But I think it should be separated from the core infrastructure to the business case.
Yeah, okay. That's the way it is, staff. So if you can remove that, please, unless there is anybody else. Have you understood that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Paula. We understand that.
Can we see
So
it now?
we'll remove that.
Can we see it with now out now, please? Can we see it once more, Carmen, without that, please? Thank you. Right, Ryan, is that your intention there?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to the faces now, please, and then we'll ask any questions on that. Are there any questions? Sarah, is yours?
Yes, so thank you. So just to be absolutely clear, originally this was actually budgeted as a emissions reduction initiative, and now we're reallocating that money to a power resilience initiative.
That's
okay.
correct.
That is correct. Okay, thank you. And now it's costing less than where the $700,000 less than what we budgeted. So does that $700,000 then continue to sit in the year later in the long-term plan?
Can someone financial answer that question?
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I was just clarifying something for someone and I missed your question. Could you please repeat it for me?
Yeah, thank you. So since this was originally an emissions reduction project and now it's being reallocated and repurposed for the power resilience project, there's my question is, okay, there's a difference in the amount that was originally allocated and what we're looking at now. Does that continue to sit in the long-term plan as the emissions reduction item?
So the 700,000, which is the difference between the 5 million and the 4.3, that definitely council can make a decision to leave that 700,000 in the long-term plan in the year it was, which was out further for that purpose. So we just need to be clear, we would just need to word the resolution that we are only bringing forward 4.3 million of the long-term plan amount. So that's what we've now got.
That is what we now have at the moment.
Yes.
Okay, and Emily, sorry to labour this, but I mean, does a business case absolutely have to cost 100,000? Like, it's a lot of money for a business case. I'm just wondering, like, yeah, do we have other examples of similar things that have ended up around that cost?
What I'd like to be able to do is actually get into some preliminary design works in that business case that will enable me to be really confident in the pricing estimates, or a lot more confident in the pricing estimates that I can present to yourselves or to the forum on what the solution would cost. Hence the 100,000.
Okay, so it would actually be for a business case and early designs.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to move an additional motion for that, please. I don't know if I have a seconder, but
You have a seconder, Councillor Gallagher. Are you going to second that one? Yep, Councillor Gallagher seconds. Okay.
Seconds what?
An additional recommendation which captures that 100,000 that was just taken off before. Okay, so we'll come to that in a minute. We'll take them separately, of course. Although, of course, the second one doesn't really work without the first, but we'll get there. Councillor Wilson, you've got questions about it?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Emily. Look, I think there's a bit of ambiguity. I think Councillor Sarah keeps saying that this is a carbon emission reduction strategy. Is it not, in fact, two separate projects that have been heaped together? The first was one of a reliance, and then there was the second phase, which is the climate action plan.
Very good question, Councillor. So initially, what I thought we could deliver was the climate change action plan project, because that would then provide me with a generator that I could then reuse for power resilience. Unfortunately, we've done some preliminary work on that, and that's become cost prohibitive now. So if we went down that path, we would be looking at a cost estimate of approximately 10.8 million to do both parts, which is the reason why I mentioned at the start that right now we can't afford to do both, essentially.
All right, thank you, Emily. It's getting clearer step by step. So the 2025-26 year, the 5 mil was in fact, as Sarah says, is for the climate action plan. In which case, where was the budget for the resilience generator initially? Where did you budget for that?
So unfortunately, the resilience part of it, which is the 5 generators we need at the plant to protect us from any power outages, was not budgeted in the current 10-year plan.
Right. So, rightly so, Councillor Sarah can feel pretty aggrieved that, and I'm no sycophant of Councillor Sarah, but she can feel pretty aggrieved that a plan in 2025-26, where we'd put $5 million aside, we're now raiding to do a critical resilience infrastructure spend.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Staff, do you want to comment on that? Because I understand that was a question.
So the original proposal that I put through with the information that I had at the time was to be able to do both. But what I think you've got to realise, and the hardest thing for me through this process was that the event occurred on the 10th of January. The annual plan process was happening at the same time. So I collated the best of my knowledge together for this proposal. Since then, though, we've had a bit more time, we've put a lot more information together. I've received quotes for generators, and I've also received a consultant's report on the biogas and methane biogas management project. This information was obviously not available at the time I put the proposal together. If I had this information, obviously the proposal would be very, very different. So I apologise, the proposal was put together with the information that I had at the time.
Thank you, Emily.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Emily. The work can, just so I understand it, so we can still do the work through contracts, etc., or can we still do the work with contracts, etc., without doing the $100,000 business case?
So we could do the power resilience, which is the purchase of 5 generators for the plant and get those installed, yes, without the business case.
Okay. But the business case adds what to it?
The business case is actually for the climate change action plan, which is what the budget was originally for. I don't want to lose sight of that because it's also a very important project. But at the moment, the budget for that project was 5.5 over 2 years. And my current information has is estimating that to be 7.6 million.
Okay.
So what I'd like to be able to do is use some of the funding available to do a business case and some more, get those prices a lot more locked in. So we go through the next funding round, we can have more confidence in the budgets that are put forward.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Cool, thank you.
So just a question for me on that one then. The strategy, the climate action plan is still, to be fully adopted by council. I presume it's been developed with implementation in mind and some budget attached somewhere. I know that Sarah will say it's been a long time coming, quite rightly. What you're saying is that is part of the budget that was forecast to be attached to the climate action plan is now being brought into this project to join up with this project for the joint gains. Is that what you're saying?
Originally, yes, but we can't afford to do the two together. So we'd have to ask for new funding for the climate change action plan through the next funding round, be that either through the LTP at council or the Free Waters reform.
Are we saying there's no money and no residual money in the climate action plan?
Mayor Paula, maybe to clarify, once we have the strategy, we'll be able to identify the projects for the next 3 years in the climate action plan. Currently, we just have an action plan that is a very short-term one, and this was one of the projects identified in that out in the future years. So once we have the strategy in place, we'll be able to reforecast what those projects will be, and they will be brought to councils as part of the long-term plan discussion.
So we won't have, that's the point I'm making, I think, is so there won't be anything to spend on it until the long-term plan, the way things are currently proposed.
That's correct.
Or next year's annual plan.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, just a question, Emily, in terms of we've had a previous infringement from Phuketi due to an unwarranted spill, but accidents happen. We've put our hand up and we've dealt with it. Now, the latest one was due to an electrical fault. So what cost has been attributed to the overflow of partially treated sewage into the river? I guess we're trying to invest to protect, right? We may well receive an infringement on this, I presume, from regional council.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
And will they? Is it normal that they seek a cost, or do they look for reparation? What do they normally?
Evelisa, could you answer that question?
So in terms of any prosecutions that Regional Council have previously taken out on us, it is basically through the court and the costs. So those costs depend on the situation and the investigations. Some cost up to 100,000+ plus then the court fines and costs on top of those. So this is about reputational, this is about risk and risk appetite of this council. So it is about determining whether our council takes the risk of another asset failure and we manage it and work through that, or whether we actually are looking to put things in place to prevent those in the future in terms of that one process towards protecting the Waikato River and our awa. So yeah, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, between a utility asset that we don't own that's really critical to our treatment plant, but also how do we provide for that diesel generator to prove to Regional Council that should they look to enforce that we're actually doing everything that we can and we're doing it as fast as we possibly can. Okay. So it is a real risk conversation that we're having here in terms of what we do to mitigate that.
Part of the issue with the generator was there wasn't an available generator because they were all being used with locally, so we had to go further afield for it, right? Which took time to bring it from Tauranga or somewhere.
Yeah, it was the size of the generator. So it was the size of the generator required to operate the plant at that time. So, and we used the utility partners to source those for us. Yeah, we don't own one that size.
Maybe if I could answer that. In order to keep the plant fully operational, we need 5 new generators. 2 of those are 1 megawatt generators, so they're both very, very big generators. Those 2 generators are actually required to keep the clarifiers and the basins running. And then there's 3 smaller generators to keep the smaller parts of the plant going, and that would mean that we would essentially be able to keep the plant running at any circumstances that's happening in the power network.
We certainly need to do that. But just one further question before I finish then. Presumably there was some budget to do that. If we recognise that need, that there was a need for these 5 generators, yeah? Because we talk a lot about Three Waters infrastructure and the cost thereof going forward. Very good example here. Presumably we were planning ahead to fund that or to upgrade in some way, so to reduce that risk. And I do get about risk and resilience, but hopefully we weren't living off hope that there wouldn't be an event. Presumably we had some budget somewhere, or did we not?
Evelisa, do you want to answer that one? Since
that was my question, she answered it.
Yeah, so Emily did answer that in terms of it was the biogeneration and replacement of the current generator was budgeted for, which is a long lead in time to actually understand what it would take to use at the plant to deliver what we need. This
but you said
power generator, the 5 diesel generators that they're looking to purchase, that wasn't anticipated until the risk came when an asset blew out at the plant. Literally, and we were unable, when we had a discharge that we couldn't manage or control because the asset wasn't ours. And so it was us putting in that contingency and mitigation measure and control, which is what we're looking at. In terms of the risk appetite, council could choose not to fund this. That is a total option, but it is about the risk should another one occur.
How forward looking, and I'm not trying to be tricky here.
Yeah.
Here's another down, which is Well Energy's asset blew out. What responsibility do Well Energy have to maintain a pretty safe supply to our, presumably paying their bills and things? So where does that sit, please?
So we had quite a few discussions with Well Energy after this incident, and I just want to put it out there that they were exceptional in terms of their response times. They were on site within 20 minutes to help us with the fix. Well Energy, just like any other service provider, can't guarantee a supply 100% of the time. Same for us with our water supply. We cannot guarantee water supply 100% of the time. Obviously, Well Energy also rely on Transpower for the main lines. And even gone back to that agreement, and even that agreement can't guarantee supply 100% of the time. So none of the service providers can actually guarantee supply for 100% of the time. Obviously, we do have a bit of resilience at the plant. We do have an hour's worth of storage under normal flows. So if it's a small outage, we can cope with that. But for any larger outage of more than an hour, we will have a secondary bypass event.
Yeah, that's answered all my questions. All right, where are we at? We got a resolution. We've got a resolution in 2 parts, right? Okay, can we have a look at that, please? Oh, a bit faint. What's that? A bit faint? Anybody else see it faint?
It is quite faint just because my word has decided to freeze right at this moment. When it comes back, it will be much more clear.
Well, we can read it. Councillors, you've got your head across that now, the 2 parts, right? Well, back to the faces then, Amy, thanks. Okay, debate. Councillor Ryan. Oh, I'll debate both, right? Go, Councillor Ryan.
Look, really quickly, the first one, which I'm moving here, it's sort of City Council 101, sorting out SHIT out. I think it's a no-brainer. Just want to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah.
All right, just needed to pause before unmuting. So I don't think that I need to convince anyone the importance of power resilience at our wastewater treatment plant. It's something that's been on my mind for quite a while, and I'm really glad to see that it's here for us to approve today. I guess the slight bit of disappointment in this is that we can't achieve both the emissions reductions outcomes and this project together. And this was originally budgeted as an action to reduce methane emissions from our wastewater treatment plant. And if you look at the whole organisation and the pie chart we have for our emissions profile, water and wastewater is the biggest contributor to our own emissions. So it is really critical that we do address this. And that's why I would like the support for the 100,000. So it's a small portion of what was originally to go towards this project to actually do some more investigation, design work, and have something ready to go for the long-term plan or for future use. So it's a small portion of what was originally for implementing our climate action plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further debate? I would like to say something on this.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Sorry, Ewan. If you're in the top row of my iPad, I can't see the hand. It's cut off. Go.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I have to absolutely agree with the previous speakers in terms of redundancy at our most critical infrastructure facility. I'm astonished that we didn't have that in place, and I don't hesitate for a second. This is, as Councillor Ryan say, local government 101. I do also want to say that I have been waxing lyrical for the last few days about our financial position and the market and inflation. And I think, again, we've just seen an example of when staff have gone to cost something out, they've discovered that it's double what they had projected. And so I yet again say that what we've done so far isn't enough, and we have to be mindful of that. And my third point is I am going to fully support Councillor Thompson in her motion. I do so because, rightly so, we have said, as part of our approach to climate, that we would implement carbon emission mitigation strategies, and we put $5 million towards that. And I supported it then, and I support it now, and she's just had it raided. We've just had to borrow it to do critical work. So at the very least, we need to be able to fund a detailed plan to enable Emily to do that work. And I will then look with interest when this issue formulates and we come back either at the next LTB if I'm here, or at the next annual plan if I'm here. But Councillor Sarah is right in saying that we've got to rehydrate the raided jar that we've just raided.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow on. I don't know if you got your hand up, Rob. I couldn't see it. Have you?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm as the previous speakers have said, this is 101. This is critical asset replacement. But look, I don't see a conflict between power resilience and the climate action plan. I think as we go through a number of our asset replacements, we will find that our new assets will meet the new emissions requirements. So we will be achieving, by replacing assets, some of the things that will ultimately end up in the climate action plan. The advantage here, even though we've taken it from 25, 26 to 22, 23 just means that we're actually achieving the climate action plan that we haven't finalised yet, and we're putting in new assets to provide critical resilience. We're doing it earlier than what we previously predicted. And we talk about, from time to time, sweating our assets. This is an area where I don't think we should be sweating our assets, even if we're calculating the risks of failure, because failure does have a reputational issue. And it's very, very important in my mind that Hamilton City Council stays free of damage that's caused by outcomes that could have been avoided if we had the correct plans in place beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, have you got your hand up? No, okay. Okay, I just want to make a few points in support of the other speakers. This is absolutely a must do, because it is our responsibility to maintain a fully functioning, safe, well-maintained water treatment plant. And I'm a bit disheartened about this whole discussion, really, because it's horrible to, and I'm not blaming staff, but it's not a good look to end up in a situation like this, where our most critical, apart from our water treatment, our second most critical water asset in the whole city malfunctions, causes us to be non-compliant with current legislation, and requires an amazing amount of money to put right. But we must put it right. We absolutely must put it right. There is no choice. I'll just make a small, the risk of being unpopular, just make a small point that some eye-watering costs are coming our way about water in any case. Phuketi plant only has a certain life in it and a certain capacity in it. And we will have to have a southern wastewater plant. We will have to have alternatives. We will have to have some resilience in our system. We in all real terms, we should have probably had a good backup. Not that we knew that Well Energy's assets were going to fail, but we should have had a backup in place, because we absolutely have to. I agree with you, and it's a shame. That's why I asked my questions about climate, because I'm thinking, I know that Sarah and Martin have done great work in this space, really pushing the envelope to get people to seriously engage with climate action. And it's a shame that when we get an opportunity to do something that really does make a difference, you know, we're compressed by our funding envelope as well. I would be really disappointed if the climate action plan that we put in place, the first time to put any dollars against it is the next LTP. That is completely unacceptable to me. So we'll go to the vote. Oh. So we're going to the vote on the first one, on the first part, which is just the motion of Councillor Hamilton and Councillor O'Leary, which is, do you want to put it up, anyone, or do you know where we're at? I'll put it up, Martin, here it comes, I think. So we're just going for that top motion at the moment, which excludes the $100,000 of design. Right, okay.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, now we'll go to the second motion.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Pascoe and Councillor Hamilton are dissenting.
Let me just do a check-in on time, because it is 5 o'clock, and what our alternatives are. I think there's a number of alternatives. We can have an adjournment, have something to eat, go and grab yourself some dinner back. That's one, but hang on, don't shoot me down yet. The second one is to look at what's available tomorrow, or in the next number of days.
Mayor Paula, are you able to provide a bit of a pathway out of this in terms of remaining items, timeframes? It just seems to be, I don't know, do we have light at the end of the tunnel?
I'd like to think so. But
Paula, maybe I can help just to cover the resolutions that we still have to go over. So there's the realignment of the external funding from external funders. That's just a shifting in a timing of a budget. We're not asking for any additional money. There is the inclusion of the funding for the Free Waters reform planning. That again is budget neutral. We have got money in there and an associated grant from DIA to fund that.
I'm thinking that one might generate some discussion.
I'm sure it will. And then the other thing that is still outstanding is whether we want to have another discussion about the pit lane passing red that I think Councillor McPherson had asked for some additional information to come back.
And that,
that's with the free.
And then we have the debates about rates.
Yeah.
Yes, and
we're miles away.
Yeah, then at that point, we would like to give you updated graphs on where we are in terms of the resolutions that you've moved for preparing the budget, and then you can have your debate about the balancing the books position and rates, and then we need to decide the consultation engagement discussion.
Thank you.
5 hours, Ryan.
We're close, but not quite so close. And I do think the final debate around the rates and finances will take some time because everyone's entitled to a full period of debate for that. John Hickey is saying there is also a proposal on climate resource. Is there?
Yep. That's Sarah's special.
Yes, my apologies. I'd missed that. That was one that we had and we moved where it was sitting, so that still has to come back.
Going back to my question to staff, give me the options. And I know nobody likes working too late in the night, but you remember we have done that in LTP and we did take a break. We could do that. We could have an hour and a half off to stretch legs and come back and do a couple of hours in the evening. That's one choice. Hang on. The other choice is presumably what Amy, to help us out, when have we got some space? Knowing that you guys are going to have to work really hard to catch up on a lot of the workshop space and information space that we've pushed back. Amy, help us out here.
So no matter what we do, we know that we're going to be affecting your diaries and calendars. We've had a look through. We understand that, Mayor Paula, you have a number of important meetings tomorrow. We understand that that's probably less than ideal. We looked at Friday. That does have a Zone 2 meeting. It may be a case that we don't send anybody to that one. Monday was also an option. Again, there are so many meetings in your calendars that would have to be removed. So it is difficult. And then after the Finance Committee meeting, we also looked at to see what option we could do there.
Well, I would suggest that out of those, just to put something up in the air, that the Zone 2 one going west is that they've got to get our local business in order. So that's the space.
Yeah, I'll be absent because I'm at a funeral which I'm arranging. I'll be absent, and a number of us that will be well. I will have to be away from between 9 o'clock and midday.
Yeah, I've got to say Friday is pretty much out for me too, Mayor Paula, as is tonight. So
I mean, certainly the afternoon is.
No, I can't do the on Friday. But
sorry to make it difficult with the finance, which is all locked and loaded in the Finance Committee, which is from 9:30 to 1:30 on Tuesday. Is that possible to take any of that time, Mr. Chair, Mr. Pascoe? Just because everyone's locked and loaded for that, and then there's a policy catch-up. Like I'm just looking at the diary.
Martin, there's 5 hours of work at least to do. There's no.
Okay. Well, sure.
I mean, that makes no sense. Finance.
I can't be there with you.
Hang on, Ewan. I think actually that's not a bad suggestion, but it depends on the chair of finance. We've notified the meeting, by the way. I wonder if we could go through and finish pit lane and some of the smaller items tonight, even if that means a bit of a later night. And then we find a space for the financial decisions and the final debate in one slot.
Okay.
I don't support that, Mayor Paula. I can certainly do Thursday, Friday, Monday, but I can't do later tonight.
I'm just talking about another hour now. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is one of the difficulties I feel for staff. but Amy's looking or trying to keep a very neutral face, but I know inside she's thinking, what am I going to do?
So
because we'll start, hang on, sorry,
yeah.
we'll start trading off diaries with your personal or work related conflicts.
Well, what are your meetings tomorrow, Mayor Paula?
Well, I've got a sister city meeting with the high level delegates in the afternoon, but James, I'm not sure that anything in the morning matters quite so much.
Well, surely we could explain that this comes before our sister city.
We've got ambassadors coming from all over the place for this. No, we can't. You cannot
well, we could do it tomorrow morning then.
Yeah,
James, there? James?
Oh yeah,
I'd support.
I was just coming off mute. Is it worth having a quick adjournment to kind of just get a few diaries in order and work out, get 2 or 3 options rather than having this whole debate over live stream?
The issue you have with that, James, is some of these appointments are personal appointments, like Martin's one, etc., and they won't show up in the governance diaries.
They certainly do. Like, for example, I have a Waikato plan meeting tomorrow, but I would be, it's a workshop. I'd have to sacrifice whatever.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute adjournment. We'll come back with a plan. We're not going to do it by committee like this. 5-minute stretch legs, come back.
Because the other thing is, Paula, if I might ask you, I mean, if you do have to shoot away for an hour or so, can you delegate the chair to your deputy?
I don't want to, personally, I do not want to miss these critical decisions of the annual plan, and I don't have to be made to do.
Flag your meetings. That's what we've had to do.
Not as much though. So let's just give it a break for 5 minutes and come back. It's a difficult, tricky thing, coordinating diaries. We'll be back in 5. 10% thing left.
For some reason, Paula, we can't hear you. I can see your lips moving.
Can't hear you, Paula.
Paula, we can see your lips moving. You're trying to talk, but we cannot hear you.
Actually, that'd be quite a good gag, wouldn't it? Just to move your lips and drive everyone mad.
She can't hear us either, so it's all good. Let's.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll move.
Deputy Mayor Jeff, do you want to take over?
Can I step in?
Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
Oh, damn.
You got a shirt on.
I plugged a cord in and it just. So this has been my IT day of horror. However, okay, so we've been working really hard. It really is honestly hard. We have to accept, councillors, it's really hard to manage 13 diaries. It really is. Staff are tired, we're tired. This is important stuff and everybody's felt passionately. So what we're proposing is Tuesday is to compress the Finance Committee to the most important agenda items, Rob, and move everything through. I know you'll be able to do that. Second, and then go on the end of that and just clear your rest of your afternoon and into the evening if you need to, because it'll go as long as it takes on Tuesday to finish the business. How does that sound?
So Mayor Paula, when you say it's really hard to coordinate 13 people's diaries, I think respectfully, really respectfully, I think what you've said is you've managed your diary and this is your solution. I don't know if Councillor Rob has signed up to that. I know that I'm available Thursday, Friday, Monday. So nobody's spoken to me about my availability. So which other elected members did you speak to?
Oh, you and don't be difficult at this end of the day, please. We've been looking in the diaries.
So I take that as nobody?
Excuse me. I've been working through the Chief Executive and Amy, James and others to look into your diaries, right? And to look and see for a space. Now, we're all in for Finance Committee. Rob, do you have any, I've talked to David Bryant, it was his suggestion. Do you think you can run a compressed agenda?
I'm sure I can, Mayor Paula, but no one's looked at my diary because I've had an appointment in there from 1:30 in the afternoon, and that's been in there for some months, probably from the beginning of the year. So I would not be able to make it from 1:30 on Tuesday. But like Councillor Ewan, I'm available tomorrow, Friday and Monday.
Well, I'm tomorrow, Friday morning, as I said, and tomorrow morning, but the staff apparently all quite tired and need a bit of refocus on what they're doing.
No, I understand that, but you say that you've looked in the diaries. Well, clearly you haven't looked. Somebody hasn't looked in the diaries because my diary has got a period in the afternoon blocked out. So,
Paula, here's another suggestion. What about Thursday? We can to compress that and even advertise that it starts at 8:30, the Strategic Growth Committee, and so that we get a good shot at finishing it mid to late morning.
This Thursday?
No, next week. Because they get the opportunity to advertise a different start time.
Well, as possible, staff, in terms of the timeline to notify a draft plan, how are we going on that when we're sort of pushing into the far distance?
Mayor Paula, did you say that tomorrow morning you had some time? Because we could have a chip away at it and add
3 hours tomorrow.
Why don't we deal with one suggestion at a time?
Yeah, I know. It just happens to be another one. And then that means that takes the pressure off. Dave's suggestion's a good one. Then we've got more chance of succeeding.
Mayor Paula, maybe I could just answer the question that was asked previously. As stated in the report, staff's recommendation is not to run a formal consultation process for this. However, that is a councillor's decision. If you do, we would be wanting to run a consultation period from the 20th of April through to the 20th of May. As long as we have a decision a few weeks in advance of that, so we can get a consultation document drafted and approved by you, we can work with that time frame.
Okay, I think I refuse to go around again, so let's go with a half day tomorrow from 9:30 through until 2:30.
And I'm sacrificing the Waikato plan, but I'll do that because there's a much greater duty here.
Very big of you, Marty.
Okay. Sorry, can I request that governance staff then rearrange the meeting with Waka Kotahi and Waipa Council on Southern Links that's down for tomorrow morning for several of us?
Absolutely, we'll be going through diaries to clear everything we can and reschedule.
Yeah, but please not a cancellation or a change.
And then perhaps I'd strongly suggest that we put Dave's suggestion as a backup, so we can actually plan our calendars around that. That gives us plenty of time to tidy ourselves up.
Happy to do that. We commit to that time and and it's actually in our hands. I do really welcome, and I run a very inclusive process in which everyone gets to ask their questions and have their say, but it's in our hands as to how fast we go through this. So we've got a couple of projects left, and then we get into the finances, and so we should be able to get through it if everybody has a will to have their questions well prepared, quickly get through questions and into debate. Then I think we can make further progress. If we labour every little bit that's left, we know we're in for a reasonably long ride. But thank you, everyone. Thank you, really, honestly, because I know it is a long day. I've got something else to go to now, so it's a longer day for me. But thank you. We've sat through this. It's hard going on Zoom. I look forward to when we're in the room together and we can get up and have morning tea and nut some things out. But thanks to staff, thanks for councillors, thanks for the quality of the debate. I'll see you 9:30, bright and breezy. Have a good evening, everyone.
What time is we aiming till tomorrow?
9:30, 2:30 is the only window I've got.
That should get a fact check done.
All right. I'm here for part of it, but I'm not going to get into it. But
so challenge on to get through the stuff. There you go. I'll lay it down at your feet.
Come on, Jeff. Tell us all we finished by lunchtime, Jeff.
We won't.
So half day tomorrow in the morning, and then a half day Thursday next week in the afternoon.
Yep.
Just to be clear.
Just till lunchtime tomorrow.
Ewan, Ryan, you were saying?
Sorry, just till lunchtime tomorrow then? So not this 2:30, sort of half into the afternoon, does it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
I think Paula's thinking till 2:30.
Huh?
Paula, you were saying till 2:30, were you?
Well, no. What Ryan is saying is in democracy, if we can achieve it, we can't have people not being able to be in the room. That's all.
We'll try.
But it's just going to happen now.
Yeah, we've had people coming and going, Marty, all this time.
Okay,
doing other business.
Offline and talk with the mayor. What can suit.
We will endeavour to get through as much as we can and finish just after lunch tomorrow, but we'll be able to be flexible. We have till 2:30 if we need it. We have till 2:30. Let's play that bit by ear, but let's commit to a really good, fast, hard session in the morning. And now I think it's time that we all go.
Yeah,
if we play our cards right, though, we could actually make our plan longer than our year.
We might be really fresh and go really fast in the morning. I've got a good feeling about it now.
Thank you.
Thanks for jinxing it, Jeff.
You're always right, Jeff.
Jeff finally said something funny.
Oh my God, goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for putting up with us for so long.
Thanks, Paula. Well done.
Bye.
Thank you.
Julie, if you're still there, I want to talk to you.